The boy had only been standing in the schoolyard, quietly practicing the boxing technique he had just learned. Yet every movement he made was enough to leave a hidden top-tier martial artist shaking with excitement. Because each time his fist tore through the air, the force behind it exploded outward with the unmistakable roar of 9 thunderclaps, one after another. Even the Academy's greatest genius could barely force out 3 thunderclaps after hours of exhausting, sweat-soaked training, and that was only considered the entry-level standard. But for this boy, only half a day had passed since the technique was first taught, and somehow he had already pushed it all the way to flawless perfection. As it turned out, he was no ordinary student at all. He had been chosen by the gods and had awakened a mysterious martial arts system. As long as his avatar trained and guided him inside his own mindscape, he could grasp any martial art at terrifying speed and polish it to perfection in a shockingly short time. And that was not all. Whenever he defeated an enemy, the system would reward him with martial points. By spending those points, he could strengthen his vitality, improve his body, and raise the natural talent needed to go even further on the martial path. So now, let's watch how this seemingly ordinary young man began his rise and eventually stepped onto the path of becoming a true martial god. At that moment, 2 students were facing each other in the middle of a sparring match, their stances set as they traded blows across the training floor. A heavy punch suddenly landed with a dull impact, and the student who took the hit immediately winced, clutching himself as he complained that it hurt like absolute hell. Still, he quickly laughed it off through the pain, admitting that Su Hong's Vajra fist had clearly improved again. Then he looked at Su Hong with surprise and wondered aloud if he had already reached the micro level. Su Hong's expression stayed calm, almost too calm for someone who had just been praised, and he simply replied that he had only broken through to the micro level 2 days earlier. In this world, martial arts were divided into strict stages: basic, proficient, micro-level, mastered, and perfect. For students their age, reaching the micro-level already meant standing far above most peers. The other student could not hide his admiration anymore. When it came to the Vajra fist, he said, there was probably no one else in their entire class who could compare to Su Hong. After catching his breath for a moment, he glanced back at Su Hong and asked if he had rested enough, wondering if they should continue practicing. But the sting from that single punch was still spreading through his body, and deep down, he had absolutely no desire to stand there and take another hit. Calling Su Hong a complete cultivation maniac, he quickly waved him off and made an excuse to leave, saying he was going home to eat instead. Before stepping out of the training hall, he still remembered his manners and turned back to politely say goodbye to Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee gave him a brief look and reminded him to straighten his clothes properly before walking out, making sure he did not leave looking so sloppy. Once the other student left, Teacher Lee turned his attention to Su Hong and stopped him. His voice became more serious as he asked why Su Hong still had not paid the 30,000 registration fee for the martial arts department, reminding him that applications would close next month. Su Hong paused where he stood, hesitating for a short moment before quietly asking if Teacher Lee could give him just a few more days. Teacher Lee let out a helpless sigh. He said he understood Su Hong's family situation, but rules were still rules, and even as a teacher, there was nothing he could do to change them. After everyone else had gone, the training hall grew quiet, but Su Hong did not leave. He stayed behind alone and continued repeating his practice in the empty space. No matter how many times he moved through the forms, no matter how hard he tried to focus on his fists, the same thought kept pressing down on him: the 30,000 registration fee. His mind slowly drifted back to the past. When he was only 3 years old, his parents had died during a disaster caused by ferocious beasts. From that day on, he had been taken in by his uncle and aunt, living under their roof and depending on them as his only family. After they discovered that he had talent in martial arts, they poured everything they had into supporting his training, even when life was already difficult for them. In an age where ferocious beasts wandered freely and danger could strike at any time, becoming a martial artist was one of the best ways for an ordinary family to earn real money. That was why Su Hong had always trained so hard. He wanted to give his uncle and aunt a better life. But right now, it felt as if his dream was only placing an even heavier burden on their shoulders. Later, Su Hong returned to a quiet corner of the city, walking through the familiar worn-down streets until he arrived at the cramped old apartment he called home. Inside the apartment, his aunt spoke in a soft, worried voice, asking whether the rent was almost due and how much money they were still short. His uncle answered that the rent could be delayed for now because little Hong's registration fee had to come first. His aunt agreed, saying that with Su Hong's talent, he would definitely succeed one day, and they could not be the ones to hold him back. Then his aunt casually added that she would stop taking her medicine, since it was not curing her anyway, and would at least save some money. His uncle immediately rejected the idea, saying he would simply take on another job. He told her to stay home, rest properly, take care of her health, and leave the rest to him. Standing silently in the shadows, Su-hong heard every word, and a painful tightness spread through his chest. A heavy sadness washed over him as he thought about how stupid and twisted this world was. It had forced his life into a shape he barely recognized. Everywhere he looked, money seemed to decide everything. Even when someone wanted to register for the very path they were talented in, they still had to pay a fee, and earning money just happened to be the one thing he was not gifted at. If he had truly been talented at making money, then maybe he would not have been born with martial arts talent at all. The longer Su-hong thought about it, the more absurd and unfair the whole world seemed. Forcing those dark thoughts down, Su-hong pushed open the door and called out that he was back. His aunt, who had always treated him like her own son, immediately came over with concern, asking why he had trained so late and telling him he must be exhausted. Su-hong tried to step in and take over the chores, telling her that he would handle them, but she waved him away without hesitation. She insisted it was nothing, and told him to rest so he would not be tired tomorrow. His uncle backed her up as well, urging him to listen and go to bed quickly. Su-hong returned to his small room, but even after lying down, sleep would not come to him. He stared into the darkness, wide awake, while his thoughts circled again and again. His uncle and aunt had already sacrificed far too much for his sake. He could not allow that to continue. This time, he would find a way to solve his own problem. And for a martial artist who needed to earn tens of thousands in only a few days, there was only one place that came to mind. The very next day, a loud, excited announcement rang out through the crowded streets. The crowd was welcomed to the Martial Apprentice Arena Challenge, a brutal place where only victory and defeat mattered, and life or death was treated as part of the game. It was the underground martial arena. The announcer's voice grew sharper and more energetic as she introduced the ring defender for the day, a fighter going by the name Mr. Minotaur. The rules were simple and cruel. If he won 4 matches in a row, he would leave with 60,000 in prize money. If he failed, he would walk away with absolutely nothing, and the crowd was told not to blink. The audience immediately broke into whispers. No one recognized this fighter at all. Some guessed he was a total rookie, while others sneered that a newcomer jumping straight into the arena challenge was no different from asking to die. Off to the side, the announcer leaned closer and whispered to the kid, telling him to show a little more passion and stir up the crowd. The boy looked genuinely confused and asked how he was supposed to do that. The announcer could only sigh, telling him to provoke them or curse a bit, muttering that rookies really were the biggest headache. At last, Minotaur seemed to understand. He threw his head back, let out a fierce roar, and shouted that below the level of a formal martial artist, he was invincible, daring every weakling in the place to step forward and fight him. The crowd exploded instantly. Some people cursed him for being outrageously arrogant, while others laughed loudly and praised his courage. The atmosphere boiled over in seconds, and someone in the crowd sneered that this guy probably would not even understand how he died later. That single provocation completely lit the fuse. Cheers burst out from every direction, with some spectators roaring in approval, others screaming for blood, and a few hurling insults at the so-called Minotaur as the arena descended into chaos. With the crowd's excitement roaring to its highest point, the announcer raised her voice and officially declared that the match had begun. Behind the Minotaur mask, Su-hong remained completely steady. He could clearly sense the thick killing intent hanging over the underground arena, the kind of pressure that did not exist in a school training hall. Even so, this was still the fastest way for him to gather enough tuition money. As long as he could win a few rounds using his Vajra fist, every risk tonight would be worth it. His first opponent stepped into the ring with a mocking grin, calling him an arrogant brat and saying he would play around with him for a little while. Su-hong barely reacted to the taunt. His gaze stayed calm behind the mask as he quietly measured the man in front of him. The opponent's momentum looked fierce, but his footwork was loose and unstable. From what Su-hong could see, taking him down should not be difficult. Seeing Su-hong standing there as if he had lost focus, the opponent immediately cursed in anger and charged straight toward him, throwing a punch with all his strength. Su-hong shifted to the side with clean, effortless timing, letting the attack miss him completely before he casually swung his other hand in return. The counterstrike smashed directly into the man's jaw, and the force sent him flying backward in a straight line, almost as if he had been thrown back to the exact place he started from. The announcer instantly lost her composure. Her eyes brightened as she looked at the masked fighter, already starting to like him so much that she even jokingly wondered if she should ask him out later. Laughing into the microphone, she shouted that Minotaur had taken his first victory. The arena answered with a wave of cheers, and the crowd burst into excited shouting from every direction. Soon, a second challenger stepped forward, scoffing as he said the previous fighter had only been unlucky, but this round would be completely different. Su-hong simply answered with a calm and casual please, while his eyes continued judging the opponent's body. From the man's build, his strength seemed decent, making him just right for testing how powerful Su-hong's Vajra fist truly was. The man shouted and leaped in with a heavy punch, throwing his weight behind the attack, and Su-hong chose not to dodge this time. He met the blow head-on. With a single Vajra fist strike, Su-hong broke through the incoming force and crushed the momentum of the attack in one clean collision. The opponent cried out in shock as he felt the terrifying power hidden inside that punch. Su-hong also understood the difference immediately. This man was strong, yes, but compared to him, he was still weaker. After taking that one counterattack, the opponent had relied too heavily on the strength of his upper body, and that mistake left his waist completely exposed. Su-hong seized the opening and followed with a brutal kick. The man was blasted off the stage, just like the first challenger, and the entire arena erupted. Some people cursed in disbelief, while others shouted that Minotaur was unbelievably strong. The announcer excitedly called for the next match, declaring that Minotaur had already claimed 2 consecutive wins. The cheers around the ring grew even louder, rising until they were almost deafening. In a quieter corner away from the roaring crowd, several well-dressed spectators watched the ring with sharp, calculating eyes. One of them muttered that the kid had not even reached the quasi-martial artist level, yet his strength had already far surpassed the average. There was no question about it. This one was unusual. The announcer's voice rang out once more, announcing Minotaur's 3rd consecutive victory. In the viewing area, one of the men watching gave a cold evaluation, saying the kid was better than the worst fighters, but still nowhere near the best. Someone at that level, he noted, was perfect material for match fixing. From behind him, a masked young man stepped forward and said he would go handle it. The older man reminded him in a low voice not to reveal that he had already broken through to the martial artist level. After winning match after match, Su-hong's confidence continued to rise. At this point, ordinary martial apprentices no longer felt like much of a threat to him. With his Vajra fist already at the micro level, he only needed one more victory. If he won this final round, the full 60,000 prize money would be his. Just then, the crowd suddenly stirred again. Shouts spread through the arena as people realized that White Fox was actually stepping into the ring. The moment the masked fighter appeared, the entire arena burst into noise. Some spectators cried out in shock, saying that White Fox was a quasi-martial artist. Others immediately protested, arguing that sending a quasi-martial artist against a martial apprentice was practically cheating. Su-hong's heart sank slightly beneath the mask. A quasi-martial artist was going to be troublesome. But even knowing that, he could not back down now. He had already come this far, and losing was something he simply could not afford. White Fox stopped in front of him and studied him with a calm, almost relaxed gaze before speaking, telling Su-hong not to be afraid. He claimed that he knew how to control his strength and hold back. Before the tension could settle, the announcer's voice cut in again, declaring the final match of the arena challenge and shouting for the fight to begin. In the next instant, both fighters exploded forward at full speed, rushing toward each other across the ring. Su-hong immediately sensed the gap between their levels. His own cultivation was lower, and because of that he had no choice but to pour everything into his opening move. His fist blasted forward with terrifying force, sending visible shock waves rippling through the air. When the two attacks collided, the ring seemed to tremble beneath them as both sides revealed frightening power. But the instant their fists met, Su-hong's heart tightened. Something was wrong. His opponent was not a quasi-martial artist at all. He was a true martial artist who had deliberately suppressed his vitality to hide his real level. A wave of tension surged through Su-hong's body. He had never expected someone this dangerous, a real monster, to suddenly appear in front of him here. White Fox took a sharp breath and launched another attack, unleashing the Thunder Rush Fist. One strike followed the next in rapid succession, each blow coming faster and landing heavier than the one before. Under that relentless assault, Su-hong was forced to retreat step by step, pain spreading through his body with every impact. So this was the strength of a real martial artist. The crowd was stunned. Someone recognized the move and shouted that it was the 3-Echo Thunder Rush Fist. No one had expected to witness such a technique in this kind of arena, and just seeing it felt worth the ticket price. Others shook their heads, saying Minotaur was finished because in their eyes the result was already decided. Yet White Fox showed no intention of slowing down. His attacks continued one after another, pressing the advantage without mercy. After a while, he seemed to grow bored and told Minotaur that only defending was meaningless. He urged him to fight back, saying he wanted to see what kind of strength Minotaur really had. For the moment, Minotaur could do nothing except keep blocking. Even through his defense, every punch still tore into him, sending pain deeper through his body. If this continued, he knew he would definitely lose. He needed a chance to counterattack. But White Fox's strikes were too fast, too fierce, and too continuous, leaving him with no opening at all. Then White Fox found an opening first. His fist shot forward in a sharp line, aiming straight for Minotaur's jaw. The impact landed hard, sending Minotaur flying backward before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Lying there on the arena floor, his vision started to blur, and his consciousness slowly began slipping away. Before he could recover, White Fox walked up to him and spoke in a calm voice. He told Su-hong that he would not receive a single coin from the prize money for this match, but his teacher was willing to invite him in. If Minotaur agreed to help them fix matches in the future, they would pay him an amount equal to this match's prize money. But even with White Fox's foot pressing down on his face, Minotaur refused without the slightest hesitation, saying he would never do something so shameless. White Fox was briefly stunned, clearly not expecting such a firm rejection from someone already pinned beneath him. Then he regained his composure and warned Minotaur to think carefully, saying that refusing them came with a price he could not afford. Minotaur shot back without backing down, asking whether people who did things like this truly deserved to call themselves martial artists. That answer ended the conversation. White Fox's tone turned cold as he said there was nothing left to discuss. As White Fox turned to leave, he added in an icy voice that since Minotaur refused to cooperate, he had no choice but to cripple him, making sure he could only dream about becoming a martial artist in the future. As White Fox moved to strike his leg, those words rang through Minotaur's mind like a blade. Become a martial artist. The thought pierced through the haze, and a powerful instinct suddenly surged awake inside him. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body away and narrowly avoided the blow. He could not allow himself to be crippled here. Forcing his battered body back up, Minotaur stepped back into the fight. White Fox stared at him in surprise as Minotaur forced himself steady again, his battered body swaying slightly, yet his eyes still burning with a fierce, unyielding determination. He could not fall here. Not in this place, not like this. Something deep inside him seemed to snap, and a second wind surged through his injured body like fire being poured into his veins. White Fox could no longer hide the shock on his face. His Thunder Rush fist had clearly landed earlier, and by all logic, this guy should have stayed down. Yet somehow, Minotaur was still standing in front of him. But inside Su-hong's heart, his thoughts had never been clearer. He wanted to become a martial artist. He could not let the sacrifices his uncle and aunt had made for him all these years turn into nothing. More than anything, he wanted to give them the better life they deserved. But did reaching that future really mean he had to abandon the dignity and principles a martial artist was supposed to protect? The answer rose in his heart almost instantly. No, a future bought that way was one he would never accept. At that exact moment, something strange suddenly happened. A status window appeared before his eyes, and cold, emotionless words floated across the screen, asking what he was willing to sacrifice for his future and his faith. Su-hong did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. His eyes blazed with fierce resolve as he answered, without the slightest doubt, that he was willing to give up everything. The system questioned him again, as if forcing him to face the weight of his own words, asking whether he was truly willing to pay that price. Minotaur gave the same answer as before, his voice firm and unwavering. Everything. The moment that word left his mouth, something buried deep within him began to shift, as if an unseen door had finally opened. His shadow suddenly twisted across the ground, stretching and warping until it transformed into the outline of a terrifying monster. Su-hong froze in shock. He had no idea where he was anymore, and behind him loomed the shadow of a massive unknown creature, towering over him like something from another world. Before he could even ask what was happening, that enormous presence spoke, its voice granting him this single chance. A strange aura wrapped itself around Su-hong's body, and another status window appeared in front of him, laying out every detail about him. Su-hong stared at the screen in disbelief. Every single attribute he had was displayed there clearly, as if nothing about him could be hidden. Acting almost on instinct, he tapped the mission section, and a notification immediately appeared for a random mission called Way of the Arena. To defeat White Fox, he had to raise his Vajra fist to the mastered level, while also refining his floating light palm and void step to the micro level. With his current low proficiency, the task was brutally difficult, but it was also the key to unlocking the beginner's guide. Su-hong was still confused by the sudden flood of information, but before he could fully process it, a fist suddenly shot straight toward his face. Su-hong ducked down on instinct, barely avoiding the attack as it cut through the air above him. When he raised his head again and looked forward, his entire body stiffened in place. Standing before him was a perfect clone of himself. The copy moved with flawless textbook precision, displaying a level of Vajra fist far beyond Su-hong's own. Every movement from the clone was clean, standard, and exact, without the slightest wasted motion. With such a perfect example right in front of him, Su-hong knew there was no way he could let this opportunity slip away. As he traded blows with the clone, Su-hong gradually realized that this was not just a fight. Every punch, every step, and every movement was teaching him. In the middle of the exchange, he suddenly noticed that his Vajra fist proficiency had started climbing. In only a few moments, it jumped from 7% to 10%, and the speed of that improvement was so fast it almost felt unreal. So that was how it worked. This mysterious space could help him upgrade his martial arts skills at incredible speed, far faster than normal training ever could. He continued fighting, watching, learning, and correcting his form with every clash against the clone. His proficiency kept rising higher and higher until, at last, it finally reached 100%. His floating light palm reached complete mastery, and with one powerful strike, he sent the clone flying backward. Right after that, his void step also advanced, reaching full proficiency as his movements became sharper and more fluid. Finally, even the Vajra fist was pushed all the way to perfection, completing the breakthrough he desperately needed. Only then did the exhaustion hit him all at once, crashing over his body after the intense training. Breathing heavily, Su-hong looked toward the empty air and gave a small nod, quietly offering his thanks. The system congratulated him for completing the mission. Su-hong accepted the rewards without delay and immediately chose to return to reality. In an instant, he was back inside the underground arena, still wearing the Minotaur mask and standing face to face with White Fox. White Fox sneered and unleashed another round of Thunder Rush Fist. The blows came out fierce and loud, but this time, Minotaur calmly noticed something different. They were too slow. He slipped past every strike with ease, his body moving smoothly through the gaps as if he could see each attack before it arrived. Before White Fox could react, Su-hong's fist shot forward and slammed heavily into his face. White Fox's mask shattered from the impact, and his body crashed hard onto the ground in front of everyone. For a moment, the entire crowd froze, staring at the ring in disbelief, as if they could not understand what had just happened. Minotaur stood there calmly and asked for the prize money he had earned by winning the fourth match. The stunned announcer stumbled over her words, still struggling to recover, before finally declaring that Minotaur was the winner of the 60,000 grand prize. In the audience, the teacher's expression darkened into a frown. A mere apprentice mastering the Vajra fist should have been impossible. Filled with suspicion, he ordered his men to follow Minotaur and investigate who this masked fighter really was. After leaving the arena, Su-hong quickly sensed that someone was trailing him from behind. Without hesitation, he burst into motion, his speed exploding in an instant as his figure vanished from their sight. The pursuers stopped in confusion, looking around helplessly, unable to track where he had gone. Now, safely hidden away, Su-hong looked back at their clumsy attempt and mocked them in his heart. About an hour later, Su-hong finally returned home, carrying the money he had fought so desperately to earn. The moment his aunt and uncle saw the thick pile of cash in front of them, both of them froze in place, completely stunned by the amount. His uncle stared at the money and blurted out, half shocked and half suspicious, asking if Su-hong had robbed a bank. Su-hong quickly explained that he had only worked as a sparring partner and that the dojo master had decided to sponsor his studies. His uncle frowned and asked if he meant that stingy dojo, clearly finding the story hard to believe, but Su-hong only looked at them seriously and asked them to trust him. Seeing the firm look on his face, his aunt and uncle finally smiled. His uncle nodded and said little Hong would never lie to them, and in that small, worn-down home, they happily celebrated the brighter future waiting ahead. That night, after the house had quieted down, Su-hong climbed alone onto the rooftop. Under the pale moonlight, he sat there and thought over everything that had happened. The exam fees, the rent, and his aunt's medical expenses were finally settled for now, and he could not help letting out a relieved laugh. Then he opened the system interface again. He knew very well that he had survived tonight only because of this mysterious power, and as he checked the screen, one stat immediately caught his attention: martial value. A notification showed that he had gained 57 martial value points for defeating an opponent above his level. These points could be used to increase both his vitality and his martial skills. Su-hong did not waste any time and decided to test it right away. The instant he added points into his vitality, a scorching wave of energy exploded inside his body, rushing through him like burning currents. His vitality shot up to 90, and that level was already enough to place him among quasi-martial artists. He poured the remaining points into vitality as well, and his whole body suddenly felt lighter, stronger, and more alive than ever before. Su-hong clenched his fists, feeling power gather in his hands. Even the wounds from the arena had healed, and his body now brimmed with fresh strength. With that new power surging through him, he suddenly felt an urge to test just how strong he had become. Without hesitation, he leaped across the rooftops, moving through the night toward the combat power tester at the school's drill ground. Before long, He arrived at Star City #1 High School, slipping quietly into the familiar campus under the darkness. The place was completely quiet, and in the empty drill ground, only a lone Tier 1 combat power tester stood there waiting. Su-hong gathered his vitality, but after a moment of thought, he chose to hold back. Using only about 70% of his strength, he drove his fist into the machine with a sharp, heavy impact. For that split second, even Su-hong felt the weight behind the punch, as if all that power had condensed into one terrifying blow. Then, without warning, the tester sparked violently and shut down on the spot. Su-hong froze, suddenly worried that he might have to pay for this poor-quality machine, and quickly decided it was better to leave. Just then, a voice shouted from behind him, demanding to know who was there. Su-hong did not even try to explain and immediately bolted into the night. A furious caretaker rushed over to the ruined machine, staring at the damage before cursing the vandal who had destroyed it. He immediately assumed it had to be the usual troublemakers, Chen Shan and Li Duo, and swore that once school started, he would teach them both a serious lesson. The gymnasium at Star City #1 High School was packed the next day. Students filled every corner of the room, and Su-hong stood quietly among the crowd. While waiting with the others, he suddenly heard someone mention that Chen Shan had been beaten up. That caught Su-hong's attention at once, and he turned to ask what had happened. A nearby student explained that Chen Shan had supposedly smashed the combat power tester in the middle of the night and then refused to admit it, so the principal punished him right there. Hearing that, Su-hong felt a little awkward. Someone else had taken the blame for his mistake, but at the same time, he secretly felt relieved, because if he had been caught, he never would have been able to afford paying for that machine. Before Su-hong could think any more about it, the announcer's voice echoed across the hall and told everyone to quiet down. He then announced that a special guest had arrived, a Tier 3 martial artist named Chen Tian, who would teach them a C-rank martial art called the Thunder Rush Fist. Every student was told to pay close attention. The gym instantly erupted with noise. Some students shouted excitedly that this was their first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist in person, while others talked about how C-rank martial arts usually cost a fortune to learn at outside dojos. But the moment Su-hong heard the name of the technique, his eyes lit up. Thunder Rush Fist, that was the exact move White Fox had used in the underground arena, where one punch created the impact of 3, and its power had been impossible to ignore. Outside of school, even the registration fee for learning a martial art like this would be enormous. There was no way Su-hong was going to let such a rare chance slip past him. Chen Tian did not bother with any unnecessary small talk. He told the students that he would demonstrate the technique 10 times from beginning to end, and how much they could understand would depend entirely on their own ability. Then he stepped forward, lowered his body into a firm stance, and began the demonstration. With a shout of Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Tian threw his punch. The force erupted fiercely, and the sound of thunder rolled through the entire gym. As he demonstrated, he explained the levels of the technique. At the basic level, one punch produced a single thunderclap. At the proficient level, it produced 3. At the micro level, it produced 5. At the mastered level, the punch would create 7 thunder sounds, which was exactly the level Chen Tian had reached. As he completed the move, 7 loud thunderclaps echoed out, making the air around him vibrate. After using so much energy, Chen Tian paused to catch his breath. He added that at the perfect realm, one strike could unleash 9 thunder sounds, but he warned the students not to aim too high. If they could grasp even the basics today, that would already be enough. After a short rest, he announced the second demonstration and told everyone to follow along. Soon, the entire gym filled with students shouting awkward battle cries as they tried to copy his movements. Hours passed quickly amid the sound of punches, footsteps, and uneven breathing. One after another, students began collapsing from exhaustion. Some complained that they could not understand the technique at all, while others groaned that they had been completely drained. A few stubborn students kept forcing themselves to practice, asking if anyone had found the trick, even though their bodies were already giving out. One of Su-hong's friends wiped the sweat from his face and sighed helplessly, saying that C-rank martial arts were simply too difficult to learn. When he looked around, he suddenly realized that Su-hong had disappeared. For a brief moment, he wondered if Su-hong had already learned it, but then he quickly shifted to wondering where Su-hong had gone. Just then, excited laughter rang out nearby. Someone proudly announced that he had reached the basic level. Su-hong's friend turned and saw Chen Shan looking extremely pleased with himself, and jealousy immediately surged in his heart. No wonder everyone called Chen Shan a genius. How was he so good at this? The principal quickly stepped forward, introduced Chen Shan as the school's top genius, and asked Chen Tian if he had any interest in training him. Students crowded around, praising Chen Shan as a true prodigy. But Chen Tian did not look impressed at all. He simply said that this barely counted as genius, and in other cities, this level would only be considered average. Later, the group moved outside, still continuing their conversation as they walked away from the crowded gym. Chen Tian complained to the principal that the students here were not impressive at all, making the entire trip feel like a waste of time. Deep down, he suspected the school cared more about students with money than students with true talent. Still, to comfort himself, he thought that at least one student had reached the basic level and the payment for this visit was good enough. He then asked the principal whether he had really expected to find some top-tier genius here. The principal sighed and admitted that the path of martial arts was cruel, talent mattered too much, and hard work alone without the right opportunity simply was not enough. Just as they were talking, a sudden sound cracked through the air. Both of them froze at the same time and immediately turned toward the direction it came from. 7 thunderous sounds. It was the 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist. Their expressions changed instantly, and neither of them could believe that someone in this school had reached such a level. The principal was even more shocked, saying it was impossible, because he had never heard of a student like that in his school. Then, the principal realized something even more alarming. He did not recognize that student at all, and the kid had not paid any extra fees. As his eyes landed on the student's clothes, his heart skipped a beat. That uniform clearly belonged to someone from the school. The shock hit him hard, because if he had been strict about the rules, this student might not even have been allowed to attend the lesson. Even Chen Tian stood there stunned. He muttered that he had only taught for half a day, yet someone had already reached the mastered level. The principal's mind went blank as he asked if he had heard it wrong. 9 sounds? Was that really 9 sounds? Chen Tian could not speak for a moment, overwhelmed with emotion until he almost wanted to cry. The principal was no better because he had never imagined that a student without money could possess such terrifying talent. Seeing Chen Tian standing there completely frozen, the principal looked at him with confusion and quickly asked what was wrong. Chen Tian finally let out a long breath, as if a knot in his chest had suddenly loosened, and said he understood now. In that instant, everything that had puzzled him before seemed to make sense. Without saying another word, he lowered his body into stance and threw out a thunder rush fist of his own. The air burst apart with a sharp roar, and 8 thunderous sounds rang out in succession. The principal almost jumped in shock. 8 sounds? Had Chen Tian actually broken through? Chen Tian stared at his own fist, unable to hide the excitement on his face, and said that watching that student's punch had given him the inspiration he had been missing for years. Without that moment, he might never have crossed this barrier in his entire life. But the excitement only lasted for a moment before reality struck him. This was not the time to celebrate. Chen Tian urgently told the principal to hurry up and find that student, and the principal finally snapped back to his senses before actually breaking into a run. Unfortunately, by the time they rushed to the spot where the sound had come from, that mysterious student had already disappeared without a trace. As for Su Hong, he had already accomplished what he came to do. While walking away from the area, he thought about how practicing a C-rank martial art was much more exhausting than training the D-rank Vajra fist. His Thunder Rush fist had already reached the perfect realm, so the next problem was figuring out how to earn more martial value points and become a true martial artist as soon as possible. He could not keep throwing himself into life-and-death fights in the underground arena every time. If ordinary sparring could also give him points, that would be much safer. Not long after, Su Hong arrived at the place where he worked, the Raging Thunder Dojo. Inside the dojo, the students were training as usual with shouts, footsteps, and the sounds of practice echoing through the hall. When they noticed him walking in, someone asked why he had come today. Su Hong answered casually that he was not busy, so he had stopped by to practice for a while. Just then, a heavy thud echoed across the training hall, and a student was sent crashing hard onto the floor. Standing over the fallen student, another young man sneered coldly. He said that before anyone dared to claim his teacher taught poorly, they should first admit they were simply bad at learning instead of making excuses. Su Hong glanced toward the commotion and asked what was going on. His friend explained that since Su Hong had not been around recently, he would not know. That student's teacher was a new instructor who was indeed strong, but he looked down on ordinary people and taught in an extremely careless, lazy way. On top of that, the instructor's disciple, a guy named Li Yan, was also incredibly strong, which made the situation even harder for the other students. Right, as they were talking, another student was knocked down. Li Yan looked at him with contempt and sneered, saying that with such a weak level, he should not have dared to challenge him at all. Before the situation could get any uglier, Su Hong stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed Li Yan's wrist, telling him in a calm voice that it was enough. Li Yan immediately glared at him and demanded to know who he was, ordering him to let go. Then he said that if Su Hong had the guts, they could settle things properly in the arena one-on-one. Su Hong did not back down at all and simply agreed. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted them, asking what all the noise was about and announcing that class was starting. Li Yan pulled his hand back with a sneer and told Su Hong that he was lucky this time. Watching Li Yan turn and leave, Su Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, this guy was far too arrogant. Soon afterward, the instructor spoke to everyone and announced that today would be the final day he taught the Raging Sea Spear technique. Just like before, he would only demonstrate it once, and the students would have to rely on themselves after that. As he took his stance, it was obvious from his attitude that the instructor did not believe anyone here could actually learn the technique from a single demonstration. But Su Hong's gaze immediately sharpened, and he watched with complete focus. For him, one time was already enough. His eyes followed every movement closely as the spear swept through the air, tracing each shift of power and every change in direction. When the demonstration ended, the instructor turned around and prepared to leave, casually saying that how much they learned would depend entirely on their own ability. Complaints broke out almost immediately. Some students called the one-time demonstration a scam, while others angrily complained that those standing in the back row could not even see the movements clearly. Su Hong, however, had already grasped the essence of it. In his mind, the spear moved like a dragon plunging into the sea, its power rolling forward layer after layer like endless waves. He picked up a spear for himself, adjusted his grip, and began moving, perfectly copying the technique he had just seen. For a brief moment, the entire hall fell silent. Then the noise exploded. Everyone stared at Su Hong in disbelief, shouting that he had actually learned it. Some muttered that this was the first time they had ever seen such a prodigy, while others bitterly wondered if they were simply too stupid to understand. Drawn back by the sudden commotion, Li Yan returned and asked who had supposedly learned the technique, scoffing as if the idea itself was ridiculous. Then his gaze landed on Su Hong. Watching Su Hong's spear move with such smooth and steady flow, Li Yan's eyes narrowed. It really did look like Su Hong had understood the technique. A spark of interest rose in him, and he thought that testing someone like this might actually be fun. Stepping forward, Li Yan called out to Su Hong and said he would give him a few pointers on his spear technique. Li Yan grabbed his own spear, spun it in his hand, and pointed the tip toward Su Hong as a clear challenge. He repeated that he would teach him a lesson, and Su Hong simply accepted without changing his expression. One of the students hurried over and tried to stop Su Hong, warning him that even though Li Yan was a terrible person, his strength was very real. So Su Hong should not act impulsively. Su Hong only smiled and told him not to worry. Then he stepped forward with his spear settled into position and faced Li Yan politely, saying that he looked forward to his guidance. That polite sentence completely enraged Li Yan. He snapped that Su Hong was being arrogant, then declared that he would show him the Raging Sea Spear technique at the micro level. Su Hong remained calm, his expression steady and unreadable. As he moved his spear, he quietly controlled his power and deliberately suppressed his true level down to the proficient stage. He did not want to reveal everything here. He only wanted the man in front of him to understand just how ridiculous his arrogance looked. The moment Su Hong's spear moved, Li Yan froze. That flow, that momentum, and that control were unmistakable. It was the proficient level Raging Sea Spear technique. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, the reality in front of him refused to change. Su Hong had truly reached the proficient level with the Raging Sea Spear technique, and every movement of his spear flowed like crashing waves rolling across the sea. When Su Hong unleashed his attack, Li Yan stood there frozen, as if his body could not keep up with what his eyes had just seen. For a moment, he could not even trust his own eyes. Su Hong was only a martial apprentice, not even a real martial artist yet, but somehow he had already grasped the Raging Sea Spear to the proficient level. That was something even veterans often struggled to accomplish. Yet it was happening right in front of Li Yan, clear and undeniable. At the same time, a notification appeared before Su Hong. He had defeated a higher-level opponent and gained 35 martial value points. It worked. Even ordinary sparring could give him points. He no longer had to risk his life every single time. He could keep growing stronger by fighting smart. Meanwhile, Li Yan was panicking internally, his confidence shaking as one thought screamed through his mind. This was impossible. Completely impossible. He had trained for years, yet Su Hong had reached this level so quickly. In that moment, Li Yan felt as if all his hard work had been crushed into nothing. Before the situation could spiral any further, Su Hong calmly pulled back his spear and ended the exchange, telling him that was enough. Right at that moment, the instructor finally appeared. The instant he took in the situation and realized what his own student had done, his face darkened and he stepped forward without hesitation, sharply scolding him in front of everyone. The young man still wanted to defend himself, stubbornly opening his mouth to argue back. But before he could get far, the instructor raised his hand and struck him hard across the face, the slap landing so cleanly that the whole area seemed to quiet down for a second. The instructor roared that if he could not even accept defeat, then he had no right to call himself a true martial artist. The crowd immediately burst with satisfaction because that guy had always acted proud and untouchable. Watching him get slapped down and humbled in public felt unbelievably satisfying. Then the instructor slowly turned his gaze toward Su-hong, and the anger in his eyes was replaced by shock. Su-hong had only watched the technique a single time, yet he had already grasped it completely. Even those famous geniuses from the capital might not be able to pull off something this ridiculous. The instructor looked at him with genuine admiration and said that Su-hong's talent was almost frightening. His own student might be arrogant, but running into someone like Su-hong was probably exactly the lesson he needed. Then the instructor gave a slight bow and spoke more politely, saying, "Little brother, I failed to teach him proper manners, so please forgive us this time." Su-hong could not help feeling a little surprised when he saw that sudden shift. Just a moment ago, the instructor had been fierce and imposing, yet now his attitude had changed completely. Su-hong silently thought that this man could switch faces faster than someone flipping a book page. After leaving the training grounds, Su-hong felt exhaustion settling into his body. But it was not the empty kind of tiredness. It was the satisfying fatigue that came after a full day of real progress, and deep down, he knew he had gained a lot. Not only had he successfully mastered the Thunder Rush fist, he had also taken control of the Raging Sea Spear. On top of that, the martial value he earned today was far more than he had expected, making the whole trip feel completely worth it. As he walked through the familiar paths of his high school campus, Su-hong's mind was already moving ahead. The entrance exam was approaching faster and faster, and every day from now on would matter. Those wealthy students had probably already started buying high-grade alloy weapons to prepare themselves. If Su-hong wanted to stand on the same stage and truly compete, he needed a weapon of his own. Even now, he could still remember the weight and feel of the spear in his hands. After thinking it through, Su-hong made his decision. He would focus on the spear. What he needed now was a real alloy spear, and he needed to get one as soon as possible. The only problem was that his pockets were almost completely empty. The money he had on him was barely enough to help cover his aunt's medical expenses. Every coin already had somewhere it needed to go, and there was almost nothing left for himself. So buying a weapon that cost 70,000 was almost impossible for him right now. But even with that huge number pressing down on him, Su-hong did not plan to give up. There had to be some way for him to earn the money. Just then, a citywide announcement suddenly echoed through the streets. Ferocious beasts had appeared and were attacking the wilderness areas, and the city lord was now recruiting martial artists to hunt them down, offering generous rewards to anyone who succeeded. The moment Su-hong heard it, his eyes sharpened. He understood right away that this was not just an announcement. For him, this was an opportunity. Later, when Su-hong returned home, his aunt was still busy working like usual. Even after everything that had happened, she had not allowed herself to rest for even a moment. She gently reminded him not to push himself too hard, especially since he had already given the family money. His uncle also insisted on continuing to work, saying that as long as he could still move, he would never simply sit back and rely on Su-hong. When Su-hong stepped through the door, both of them looked up and greeted him warmly, their faces carrying the same familiar kindness that made the small home feel peaceful. Su-hong told them they should stop exhausting themselves and let him handle more from now on. He explained that he was already capable of making money, and that things did not have to stay as difficult as before. His uncle only laughed when he heard that. He said the words sounded nice, but he was not the kind of man who could just sit around doing nothing while others carried the burden for him. In his uncle's mind, he still needed to earn what he could for the family's daily expenses. Even if the amount was not much, it was still his way of helping keep the household steady. His aunt smiled softly as well and said they still had to save more money. That way, Su-hong could focus properly on his training without constantly worrying about the family behind him. Those words landed heavily in Su-hong's heart. For a moment, his chest felt tight, as if something warm and painful had been pressed deep inside him. They had lived such a plain and difficult life for far too long. Su-hong understood that unless he earned enough to truly secure their future, his uncle and aunt would never allow themselves to stop working this hard. That night, Su-hong stood alone on the rooftop and opened his status panel under the dark sky. The wilderness was not a place where he could rely on luck, so he had to become stronger before going there. Without hesitation, he poured all of his remaining martial value into his vitality. In the next instant, power surged through his entire body. His blood seemed to thunder through his veins, and his muscles tightened with a fierce, explosive strength. The number on his panel climbed all the way to 95.2, and Su Hong felt like a beast crouched low, ready to spring. He was now only one tiny step away from becoming a true martial artist. 2 days later, deep into the night, Su Hong lay flat on the gym floor, completely drained from training. His body was exhausted, but his eyes were bright with excitement. After pushing himself non-stop, he had finally perfected every skill he had: Thunder Rush, Fist, Raging Sea Spear, Vajra Fist, and Floating Light Palm. He let out a long, heavy breath, feeling the result of those 2 relentless days settle into his body. All that pain and effort had not been wasted. Now, it was finally time for him to set out. The next morning, Su Hong left early and made his way toward the Star City martial artist base, carrying both his preparations and his determination with him. When he finally arrived and looked up at the place in front of him, he stopped in his tracks for a moment, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes. He had seen this base many times on television before, but standing there in person felt completely different. The entire place was filled with powerful martial artists, each one giving off a pressure that made the atmosphere feel heavy and alive. Su Hong walked over and carefully checked the bounty board. Non-ranked beasts were worth 300 coins each. Tier 1 early-stage beasts paid 1,000, mid-stage beasts paid 3,000, and late-stage beasts were worth 5,000 coins. When he saw the reward rules, Su Hong could not help frowning slightly. The base only accepted the left ear of the beast as proof for claiming the bounty, which felt crude and old-fashioned no matter how he looked at it. Just nearby, a man walked up to the counter and dropped a blood-stained sack in front of the staff. He casually told the young woman there to count them for him, and when the bag shifted open, it was clearly packed full of bloody beast ears. Before Su Hong could look away, a sudden commotion broke out near the entrance. Someone shouted for everyone to move aside, loudly announcing that young Master Yi had arrived. The crowd reacted almost immediately. People stepped back on both sides, clearing a path as if they were used to making room for someone with a troublesome reputation. Su Hong followed the movement of the crowd and saw an arrogant-looking young man walking in with his head held high, his entire posture giving off the feeling that he looked down on everyone around him. For some reason, the guy looked strangely familiar. Su Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, studying him for another moment. That attitude, that arrogant air, it reminded him of someone he had already dealt with before. Whispers quickly spread through the surrounding crowd. Some people muttered that if it were not for his uncle being the boss, young Master Yi would have gotten himself killed long ago. Others said they heard he had recently been beaten up, and someone even laughed under their breath, saying no wonder he had been hiding for a while. Su Hong listened quietly to those voices around him, then slowly raised his head. At that exact moment, his eyes met young Master Yi's across the room. The two of them recognized each other almost instantly. The air between them seemed to tighten, and the noise around them felt as if it had faded just a little. In that moment, Su Hong understood something very clearly. Once he stepped outside the city, the ferocious beasts would not be the only threat waiting for him. People could be just as dangerous, maybe even more so. He silently warned himself to stay careful. From this point on, he could not afford to lower his guard for even a second. As Su Hong left the base, a stranger nearby glanced at him and commented on how young he looked. The man asked if this was his first time heading out alone, but Su Hong only gave a simple nod and continued walking without stopping. Behind him, the man watched his back for a moment and shook his head helplessly. In a low voice, he muttered that this was just another reckless kid rushing straight toward death. Soon, Su Hong stepped into the wilderness for the first time. He paused and looked around, taking in the unfamiliar forest stretching out in every direction. The trees around him were quiet, and the forest looked almost peaceful on the surface. But Su Hong did not let that calm fool him. He kept his senses sharp because he had not come all this way just to return empty-handed. 2 hours passed, and by then, Su Hong had already moved deep into the woods, leaving the safer outer paths far behind him. He stopped briefly, took a sip of water, and frowned as he looked around. Even after searching for so long, he had not seen a single beast. Maybe the outer region had already been cleared out by other hunters before he arrived. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong made up his mind. He increased his pace and headed even deeper into the wilderness, determined to find a target no matter what. All at once, Su Hong's expression shifted, the calm on his face tightening as if he had sensed something wrong ahead. A huge shadow suddenly cut across his path, blocking the way forward. The creature was enormous, terrifying, and exactly like the monsters he had only seen described in books, a true ferocious beast. Su Hong recognized it almost instantly. Standing before him was an azure moon wolf, a Tier 1 early-stage beast. The wolf fixed its blood-red eyes on him, lips curling back to reveal sharp teeth as a low, hungry growl rumbled from its throat. its body lowered close to the ground, muscles tightening as it prepared to pounce. Su Hong slowly drew in a deep breath, steadied his stance, and focused every bit of his attention forward. This was no longer training, it was time for a real fight. The Azure Moonwolf sprang at him in an instant, claws flashing through the air, but Su Hong's body reacted almost before he had time to think. He shifted sideways just enough to avoid the attack, then twisted his body and drove a punch wrapped in crackling lightning straight into the beast's stomach. The force of that blow blasted the wolf backward, sending its massive body flying through the air before it crashed hard into a nearby tree with a dull, heavy impact. The beast collapsed at the base of the tree, its limbs stiff and paralyzed. Su Hong stood above it with his fists still raised, faint arcs of electricity snapping around his hands. He lowered his gaze to his own trembling hands, feeling that violent power still surging through his body. Facing a real ferocious beast was far more exciting than anything he had imagined before. Dropping a Tier 1 early-stage beast with a single hit made his blood race with excitement. If this kind of opponent went down so easily, he couldn't help wondering how he would perform against a mid-stage beast.
Right then, Su Hong sensed another movement in the darkness. A huge figure pushed out from between the trees, its low growl vibrating through the forest. It was a raging black bear, a Tier 1 mid-stage beast, and the moment it spotted him, it charged forward as if it had found an easy meal.
But before the bear could even bring its strength down on him, a blur shot straight toward it and collided head-on. A heavy fist wrapped in lightning smashed into the bear with brutal force, knocking its huge body straight down onto the ground. Su Hong remained standing where he was, his breathing steady and his expression calm. He had brought down that beast with his own strength, and as he slowly exhaled, he finally understood just how much stronger he had become. As long as he didn't run into a Tier 2 beast, this area should no longer be a serious threat to him. And with that, another 3,000 in bounty was basically already in his pocket. Then, without warning, a notice appeared before him. His accumulated martial value had finally reached the requirement to break through and become a true martial artist, and Su Hong's heart immediately began pounding faster. He had already reached the edge of that breakthrough, but before he could fully enjoy the excitement, a terrifying roar exploded through the forest. The pressure behind it was so intense that his skin prickled and his expression turned serious in an instant. Su Hong turned toward the direction of the sound, his eyes narrowing sharply. Whatever had let out that roar was clearly far stronger than every beast he had fought so far. Caution warned him not to get close, but curiosity kept tugging at him even harder. In the end, he quieted his steps and moved carefully toward the source of the roar. When he reached a tall rock formation, he climbed up along the uneven stone, trying to find a higher position where he could see what was happening. The moment he looked down from above, the sight before him made his breath catch in his throat. A colossal serpent covered in black scales was coiled among the trees below. It was a Tier 1, late-stage beast, a black jade python, and both its terrifying size and the heavy aura around it made it feel completely different from the beasts before. Nearby, a group of fighters was locked in battle with the python. But from the state of the fight, it was obvious they were being pushed back badly, one after another. They were flung away by the monster's overwhelming strength, unable to hold their ground no matter how hard they tried. Su Hong watched from above with his heart pounding in his chest. This beast was on another level entirely. Then, in the next instant, his instincts screamed danger and he threw himself aside without hesitation. The python's spiked tail slammed down exactly where he had been standing a moment earlier, smashing into the ground hard enough to crack the earth. The black jade python clearly wasn't done. Seeing its prey dodge only made it even more enraged. Su Hong had barely landed before he was forced to move again, kicking off the ground and narrowly avoiding another sweeping strike. Even with that quick reaction, the attack was still frighteningly fast. It grazed him as it passed, sending a sharp jolt of pain through his entire body. Only then did Su Hong truly understand just how terrifyingly quick this massive creature could be. After forcing himself to regain his balance, he noticed an injured fighter nearby, lying on the ground, unable to move. Pushing aside the pain in his own body, Su Hong rushed over and grabbed the fallen fighter's weapon. He muttered that he would borrow it for just a moment, then turned his eyes back toward the black jade python. The python lifted its huge body high, spreading its jaws wide as it prepared to strike at him again. Su Hong dodged by a hair's breadth, throwing himself into a roll and escaping the bite just in time. He scrambled back onto his feet, his thoughts racing as he tried to figure out the next move. A Tier 1 late-stage beast normally required an entire team to take down. Yet, here he was, facing one directly with only his own strength. The only reason he could keep up at all was because his skills had already reached perfection. Using Void Step, Su Hong darted around the battlefield, weaving past the python's attacks with blinding speed. The instant he saw a gap in its movements, He struck back, thrusting the spear forward with the force of the raging sea spear technique. The spear tip pierced through the beast's hard scales, drawing a furious roar from the black jade python. Pain sent the python into a violent frenzy, its massive body thrashing through the trees as rage took over. But Su Hong had no intention of giving it a chance to recover. He attacked again and again, each movement smooth, sharp, and precise, forcing the monster deeper into madness with every strike. Even so, Su Hong understood the situation clearly. With a body that enormous, simply injuring the beast was not the same as landing a killing blow. The difference in size made it incredibly difficult to reach a vital spot, especially while the python kept twisting and lashing out. He warned himself not to rush. First, he had to wear it down little by little, then wait for the one moment when a true opening appeared. Just as that thought passed through his mind, the beast attacked again, its huge body crashing toward him with crushing force. Su Hong unleashed a perfected thunderous fist, meeting the beast head-on with explosive power. The collision stopped the python's charge in its tracks, sending a shockwave rippling through the air as both sides were forced backward. Su Hong knew very well that after landing a hit like that, staying close would be far too dangerous. Su Hong knew he couldn't linger after that exchange. He had to retreat at once, reset his position, and wait for the next opening, because against a monster like this, a single careless move could cost him his life. His breaths were starting to come out heavier, each movement draining more of his strength. This way of fighting was exhausting, but keeping distance and striking only when it was safe was the only method that could keep him alive. Still, the black jade python was not untouched either. Its attacks were no longer as sharp, and its massive body was clearly beginning to slow. The beast was already being pushed close to its limit. Su Hong fixed his eyes on it and silently encouraged himself. Just a little longer. If he could keep wearing it down like this, victory would be within reach. He adjusted his footing, tightened his grip, and prepared himself for the next clash. His gaze never left the beast for even a second, but all of a sudden a cold chill shot down his spine like a warning from his instincts. Something was wrong. Before Su Hong could fully turn or defend himself, a violent force smashed into him from the side. His body was sent flying through the air before crashing hard into the ground. Gasping as the impact knocked the breath from his chest, he forced himself to roll over at the last moment and barely managed to block the next attack. The blow shook him so badly that even his bones seemed to rattle. He had been ambushed. Su Hong struggled back onto his feet, eyes sharp with anger as he shouted, "Who's there?" Several figures slowly stepped out from the darkness between the trees. One of them laughed loudly, his voice full of mockery as he sneered, "How does it feel to get caught off guard? Why don't you just hand over the black jade python to us?" Su Hong's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized the man who spoke. His heart sank slightly, because this was not just another random group. Real trouble had finally shown up. In an instant, Su Hong found himself surrounded by a group of thugs, and judging from their faces, they were people who already had a grudge against him. Their leader looked him up and down with a mocking grin, saying that when he saw Su Hong leave the city alone, he had been certain Su Hong would die out in the wilderness. What he hadn't expected was for Su Hong's luck to be this good. Not only had Su Hong survived, but he had even come across a badly injured black jade python and nearly taken it for himself. The leader glanced toward the huge beast, which was now barely clinging to life, and his eyes lit up as if he had just found the perfect chance to seize everything. Su Hong immediately caught the meaning behind his words. Since the man thought he had merely picked up the python, then this group must have only just arrived. His eyes swept over them quickly. 5 people, all martial artists, with numbers like that against him, fighting them head-on would be a terrible choice. Suddenly, one of the thugs rushed forward with his fist raised high. He shouted that young Master Yi wanted the python, and then sneered at Su Hong, asking why he still hadn't run away. The disrespect in his voice made Su Hong's expression turn cold. Without saying much, he gathered a powerful surge of aura into his hand. Su Hong stared at them and said the only reason he had been forced back earlier was because they had launched a sneak attack. Did they really think that meant he couldn't defeat them? He threw out a punch, and his fist collided directly with the thug's incoming blow. A burst of energy exploded outward from the impact, and the man's expression changed immediately as he finally realized how terrifying Su Hong's strength truly was. But Su Hong didn't give him any chance to recover. He stepped in and followed with another punch straight to the man's face, blasting him backward toward the rest of the group. The leader's eyes sharpened the moment he saw that move. He recognized it at once. It was the powerful Vajra fist. That confirmed it. The person standing in front of them really was the one known as Minotaur. For a moment, even the leader couldn't hide his surprise. Su Hong's raw strength had genuinely impressed him. But Su Hong had also recognized him by now. This man was White Fox. White Fox's face twisted with resentment as he said Su Hong had humiliated him in front of a crowd, something no one had ever dared to do to him before. The more he remembered that shame, the more furious he became. White Fox decided he would never let it go, and with a cold order, he commanded his men to take Su Hong down immediately. The group rushed in with their weapons already drawn. Su Hong reacted quickly, grabbing his spear and dashing deeper into the wilderness to create space between himself and the surrounding attackers. White Fox had no intention of letting him slip away. He shouted for everyone to chase, then led the group himself as they sprinted after Su Hong through the wild terrain. They began searching the area, pushing through the wilderness and checking every place he might be hiding. One thug complained that they still couldn't find him, while another looked toward the thick woods ahead and warned that the dense trees were perfect for an ambush, telling everyone to stay alert. But one of them was still full of confidence. He scoffed and said that with so many people on their side, there was no reason to be scared of just one guy. In the very next instant, a shadow flashed behind him with terrifying speed. The thug spun around in alarm, only to find Su Hong standing right there in front of him. Su Hong struck without hesitation, landing a crushing punch that sent the man flying through the air until he crashed down right in front of his leader. There was no doubt about it. The man had been knocked completely unconscious. The leader stared in shock, unable to understand how Su Hong could have moved that fast. White Fox could hardly believe what he had just seen. After witnessing that brutal strike, the remaining men quickly pulled together into a defensive circle, each of them afraid that they might be next. One of them recognized the move and muttered that it was the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, a technique so difficult that even Tier 3 martial artists struggled to master it. White Fox snapped at them to shut up, but inside his mind was already in chaos. Mastering the Vajra Fist was shocking enough, yet Su Hong had also perfected the Thunder Rush Fist. That should have been impossible, and for the first time, real fear began creeping into him. And that fear would have grown even stronger if he had known Su Hong was already hidden up in a tree above them, silently watching every movement they made. From Su Hong's position, the group below looked no different from rats being stalked by a cat. He knew that if he hadn't spent so much strength battling the Black Jade Python earlier, he could have crushed them directly. Instead, he threw his spear to draw their attention away, planning to take them down one by one. The spear suddenly slammed into the ground nearby, startling the entire group and pulling all their eyes toward it. While they were distracted by the sudden movement, Su Hong dropped down from above, seized one of the thugs, and launched his attack in an instant. The strike landed before anyone could respond, and right after that, Su Hong vanished back into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. The remaining thugs were now truly terrified. Even staying together no longer made them feel safe against someone this overwhelming. They pleaded with young Master Yi to leave, saying this kid was far too strong, but their leader refused to listen. White Fox's pride would not allow him to run away. Even though fear was already pressing down in his heart, he still wanted to prove that he was stronger. He declared that Su Hong had to die today, while Su Hong continued darting around them so quickly that their eyes could barely follow him. Then, while White Fox was still speaking, Su Hong flashed past again. Before the leader could react, another thug was caught and slammed viciously into the ground. Just like before, Su Hong vanished immediately after landing the attack, leaving only panic behind him. White Fox's fear twisted into frustration. He simply couldn't understand how this kid had become so much stronger in only a few days. Everything happening in front of him felt completely unreal. Then another blur rushed in behind him. White Fox whipped around at once, but there was nothing there. He cursed under his breath, refusing to believe that Su Hong could truly catch him off guard. But the instant White Fox turned back around, Su Hong appeared directly in front of him, already poised to strike. White Fox reacted almost immediately, twisting his body around with a furious look as he shouted that he still hadn't been defeated. He gathered magic aura into his hand, the energy condensing around his finger, and struck forward while yelling out that this move was the void-breaking finger. Su Hong shifted his body with a smooth, almost effortless motion, slipping away from the attack before it could touch him. The strike missed Su Hong and blasted into the tree behind him instead. The power packed inside White Fox's attack was terrifying, shattering the thick trunk completely in an instant. White Fox refused to stop there. The moment he saw Su Hong dodge, he fired again and again, sending beams of aura forward while repeatedly screaming the name of his technique. But no matter how many shots White Fox released, Su Hong's speed was simply too much. He avoided every beam while calmly judging the power behind the move, realizing that this skill had to be at least B rank. Instead of panicking, he actually found it interesting and silently thought that he might want to learn it later. White Fox, on the other hand, was growing more frantic by the second. Blue aura glowed around his finger as he screamed that Su Hong had made himself a lifelong enemy. then threatened that once he returned he would wipe out Su-hong's entire family. The instant those words reached Su-hong's ears, something inside him went cold and sharp, as if a line had been crossed that should never have been touched. Threatening his family was something Su-hong would never tolerate. Rage surged through him, and instead of dodging anymore, he charged straight toward White Fox with terrifying momentum. White Fox tried to scare him off by throwing out his background, bragging that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base and that his father was a VIP. But before White Fox could even finish talking, Su-hong had already appeared right in front of him, carrying a pressure so heavy it seemed to crush the air around them. Su-hong said nothing at first, letting the aura around him speak louder than any threat. As he gathered power into a massive punch, he finally looked at White Fox and said he looked better when he was acting arrogant. This desperate begging didn't suit him at all, but ending him now was something Su-hong would gladly enjoy. Then Su-hong's fist smashed squarely into White Fox's face, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. The force behind that punch was overwhelming, far beyond what White Fox could withstand. White Fox's body tore through the forest, crashing through trees one after another before finally slamming heavily into the ground. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke, swallowing the area around him for a moment. When the dust finally began to clear, Su-hong walked toward him with fury still written across his face, a red aura wrapping around his body. His voice was cold as he told White Fox that he should never have used his family as a threat. White Fox lay there broken and bleeding, staring up at Su-hong in disbelief. He asked how Su-hong could possibly be this strong, insisting that it made no sense because Su-hong wasn't even supposed to be a martial artist yet. At that moment, the giant python behind him heard the commotion and slowly locked its eyes onto White Fox. A freezing chill crawled up White Fox's back as he sensed danger closing in. He turned his head just in time to see the python swing its enormous tail while its jaws opened wide, striking toward him with horrifying force. With White Fox taken out of the way, the python shifted all of its attention back onto Su-hong. Su-hong immediately realized the fight with those thugs had dragged on too long, giving the black jade python time to recover some of its strength. Now he had to face the beast again, but this time he was the one running low on energy. The group of martial artists was still furious after being beaten so badly. One of them cursed under his breath, saying the kid who had defeated them was way too strange, while another looked around and asked where young Master Yi had gone, hoping he had already finished Su-hong off. But just then, they spotted the very same young man who had defeated them, and he was charging straight toward their position again. Thinking Su-hong had come back for another fight, they immediately braced themselves. One of them shouted that the brat had finally shown himself, while another swore they would not let him off this time. But Su-hong had no interest in wasting time on them, and as he kept running, he simply told them to move out of his way. A moment later, they understood exactly why he was running. Behind him, a massive and enraged black jade python was chasing after him at full speed, and the sight left every one of them frozen with terror. The python lunged at Su-hong again, but with his spear in hand, Su-hong moved cleanly to the side and leaped away, dodging the deadly strike with practiced precision. Unfortunately, one of the other martial artists was not nearly as quick. The python seized him instead, and right after that a system notice appeared before Su-hong, saying an opponent, martial artist, had been indirectly taken down, granting him 30 martial value. The python attacked again, catching another man who failed to escape in time. A second notice appeared with the same result, giving Su-hong another 30 martial value. Su-hong was surprised when he realized that even without personally landing the final blow, he could still gain points from their defeat. The python immediately turned back toward Su-hong, whipping its powerful tail through the air. Su-hong jumped over the strike and continued evading the beast's cunning, full-body attacks. As he ran and dodged, he realized that with all the martial value he had gathered, he finally had enough to break through and become a true martial artist. Su-hong weaved between the trees, easily outmaneuvering the increasingly frustrated python as it crashed after him. While keeping his speed up, he scanned the surroundings, knowing he only needed to find a safe place where he could begin his breakthrough. Then, up ahead, his eyes caught sight of a small cave. It was exactly the kind of shelter he needed, a place where the python's huge body would struggle to reach him and where he could focus on advancing. Perfect, Su-hong thought, and without the slightest hesitation, he dashed straight toward the cave entrance. The python chased after him furiously and lunged one final time, but Su-hong threw himself forward and slipped into the cave at the last possible moment. The python tried to force its way in after him, but its enormous body was far too large for the narrow opening, leaving it stuck at the entrance. Trapped outside and burning with rage, the python could only roar in frustration. Inside the cave, Su-hong finally steadied himself and calmly turned his attention to the system. He opened his status window and quickly checked the numbers. His vitality was 96, his spirit was 23, and his physique showed mortal body at 3%. His skills, Raging Sea Spear Technique, Thunder Rush Fist, Vajra Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, had all reached the perfect level. Most importantly, his martial value now sat firmly at 504. Without wasting even a breath, Su-hong began pouring all of his points into his stats, urging the system in his mind to move faster. His only goal was to gain as much strength as possible in the shortest time he had. He focused on his vitality, and as the points flowed into him, a fierce heat spread through his body, as if burning magma were rushing through his veins. In only a few moments, his vitality reached 100. Outside the cave, even the trapped black jade python seemed to sense that something terrifying was changing in the air. A new notice appeared before him, announcing that the breakthrough had succeeded, and that he had become a Tier 1 martial artist. Feeling power surge through every part of his body, Su-hong thought to himself that he had finally become a real martial artist. He clenched his fist, feeling a powerful aura wrap around him like a rising storm. Then he looked toward the struggling python at the entrance and declared that now it was his turn. For the first time, the black jade python felt true fear. It desperately tried to pull its body away from the cave entrance, wanting nothing more than to escape, but Su-hong had no intention of letting it leave. He gathered his newfound strength into his fist, compressing it into a punch packed with terrifying force. The python was still wedged at the entrance, leaving it with no room to dodge and no way to avoid the incoming blow. Su-hong's punch landed with tremendous power, blasting the massive beast backward as it let out a painful roar. The strength behind that blow was almost unbelievable, completely different from the boy the python had been chasing only moments ago. But Su-hong had no plans to stop after a single hit. Before the python could recover from the impact, Su-hong had already moved again. He leaped high into the air and came down onto the beast's enormous body, landing firmly on top of its massive scales. Su-hong let out a fierce roar of his own, his aura surging as he unleashed a rapid storm of Vajra Fist attacks. Every punch slammed down with devastating power, hammering the giant snake again and again until its massive body was driven hard into the ground. Under the repeated impacts, the earth beneath them split open, cracks spreading outward as shattered stone and dirt burst in every direction. The black jade python thrashed wildly, twisting its huge body in desperation, but under Su-hong's relentless assault, it could no longer fight back properly. At last, Su-hong brought down one final earth-shaking blow, and the giant python's body went completely still. Dust and smoke rolled through the air from the force of the battle. When the haze finally cleared, Su-hong stood above the defeated giant python, his figure planted firmly on top of the beast like a victor claiming the battlefield. A notice appeared, granting him 92 martial value. Su-hong looked down at the python and thought about how even though the beast had already been injured, his new strength had allowed him to face it head-on, something that would have been impossible just moments earlier. Then his mind shifted to the reward. Normally, hunters had to cut off a ferocious beast's left ear as proof of the kill, but snakes obviously didn't have ears, leaving Su-hong briefly unsure of what he was supposed to bring back. He decided to leave that problem for later, and began heading back. The forest around him had fallen into an eerie silence, with only broken trees, torn earth, and the trail of destruction proving how chaotic the chase had been. As Su-hong walked through the damaged forest, he came across the bodies of the men who had tried to ambush him. Judging from their miserable state, they had likely become victims of the python as well. Su-hong glanced at them and said they had gotten off lightly, but his thoughts soon shifted to the high-level martial technique their leader had used. After searching for a while, Su-hong's effort paid off. On Yifeng's body, he found a martial skill manual. He read the title on the manual, Void Breaking Finger, and a look of interest slowly appeared on his face. This was starting to get interesting. Instead of leaving right away, Su-hong chose to remain near the cave. He lit a fire, settled down beside the enormous python carcass, and prepared to study the new martial skill he had just obtained. He opened the manual and began reading carefully. With his enhanced abilities, the introductory method of the void-breaking finger was quickly absorbed into his mind and memorized from start to finish. Now the only thing left was to rely on his system and push this new technique to mastery in the shortest time possible. As Su-hong began training through the system, a clone of himself formed in front of him, taking shape like an opponent prepared for battle. The clone showed no mercy at all. The moment it appeared, it attacked him again and again with the void-breaking finger, forcing Su-hong to face the technique directly. Through constant sparring with the clone, Su-hong's understanding of the technique rose at an astonishing speed, climbing from 51% to 63%, then 77%, and soon all the way to 93%. Before long, a notice confirmed that his void-breaking finger had reached the basic realm, and his progress toward the next stage immediately began. The training left Su Hong utterly drained. He coughed and realized that, as expected of a B-rank skill, even bringing it to the basic realm placed a huge burden on his body. Then the system prompted him to find a real monster and test the power of his new technique. 3 days later, Su Hong stood before his next challenge, a huge bear-like monster roaring fiercely in front of him. This time, Su Hong put his newly learned skill into action, using the void-breaking finger to clash with the beast head-on until he finally claimed victory. After that difficult battle, Su Hong could feel that he had truly mastered the technique. With satisfaction in his voice, he admitted that this power was absolutely worthy of a B-rank martial skill. A system notice then confirmed that void-breaking finger had reached the perfect level, and with this new strength secured, Su Hong finally decided it was time to return. Back at the martial artist's base, a large crowd had gathered around the mission counter, the whole area buzzing with excitement and loud discussion. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock at the number 230,000. Another person said the Thunder Squad had to be incredibly skilled to hunt down that many ferocious beasts, while a third added that a reward like that was equal to several months of hard work for most people. Another person pointed out that the quality of the kills was just as impressive, because every single beast was Tier 1, with not one unranked creature mixed in, and there were even a few high-stage monsters among them. Just as everyone was still marveling at the Thunder Squad's results, the receptionist turned toward Su Hong's pile of trophies. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she announced his count: 72 Tier 1 initial stage beasts, 83 middle stage beasts, and 17 high stage beasts, for a total reward of 406,000 Blue Star coins. Seeing the stunned reactions around him, Su Hong immediately began to regret bringing back so much at once. He silently thought that he might have gone too far this time, because a haul this large was far too eye-catching, and he could only hope it would not bring him unnecessary trouble. The crowd erupted on the spot. The number was so shocking that many people could hardly believe what they had just heard. As Su Hong moved through the stunned crowd, a sudden commotion broke out near the entrance of the base. Shouts rang through the area, with people wondering how the base could possibly be under attack when so many high-level martial artists were present. But the commotion was not caused by an attack. Instead, it came from the forceful arrival of an important figure, and the crowd quickly parted as a man strode in with a group of guards behind him. The man was Ye K, the one in charge of the base, and also Yi Feng's uncle. With a grim expression on his face, he ordered his men to seal off the entire base, coldly commanding that not even a single fly should be allowed to escape. His guards immediately moved to obey. Another supervisor hurried over in confusion, quickly asking Yi K what had happened. Yi K's voice was icy as he answered that his nephew, Yi Feng, along with the 4 martial artists who had been with him, were all dead. A shocked silence swept across the crowd. Moments later, people began whispering in disbelief, unable to believe that young Master Yi Feng and his entire group had been wiped out. But not everyone sounded upset. Someone quietly muttered that it was a good thing he was dead, since Yi Feng had robbed almost everyone at the base. Another person added that if not for his powerful uncle backing him up, someone would have dealt with him long ago. Ignoring the whispers around him, Ye K announced the true reason for the lockdown. A valuable B-rank martial skill had gone missing from Yi Feng's body. So every martial artist in the base would be searched, and no one would be allowed to leave until they were cleared of suspicion. When Su Hong heard that, he felt a brief moment of relief. From the condition of the bodies, it should have been obvious that the giant python was responsible, so their deaths should not be traced back to him. But as the search continued, Su Hong slowly began to feel that something was off. He noticed people glancing toward him and whispering among themselves, and a bad feeling rose in his chest as he suspected this search might actually be aimed at him. His suspicion was confirmed when Ye K, with his guards flanking him, walked straight in Su Hong's direction. On the surface, Ye K's tone sounded polite. He said he had heard Su Hong had killed more than 400,000 worth of ferocious beasts all on his own, and even praised his ability. But the red aura flaring around him betrayed his real mood, making it clear he was not pleased at all and had already begun to suspect something. Su Hong kept his face calm and unreadable, but inside he understood his own situation clearly. He was much stronger now, and deep down, he even began wondering whether he could defeat this man if things truly turned hostile. White Fox's father was the first to speak. He said he had heard that Su Hong had taken down ferocious beasts worth 400,000 credits by himself, and admitted that for a student, such a result was indeed impressive. However, the woman standing beside him clearly did not believe it. She argued that Su Hong looked like a rank 1 early-stage fighter at best, so there was no way he could have killed that many beasts. She accused him of stealing from young Master Yi's pack and immediately ordered her men to search him. As soon as her order was given, 2 large men with flames burning in their hands stepped toward Su Hong. One of them warned him in a sharp voice not to resist or things would become ugly. But in the blink of an eye, the entire situation reversed. One of the men suddenly froze as the tip of a spear appeared right in front of his face. The guard stiffened and asked Su Hong what he thought he was doing. Su Hong calmly replied that it was nothing, keeping the spear perfectly steady. The man was completely shocked, because he had not even seen Su Hong draw the weapon. The movement had been too fast. Su Hong then stated that he was a student of Star City High No. 1. Looking at them calmly, he asked whether they truly intended to force a search on a student from that school. The moment he heard the school's name, White Fox's father hesitated. He knew very well that the principal of High School No. 1 was famous for being extremely protective of his students, and that was not someone he wanted to offend over a matter like this. Even so, Ye Kei still felt that the entire situation was suspicious. If this kid had really hunted all those beasts himself, then he was undoubtedly a genius. But if they were wrong and offended a talented student for no reason, the trouble would not be worth it. After thinking it through, Ye Kei signaled for his men to stop and stepped forward personally. Ye Kei explained that his nephew had been attacked and that a secret family martial technique had been stolen, so he had no choice but to find the person responsible. Then he looked at Su Hong and said he hoped Su Hong would cooperate. Su Hong's expression stayed calm as he replied that he only hoped they would not accuse the wrong person. Ye Kei then offered Su Hong 10,000 credits as compensation for the inconvenience of being searched, asking whether that amount sounded fair to him. Su Hong answered without hesitation, directly raising the price to 30,000. In his mind, he was perfectly clear about the situation. Yi Feng had technically died because of the giant python, and as long as they could not find the stolen technique on him, they would have no proof at all. Ye Kei agreed to the price, and Su Hong calmly spread his arms, allowing them to begin the search. Several men checked through his pockets while the woman rummaged through his bag, and Su Hong told them to inspect everything carefully, because he did not want false rumors chasing after him later. When the search was finally over, the men reported that they had found absolutely nothing. Ye Kei nodded, ordered them to pay Su Hong the agreed 30,000 credits, and allowed him to leave. As Su Hong walked away from the crowd, he silently felt fortunate that he had cleaned up the scene properly. If he had left behind even one careless clue, the situation today could have become extremely troublesome. Ye Kei turned back toward the crowd and shouted for the search to continue, making it clear that no one would be allowed to leave until the thief was found. Meanwhile, Su Hong was already thinking about his next step. He planned to wash up, change his clothes, and then go straight to the Martial Artists Association to sign up for the assessment because he needed to obtain a proper guidance technique as soon as possible. A little later, Su Hong was resting inside the underground hotel at the martial artist base, finally getting a quiet moment to himself. He opened his system interface and checked his remaining points. To his surprise, he still had 534 martial points. Only then did he realize that he had been so focused on training the world-shattering finger and hunting ferocious beasts that he had forgotten to spend them. His stats were already impressive. His vitality had passed 103, his spirit was at 23, and his physique, the mortal frame, had reached 6%. His martial skills were just as strong. World-shattering finger, raging sea spear technique, and void step had all been pushed to the perfect level. Looking over the numbers, Su Hong noted that a rank 1 early-stage martial artist only needed 100 vitality, but reaching the middle stage required 200. After doing a quick calculation, he realized that even if he poured all his remaining points into vitality, he would still be short by around 40 points. So, instead of rushing, he turned his attention towards spirit and mortal frame, curious to see what changes those upgrades would bring. His spirit was sitting at 23, while his mortal frame was still only at 6%. Since he had points to spare, Su Hong decided to test both. First, he raised his spirit little by little, watching it increase by 0.1 each time. But after spending some points, he admitted that he could barely feel any clear difference. Then he switched to increasing his mortal frame, also by 0.1 at a time, and this time the effect appeared immediately. A clear boost in physical strength spread through his body, so he chose to keep adding points there. As he watched his martial points drop at a frightening speed, Su Hong decided to stop upgrading the mortal frame for the moment. He changed direction and poured 200 martial points directly into his vitality instead. After all the changes, his mortal frame had risen to 36.1%. Seeing that he still had some points left, Su Hong decided to place the remainder into his spirit. The moment he finished allocating everything, a massive wave of red energy erupted around him. Power surged from deep inside his body like a rising tide, making him feel as if endless strength was awakening within him. After several moments, the violent energy gradually faded away, and Su Hong's body slowly returned to its normal state. He let out a long breath, relieved that his body had gone back to its usual size. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly awkward to explain to people why he had suddenly turned into a giant wall of muscle. An hour later, Su-hong arrived at the Star City Martial Artists Association, a towering building standing among the surrounding skyscrapers. He walked up to the front desk and told the receptionist that he was there to take the assessment. The woman nodded politely and said that a staff member would soon guide him to the testing area. As Su-hong followed the staff member down the hallway, she glanced at his youthful face and commented that he looked very young, then asked whether this was his first time taking the test. She explained that to pass as a rank 1 martial artist, he needed at least 100 vitality and combat power above 1,000. After finishing the rules, she wished him good luck, and Su-hong thanked her politely. Nearby, people waiting for their own assessments began whispering among themselves. One man pointed out that the kid had come alone without a master or teacher accompanying him. Another guessed that since Su-hong looked so young, he was probably only there to experience the test, not because he actually expected to pass. Suddenly, the room grew noisy as a commotion broke out near the testing machines. A machine announced that a man named Pangaea had reached 102 vitality, but his combat power was only 992, meaning he had failed. Pangaea cursed loudly in frustration, furious that he had missed the requirement by such a tiny margin. Su-hong and the staff member entered the testing zone just as another announcement rang out. Li Ming had achieved a vitality score of 105 and passed the first part, so the system instructed him to move on to the combat power test. Li Ming stepped in front of the punching machine, drew back his arm, and threw a heavy punch straight at the target. The screen flashed with the number 1763, and Li Ming passed the test with ease. Someone in the crowd gasped, saying that 1763 was nearly the combat power of a rank 1 middle stage fighter. Another person asked whether Li Ming was Zhang Ming's disciple from the Raging Thunder Dojo, and a nearby bystander confirmed it, saying it made sense for him to be such a genius since he practiced the famous thunderclap fist. When Su-hong heard that name, he scratched his head in confusion. He remembered Zhang Ming's disciple being named Li Yan, which made him wonder just how many students that man actually had. After leaving the machine, Li Ming walked back and looked towards Su-hong, telling him that it was his turn next. As Su-hong stepped forward, Li Ming quietly watched him. Since Su-hong was taking the test at such a young age, Li Ming guessed that he was probably a genius too. Still, even if the kid was rare, Li Ming did not believe Su-hong could truly compare to him. Then, all at once, the crowd erupted in shock. People began shouting, asking whether the machine was broken, because the number displayed in front of them was simply too unbelievable. Even the arrogant Li Ming turned around in surprise. The staff member announced that Su-hong's vitality had reached 123, meaning he had passed the first round with ease. Li Ming muttered that it had to be impossible, but he quickly tried to calm himself down. Vitality alone did not decide everything. Combat power was the true test, and he told himself that he could still be the number 1 student here. The officer then called for the combat power test to begin, and Su-hong was guided over to the punching machine. Standing in front of the target, Su-hong thought carefully about his own condition. He had already become a martial artist and had upgraded his physique, so his raw physical strength was far beyond what it had been before. At first, he considered using only 40% of his strength, thinking that should be enough to pass. But then another thought crossed his mind. If he held back too much and failed to reach the 1,000-point requirement, that would be embarrassingly foolish. To be safe, Su-hong decided to use 50% of his power instead. Then he threw his punch, his fist cutting forward with terrifying speed and force. But even half of his strength was far beyond what the machine could handle. The punching machine was blasted straight off its mount, flew backward into the wall, and shattered into broken pieces. The destruction was complete, and the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared with their mouths open, while Li Ming's face turned pale with fear as he realized Su-hong had destroyed the tester with a single hit. Then the silence exploded into shouting, and Li Ming finally understood the most terrifying part. Su-hong had not used any martial technique at all. That was pure physical strength. Someone in the crowd pointed out that a rank 1 high-stage fighter usually had around 3,000 combat power, which meant Su-hong's result was completely beyond normal expectations. Another person grabbed a teacher's arm and shouted that it was that kid again, calling Su-hong an absolute monster. The teacher nodded with a serious expression, as if everything finally made sense. Meanwhile, high above the busy hall, a woman was seated behind a desk in an office. This woman was Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City Martial Arts Association. She was venting her frustration about the neighboring Yang City branch, complaining that they would not stop showing off their newly discovered genius. If Star City failed to uncover real talent soon, she worried that she might genuinely lose her position. Suddenly, a man burst into her office and shouted that a monster had appeared in the assessment hall. Wu Lingxian glared at him for yelling so suddenly, clearly startled by the interruption. The man hurried to explain that a rank 1 early-stage kid had sent the testing machine flying with nothing but raw physical strength, reaching a combat power of 3,000. Wu Lingxian paused, finding the report almost impossible to believe. But a moment later, realization flashed across her face. This might be exactly the miracle she had been waiting for. The central hall of the Martial Artists Association was packed with activity. People moved in every direction, some chatting in small groups, some standing guard, others helping injured fighters walk, while many simply looked around the grand building in awe. Nearby, 2 men were speaking together. One told Brother Su Hong that he would first take him to the 2nd floor to register his official martial artist identity, and after that, they could go collect his allowance. Su Hong nodded and politely thanked him for the help. But just then, someone stepped in and interrupted them, saying that Su Hong was already finished with the basic procedures and that she would handle him personally. The guide froze in shock when he realized the person speaking was the president herself, unable to believe she had come down to handle this matter in person. To Wu Lingxian, this matter was far too important to leave to anyone else, and she had no intention of allowing even the smallest mistake. She turned her gaze toward the young man in front of her and confirmed that he must be Su Hong. She calmly introduced herself as Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City branch of the Martial Dao Association. Without wasting a single word, she simply looked at Su Hong and told him to come with her. Su Hong immediately nodded and answered respectfully, calling her president. But deep down, he could not hide his surprise. He had heard rumors that this branch president was an extremely powerful Tier 8 rank 5 martial artist. Yet the woman standing before him looked nothing like the figure he had imagined. Not long after that, the 2 of them arrived inside the president's private office. The door closed behind them. The atmosphere grew much quieter, and they both sat down as if an important conversation was about to begin. Wu Lingxian looked over Su Hong's information and pointed out that he was a student from Star City No. 1 High School. She then mentioned that Principal Li Chengshan had already complained to her earlier, frustrated that the school had only produced 2 ordinary Tier 1 martial artists this year. Yet somehow, he had completely overlooked a hidden genius like Su Hong, which made Su Hong feel a faint pressure rising in his chest. Su Hong could not help asking why she had brought him all the way into her office. After all, from his point of view, he had only come to complete his registration, collect his martial artist allowance, and receive a basic guidance technique. Wu Lingxian casually waved her hand, telling him there was no need to be so tense. She explained that her subordinates were already handling his identity documents and allowance, so he did not have to worry about that. As for the guidance technique, she planned to teach him herself. Then she rose from her seat and looked straight at him, her tone becoming more direct. She asked Su Hong how much he actually knew about guidance techniques. Su Hong lowered his gaze for a moment and thought it over carefully. Then he gave the answer he had learned from school. The spiritual key of heaven and earth carried different attributes, and a guidance technique was the method martial artists used to absorb that energy and strengthen their bodies. He also added that each attribute required a matching technique in order to be absorbed properly. Wu Lingxian slowly raised her hand, and a small flame suddenly flickered to life above her palm. The glow lit up her fingers as she explained that the textbook definition was not exactly wrong, but guidance techniques were far more useful than simple cultivation tools. She revealed that the technique she practiced was called the Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique, which specialized in absorbing fire attribute energy. While it strengthened her body from within, it could also pour that firepower into her attacks, turning every strike into something far more dangerous. Wu Lingxian continued, saying that once a martial artist mastered external attacks, the range of their techniques could increase greatly. However, for someone who had only just entered Tier 1, even carrying the faintest trace of elemental power was already impressive. Wrapping an entire fist in that energy was almost impossible for a beginner. Su Hong's eyes widened slightly when he heard that guidance techniques could actually be used in battle. He admitted that he had always believed they were only meant for absorbing energy and raising one's level, because the school textbooks had never mentioned their combat uses at all. Wu Lingxian did not stop there and continued the lesson. She explained that the spiritual key contained 7 major attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute had its own strengths and weaknesses, but when it came purely to destructive power, thunder ranked first, metal ranked second, and fire came third. However, she made it clear that martial artists could not simply choose whichever element they liked. Everything depended on natural compatibility with the body. Su Hong nodded slowly, finally understanding that even a martial artist's path was restricted by their own elemental affinity. Wu Lingxian agreed with his understanding and took out a crystal ball to test his compatibility. She told him that the brighter the crystal glowed, the higher his affinity would be. For ordinary martial artists, reaching only 20 to 30% was already considered normal. She then mentioned that her own fire affinity was around 80%, which was already enough to place her among elite talents. But in her eyes, a genius like Su Hong should have no problem surpassing 90%. As the small flame in Wu Lingxian's hand disappeared, Su Hong accepted the crystal ball from her. He thought about how President Wu had become a Tier 5 master at such a young age, which proved she was a real genius. If even someone like her only had 80% affinity, then reaching 90% himself would already be terrifying. The next instant, the crystal ball suddenly began to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter, quickly becoming so intense that it almost hurt to look at. Wu Lingxian's expression changed on the spot, and she gasped in disbelief, saying that the crystal had actually reached full brightness. She immediately announced that Su Hong's fire attribute compatibility was a perfect 100%. Her eyes locked firmly onto him, and with a serious look, she asked whether he understood what that number truly meant. Wu Lingxian stepped closer, unable to hide the praise in her voice. Su Hong honestly admitted that he did not understand how significant it was. She then explained that 100% compatibility meant he could absorb every bit of fire attribute energy completely, without wasting even the smallest trace. She used herself as an example, saying that with her 80% compatibility, 20% of the fire attribute energy was lost every time she absorbed it. Even so, she had still managed to become a Tier 5 martial artist and the president of the Star City branch. Wu Lingxian raised her finger and pointed straight at Su Hong's face, declaring that his future achievements would definitely surpass hers. Su Hong immediately broke into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, she could not stop marveling that a small place like Star City had actually produced a monster comparable to the elite geniuses of the imperial capital. While Wu Lingxian was still caught up in excitement, Su Hong was quietly thinking to himself. Fire attribute compatibility was certainly good, but what he wanted even more was thunder. If his thunder affinity could also be high, then that would truly be perfect. At that very moment, the crystal ball in his hands lit up once again. But this time, it was not fire that surged within it. Crackling arcs of thunder suddenly burst through the crystal, filling it with fierce, violent energy. This sudden change shocked Wu Lingxian even harder than before. Su Hong looked down at the crystal ball and calmly noted that his thunder attribute compatibility also seemed to be 100%. Wu Lingxian froze completely, standing there in stunned silence as if she could no longer tell whether she was awake or dreaming. Thunder and fire, both at perfect 100% compatibility. Wu Lingxian could only stare at Su Hong and reach one conclusion in her heart. This boy was not a normal genius at all. He was an outright monster. Before she could even recover, the light inside the crystal shifted again. Su Hong added, almost as if reporting something ordinary, that his wind attribute compatibility also appeared to be 100%. Wu Lingxian stared at him in total disbelief, unable to understand how something so outrageous could exist. A few minutes later, Wu Lingxian sank back onto the couch as if all the strength had left her body. Her expression looked completely defeated, while Su Hong quietly watched her fall deeper and deeper into shock and panic. She kept muttering under her breath that this made no sense. Every single element had reached full compatibility, all 7 of them at 100%. The more she thought about it, the more she convinced herself that she must have fallen into some absurd dream. Wu Lingxian thought back to how she had once considered herself a top-tier genius. After all, becoming a Tier 5 martial artist at only 30 years old was something extremely rare, even among talented people. But now, after meeting someone who completely shattered common sense, she suddenly felt that her own talent was nothing special at all. In front of Su Hong, even she seemed like an ordinary person. At that moment, she realized that only another monster could ever understand a monster like him, and perhaps only someone just as abnormal could ever hope to defeat him. Wu Lingxian continued mumbling to herself, as if her entire worldview had been overturned. Some existences, she realized, were simply beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Su Hong finally broke the strange silence. He pointed out that all 7 of his attributes had reached 100% compatibility. Then he frowned a little and complained that if he only cultivated thunder while ignoring the other 6, it would feel like an enormous waste. For him, this was actually quite troubling. After thinking about it, Su Hong looked at Wu Lingxian and asked a bold question. Since all 7 of his affinities were perfect, could she simply give him the guidance techniques for all 7 attributes? Wu Lingxian fell silent for a while before finally answering. She explained that a person's energy and time were limited, no matter how monstrous their talent might be. In her opinion, the best path was still to focus on 1 or 2 attributes. She warned him that someone in the past had tried cultivating all 7 at the same time, but after decades of effort, that person remained trapped as a Tier 1 martial artist. Su Hong insisted that he could not make a decision right away. He wanted to try cultivating all 7 first, then choose a main direction after experiencing them for himself. Wu Lingxian reluctantly agreed, but her expression turned serious as she warned him that he absolutely could not waste this heaven-sent talent. After that, Wu Lingxian changed the topic and asked whether his school's monthly exam was coming soon. Su Hong nodded and answered yes, then asked why she was suddenly bringing it up. Wu Lingxian explained that the friction on the All-Heavens battlefield had been growing more intense. The great war between the 10,000 races and humanity could break out at any moment. Because of that looming threat, every nation was pouring resources into a special genius training camp. She told Su Hong that she wanted to recommend him for that training camp, but there was one condition. He had to take first place in his school's monthly exam. If he could do that, she would personally secure a spot for him. When Su Hong heard about the war of the 10,000 races, his expression grew heavier. Memories of the conflict from more than a decade ago slowly surfaced in his mind. He remembered how, when he was still young, he had lost all his relatives, except his uncle and aunt, because of that disaster. Su Hong told Wu Lingxian that he understood and would work hard, but deep in his heart, he made an even stronger vow. He would never allow that tragedy to happen again. He had to become powerful enough to protect his family. That night, after returning home, Su Hong could barely contain his excitement. The moment he saw his uncle and aunt, he proudly announced that he had officially become a martial artist. He then took out his brand new credentials and showed them to his family, holding them up with clear pride in his eyes. His uncle and aunt were overwhelmed on the spot, tears of joy filling their eyes. They exclaimed that little Hong had truly succeeded. His aunt was especially emotional, saying that he had finally made something of himself and that she was incredibly proud of what he was capable of. Su Hong then told them that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of $10,000, so his uncle no longer needed to exhaust himself working so hard. His uncle smiled warmly and said that little Hong had now become the pillar of the family, and from that day forward he would listen to whatever Su Hong said. Hearing those words, Su Hong quietly made a promise to himself. From this moment on, he would take the entire weight of the family onto his own shoulders. Later that night, when everything had finally quieted down, Su Hong sat alone in his room and entered meditation with complete focus. After some time, his eyes suddenly snapped open. A deep red glow burned within them, making his gaze look sharp and intense in the darkness. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the power gather in his hand. Thin trails of smoke began to drift out from between his fingers, curling upward into the air. He could not help wondering whether this was really only the most basic form of the guidance technique. The feeling it gave off was strangely faint, almost fragile, and Su Hong frowned as he questioned why it carried so little force, as if there was barely any power hidden inside it at all. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Su Hong's eyes shifted toward his system panel, and there, quietly added among the information, he noticed a brand new entry that had not been there before. The guidance technique had officially appeared on the panel, proving that he had really learned it successfully. But when Su Hong checked the details more carefully, he saw that it was only at level 1. That instantly made him pause. Could a guidance technique actually be leveled up the same way as a skill? President Wu had never said anything about that. If guidance techniques had levels, someone like her would definitely have mentioned it. Then a bold thought flashed through his mind. What if this was something only he could do? What if he alone could raise the level of his cultivation technique? And if you are hyped to see just how terrifying Su Hong becomes from here, make sure to subscribe right now and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next episode. Su Hong fixed his gaze on the glowing blue panel in front of him, his expression turning unusually serious. If guidance techniques really could be upgraded, then the next question was obvious. How was he supposed to raise them, and did they improve by consuming martial value the same way his other abilities did? He reached out and touched the floating window, but the very next second, a red warning flashed sharply before his eyes. Insufficient martial value. Su Hong let out a helpless sigh, realizing he had hit a wall for now. Since he could not upgrade it yet, he decided to cultivate the remaining guidance techniques first, then think of a way to earn more martial value afterward. Back on the rooftop, Su Hong sat cross-legged under the open sky, with books scattered all around him like a small wall of manuals. As he began cultivating, flames of spiritual energy erupted around his body, flaring upward and casting a bright glow across the dark rooftop. Several hours passed before Su Hong looked inward again. Within his body, 7 separate points of spiritual qi now shone with different kinds of light. Each one represented a different guidance technique, from thunder to water marsh, from thick earth to spirit wind, and all 7 attributes pressed against one another as if they refused to peacefully share the same space. Su Hong clenched his teeth while sweat slid down his face, finally understanding why President Wu had said that even a genius who cultivated 7 techniques could remain stuck at Tier 1 for decades. The forces inside him were wildly difficult to balance. Even so, he kept drawing them through his body, trying to force the surging energy under control as the flames around him continued to rise. After observing the Chi more carefully, Su-hong realized that although all 7 kinds of energy existed inside his body, he could only draw out one attribute at a time. With his breathing growing heavier, a small ball of fiery Chi slowly condensed in his palm, burning brightly above his hand. The flames coiled and spun in the center of his palm, but Su-hong's expression only grew more focused. He could clearly feel that if he tried to force a second attribute into that fire, the 2 powers would crash against each other violently, and the result would not be control, but an instant explosion. A massive burst of energy suddenly shook the rooftop, blasting outward with enough force to scatter both attributes at once. Su-hong narrowed his eyes through the fading sparks. Could thunder and fire truly not be fused together? Their natures both felt fierce and destructive, so why did they reject each other the moment they touched? Unwilling to accept that answer, Su-hong tried again. Threads of thunderlight crawled over his fingers while fiery sparks flickered around them, and he carefully guided the 2 forces closer. But the instant they made contact, another sharp explosion erupted, tearing the gathered energy apart. Sweat poured down Su-hong's face, yet he clenched his jaw and refused to stop. Glaring at the crackling energy in his hands, he shouted that he would try one more time. From then until deep into the night, flashes kept bursting across the rooftop as he repeated the fusion attempt again and again. By the time dawn slowly spread across the sky, the entire building still carried a faint glow from the sparks left behind by Su-hong's relentless training, as if the rooftop itself had been burned awake through the night. Su-hong stood there breathing hard, his chest rising and falling while sweat ran down his face in streams. Even though his body was exhausted, he kept telling himself that he was close, that he only needed to push just a little bit further. In his hand, lightning and flame flickered unsteadily, twisting around each other but never fully becoming one. Su-hong stared at the unstable power with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted that all he needed was one tiny step more before forcing the 2 energies to merge. Lightning and fire surged up his arms at the same time, wrapping around him in violent streaks of light as Su-hong drove both attributes together with every bit of control he had left. Then, all at once, a brilliant flame burst open in his palm, brighter and stronger than anything he had formed before. After struggling through the entire night, Su-hong had finally succeeded in fusing the 2 powers. He lowered his gaze to the flame in his hand, relief finally softening his tense expression. After straightening his clothes and steadying his breath, Su-hong decided there was only one thing left to do now: go outside and test just how powerful this fused energy really was. At Star City's Citizen Martial Arts Square, the open plaza stretched wide beneath a tall clock tower, with training equipment arranged across the area. Several combat testing robots stood ready, waiting for anyone who wanted to measure their strength. Su-hong stopped in front of a spider-shaped combat tester and studied it for a moment. This time, he had deliberately chosen a Tier 3 testing machine, hoping that something sturdier would not break apart as easily as the last one. He remembered clearly that when he had used only 50% of his strength before, his result had already reached 3,000. Because of that, Su-hong decided not to go all out right away, and instead test the machine with 30% power first. His fist lit up as he punched forward, slamming into the tester with a clean, focused strike. The number that appeared quickly climbed past 2,300, making Su-hong's eyes widen slightly. At 30% strength, the result should have been around 1,800. Yet this strike had somehow increased by another 500 points. Su-hong looked down at the lightning still crackling around his hand, his expression turning thoughtful. Even without combining it with anything else, the raw power of the thunder attribute was already far stronger than he had expected. Then he slowly clenched his fist again and raised it toward the tester. His gaze sharpened as he wondered just how terrifying the force would become if he released the fused power of thunder and fire together, and in the next instant he let that combined energy explode forward. His punch tore through the air with overwhelming speed, carrying both explosive flame and violent thunder as it smashed straight into the body of the tester with crushing force. The screen flickered violently before the number 3041 flashed across it. Su-hong stared at the result in disbelief, clearly caught off guard by how high it was. He muttered under his breath, shocked that a 30% strike had somehow broken past 3,000. Standing beside the damaged tester, Su-hong rubbed his hands while the realization sank in. Just 30% of his fused power had already surpassed the level of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. When he glanced at his own status and saw that his vitality was still only 123, even he could not help but sigh at how frightening that result truly was. If fusing only 2 attributes could create this kind of destructive force, then what would happen if he managed to combine all 7? The thought alone made Su-hong's heart race with excitement, as if a much larger door had suddenly opened in front of him. He watched the intertwined flames and lightning dancing across his palm, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Since 2 attributes had worked, then next time he would challenge himself by trying to fuse 3. Later, Su-hong lay flat on the rooftop, completely drained. His shirt was off, sweat covered his body, and he looked as if every bit of strength had been squeezed out of him by training. He breathed heavily while small lights drifted around him in the air. Fusing 2 attributes had already been painfully difficult, but trying to add a 3rd was on a completely different level. He had rearranged the patterns of all 7 energies again and again, yet no matter how he adjusted them, he still made no real progress. Even so, Su-hong could not stop imagining how powerful he would become if he succeeded. He opened the system panel again, wondering whether raising the levels of his techniques might help him break through this barrier. The screen displayed his level 1 techniques, including thunder, flame, and water, and that reminded him of something important. The monthly exam was tomorrow, and he needed martial value badly. The next day, students gathered across the grounds of Star City No. 1 High School, filling the area with noise and restless energy. Under everyone's eyes, the principal walked onto the stage and prepared to announce the details of the exam. The principal looked over the crowd and declared that this month's exam would be different from the ones before, because the pressure on the front line had grown heavier. A special training camp would now be held every year to select the most promising geniuses. He went on to explain that the training camp would provide resources ordinary students could barely imagine, including powerful martial arts, rare pills, and even instruction from Grandmaster level experts. The top 3 students in this exam would earn the right to enter Star City's training camp. The moment those words spread through the crowd, the students exploded with excitement, shouting about the genius training camp. Some were even more shocked to hear that a Tier 7 Grandmaster might personally teach there, especially since the principal of their own school was only Tier 3. Su-hong stood among the students with a tired look in his eyes, staring forward while his thoughts turned. President Wu had told him that if he took first place, she would give him a spot. But now the principal was saying the top 3 would all receive spots anyway. Wasn't that the same thing? At that moment, a friend beside Su-hong leaned over and told him that Chen Shan and Li Tu had already become Tier 1 martial artists, and that several others had also learned Thunder Rush Fist. Su-hong looked genuinely confused. He had only been absent for 10 days, so how had they already managed to break through so quickly? His friend quickly explained that the principal had asked instructor Chen Tian to give them private lessons. Thanks to that, Chen Shan and Li Tu's vitality had already passed 100, and their Thunder Rush Fist could now produce 3 echoes when they used it. Just then, Chen Shan and Li Tu stepped forward from the crowd with confident expressions. One of them declared that he wanted everyone to know who the real genius was, while the other answered with a cold smile, saying he hoped that confidence would still remain after someone was beaten down. After the principal left the stage, instructor Chen Tian walked beside him and asked whether he had found the genius who had used the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li shook his head, saying he had searched everywhere, but he did not believe that person came from their school. As the 2 of them continued talking, a sudden burst of noise rose from behind them. Both men paused and turned around, their attention immediately drawn toward the disturbance. A man in a black suit was walking toward them with 2 others at his side. It was Jiang Ming, Su-hong's spear teacher, and he had brought Li Ming and Li Yan with him. Jiang Ming smiled as he approached, jokingly asking Principal Li why he looked so gloomy. Principal Li's eyes narrowed as he asked why Jiang Ming had come here. Jiang Ming only smiled wider and looked over the students, casually saying they seemed rather weak. Since he had brought 2 disciples with him, he suggested that after the exam the first-place student should have a spar with them. Principal Li's expression immediately tightened. He understood Jiang Ming's intention at once. This man had clearly come to embarrass him, and if Principal Li refused the challenge outright, it would be no different from admitting that his school had no real talent. Jiang Ming continued with a smug tone, saying that since the students looked so weak he would understand if Principal Li was too afraid to accept. Chen Tian's face darkened at once, and he snapped back, asking whether Jiang Ming had come here deliberately looking for trouble. Nearby, Jiang Ming's student, Li Yan, suddenly pointed toward the crowd of students with a tense expression. He told his teacher there was bad news. Su-hong was here. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, confused, and asked which Su he was talking about. Jiang Ming turned his gaze toward the students, scanning the crowd until his eyes landed on the figure standing near the back. The moment he saw that face, he instantly recognized Su-hong. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in shock, and he could not stop himself from shouting out loud. It was him. It was that same little monster again. Su Hong simply looked back at them with a calm expression, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smile, as if their sudden arrival did not bother him at all. Jiang Ming froze on the spot, his eyes widening as cold sweat began to gather on his forehead. Only then did he finally realize that the terrifying kid they had been talking about was actually a student from Star City No. 1 High School. His gaze shifted toward Li Yan and Li Ming, and his expression immediately became troubled. If his two disciples really ended up fighting Su Hong, there was no way they would come out on top. To keep himself from losing face in public, Jiang Ming knew he had to avoid this match no matter what. So Jiang Ming quickly forced a bright smile onto his face and waved the matter off, telling Principal Li not to get angry because he had only been joking. He immediately said there was no need for any competition, even calling his own disciples trash compared to the students here. Li Yan and Li Ming understood the situation at once and lowered their heads, conceding without hesitation. But Principal Li and Chen Tian did not see it that way at all. Their faces darkened with anger, both of them believing Jiang Ming was deliberately mocking them with sarcastic words. Not long after, the scene shifted to the arena, where a loud announcement echoed through the venue, calling match number 666 to begin and naming Su Hong as the next contestant. Up in the stands, Su Hong's friend watched with visible anxiety. When he realized Su Hong's opponent was already a quasi-martial artist, his heart immediately tightened, thinking this draw was far too unlucky. He shouted down towards Su Hong, telling him not to force himself and warning him not to get injured so early in the exam. Across the stage, Chen Peng stepped forward with a confident look, his eyes locked on Su Hong. He asked coldly whether Su Hong planned to walk off the stage by himself, or if he needed to be beaten down first. Chen Peng clenched his fist and prepared to charge in, his posture full of confidence. But before he could even react properly, Su Hong had already made his move. In a blur, Su Hong vanished from where he stood and appeared directly in front of Chen Peng. Then, with one clean and effortless strike, he smashed into him and sent Chen Peng flying backward.
The force of the blow flipped Chen Peng completely upside down in mid-air. A moment later, his body slammed hard onto the arena floor, crashing down in a miserable heap.
The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Then, one student finally blurted out in disbelief, asking when Su Hong had become this fierce, while the others could only stare with wide eyes, too shocked to speak. Su Hong remained standing calmly amid the drifting smoke, his posture steady and relaxed. At that moment, everyone finally understood what they had just witnessed. He had defeated a quasi-martial artist with a single move. Su Hong stood quietly over his fallen opponent, while the crowd erupted into disbelief around him. Students shouted that they could not understand how he had become so strong, and some even began to suspect that he had already stepped into Tier 1. Before the shock had fully settled, the announcement came that the final match would be taking place next. In the stands, Chen Tian stared fixedly at Su Hong, his brows furrowing as he wondered where this student had suddenly come from and why he had never joined the private tutoring sessions. Beside him, Principal Li looked even more regretful, blaming himself for failing to notice such a talent earlier. Principal Li felt as if he had nearly wasted a rare genius by not properly training Su Hong sooner. Chen Tian also frowned in thought, saying Su Hong looked strangely familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember where he had seen him before. Soon, their attention shifted back toward the stage, where the semi-final match between Chen Shan and Li Tu was about to decide who would enter the final round. As they watched the fight unfold, it quickly became clear that Chen Shan and Li Tu were almost evenly matched. Their strength was so close that even the teachers could not easily tell which one would win. On the stage, Li Tu stared at Chen Shan and warned him that since both of them could use the Three Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Shan would need his strongest move if he wanted any chance of victory. The next instant, Li Tu rushed forward and launched his attack with full force. Li Tu charged in, fiercely bringing his fist down with explosive power. Chen Shan shouted as he raised his arms to block, and the moment their strength collided, a blast of wind swept violently across the arena floor. Flames suddenly burst from Chen Shan's fist, wrapping his hand in burning energy. He roared for Li Tu to watch carefully, declaring in front of everyone that he was the true #1 student of the school. The watching students immediately shouted in shock, recognizing that Chen Shan had actually mastered attribute externalization. The blazing fire attribute around his fist was especially powerful, second only to thunder in their eyes. But Li Tu did not look frightened at all. He stepped forward with a smirk as energy began flowing around his arm like liquid metal, then scoffed that attribute externalization was nothing worth bragging about. The students gasped all over again when they saw that Li Tu had also externalized his attribute. Even more shocking, his attribute was metal, a force considered even stronger than fire when used in direct combat. Metallic chains began swirling around Li Tu's fists. circling his arms like living weapons. With that sharp power gathered around him, he suddenly dashed forward to attack. His punches erupted with 5 heavy echoes in a row. Chen Shan's expression changed instantly when he realized Li Tu was not using the 3 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, but the much stronger 5 Echoes version. A violent collision followed immediately. Li Tu's strike blasted Chen Shan backward, sending ripples of force and shockwaves spreading across the entire arena. Principal Li and Chen Tian were both stunned by what they had just seen. Principal Li realized that Li Tu had been hiding his true strength all along, while Chen Tian could not help marveling at the fact that in only 10 days, Li Tu had mastered both attribute externalization and the micro-level Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li's expression grew serious as he said the final match might already be meaningless. In his eyes, Su Hong had no way to overcome Li Tu's metal attribute. Chen Tian sighed as well, saying Su Hong might have had a chance if he had learned a guidance technique. But Jiang Ming suddenly spoke with complete confidence, placing a $50,000 bet on Su Hong. Principal Li was shocked and called him crazy for betting on someone who supposedly did not even have a guidance technique. Chen Tian, however, laughed happily, feeling as if easy money had just fallen into his hands. Soon, the final battle officially began, with Li Tu facing Su Hong on the stage. The students in the arena erupted into cheers, some shouting Su Hong's name while others urged Li Tu to win. Under all those excited voices, the 2 fighters stepped into position. Li Tu looked at Su Hong with a confident smile and told him that he had been lucky to make it all the way to the finals without running into either him or Chen Shan earlier. Su Hong remained completely calm, his expression barely changing. After spending time hunting real beasts, most of these students no longer seemed threatening to him, but Li Tu at least looked strong enough to be called a proper opponent. Li Tu grinned and called Su Hong the second strongest student here, as if he were generously admitting Su Hong's place. Su Hong only looked at him quietly and asked a simple question: if he was second, then who was first? Li Tu stomped the ground hard beneath his feet, his confidence swelling as he declared that the number 1 position naturally belonged to him. The moment his words fell, Li Tu launched himself forward and attacked without holding back. As he rushed in, he claimed that a single move would be enough to show Su Hong the enormous gap between them. The students immediately panicked when they saw Li Tu open with the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Many of them thought the match was already over for Su Hong, but just then, Su Hong's eyes lit up with a golden glow as a powerful force began gathering deep inside his body. Flames burst around Su Hong's fist as he charged straight toward Li Tu. Instead of backing away, he wanted to use this clash to test the true limits of his physical body. The crowd screamed in alarm, calling Su Hong crazy for not dodging such a dangerous attack and choosing to meet Li Tu head-on instead. Their fists slammed together with a thunderous explosion, and the ground beneath them trembled from the impact. Neither side backed down, and the 2 continued clashing again and again, sending bursts of violent energy through the air. Su Hong faced the thunderous attack directly without retreating a single step. Li Tu's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Su Hong had stopped his 5 Echoes fist almost instantly, matching it with only 5 punches of his own. The fight continued at a brutal pace, their fists colliding in a storm of rapid blows. Around them, whipping chains of energy tore through the air as the arena shook under each exchange. Li Tu gritted his teeth harder with every clash. Each punch from Su Hong felt unbelievably heavy, as if he was no longer fighting an ordinary student, but some kind of monster wearing a human face. In the stands, one teacher cried out in shock after realizing that Su Hong was matching Li Tu evenly without using any martial skills at all. Su Hong's friend could not hold back either, shouting that his raw strength was absolutely terrifying. The officials watching from above were just as stunned. Chen Tian guessed that Su Hong might have some kind of special physique, while Principal Li suddenly burst into laughter, pride filling his face as he realized their school had produced another incredible genius. However, Chen Tian quickly pointed out that even though Su Hong's strength was astonishing, Li Tu still held an advantage because his condensed attribute power was already active. Another fierce collision sent both fighters sliding backward across the stage. Su Hong steadied himself while flames burned around his fist, but Li Tu was the one forced back several meters before finally regaining his balance. Humiliated and furious, Li Tu shouted that he would be the one to win. Blue lightning surged around both of his arms, crackling brighter and stronger as he pushed his power even higher. Then Li Tu lunged forward again, his fists wrapped in violent energy chains as he rushed straight at Su Hong, demanding that he admit defeat. Su Hong's gaze sharpened as he watched Li Tu's aura surge higher than before. He could immediately tell that Li Tu was no longer testing him or holding anything back. This time, Li Tu had truly decided to attack with his full strength. And since Li Tu had already gone all out, Su Hong's expression became a little more serious as well. If his opponent was willing to show everything, then Su-hong decided he should at least respond with a proper respect. Flames suddenly erupted around Su-hong's fist, burning brighter as his body leaned forward. In the next instant, he sprinted straight toward Li Tu's incoming attack, choosing to meet that power head-on. A burst of lightning exploded across the arena, lighting up the stage in brilliant flashes. Li Tu's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted in disbelief as he realized that Su-hong could also use attribute externalization. In the stands, Principal Li and Chen Tian both trembled where they stood. Golden lightning spread through the arena like a storm breaking open, leaving the two of them staring in stunned silence, unable to find the right words. They could hardly believe that Su-hong had already mastered the thunder guidance technique. Chen Tian's face tightened with awe as he explained that if Su-hong truly had a special physique and also possessed the thunder attribute, then his combat potential was simply terrifying. Su-hong and Li Tu crashed into each other once again, and the entire stage seemed to burst apart with flashing lightning and whipping energy chains. Every collision sent sparks and force blasting outward in all directions. As the clash continued, Li Tu's confidence began to crack. With growing alarm, he realized that Su-hong's thunder attribute was actually overpowering his own metal attribute. Lightning coiled tightly around Su-hong's body, crawling over his arms like golden serpents. He looked straight at Li Tu and calmly said that since Li Tu had revealed his ultimate move, then he would respond properly. Su-hong's eyes glowed with a fierce golden light. The power around him gathered to a frightening level as he announced his own ultimate move, then charged forward using Thunder Rush Fist. His strike landed with explosive force, and the impacts rang out one after another in rapid succession. Each echo slammed into Li Tu like a heavy wave, driving him backward as 9 explosive bursts tore across the arena. Li Tu cried out in disbelief, shouting that 9 echoes were impossible. But before he could steady himself, blood burst from his mouth and his body crashed hard onto the ground under the force of Su-hong's attack. Su-hong remained standing above him, calm and steady, while thunder continued crackling around both of his fists. The golden arcs of lightning made him look completely untouchable in that moment. For a moment, the students around the arena fell completely silent. Every face froze in place, their eyes wide with pure shock as they struggled to process what they had just seen. Then someone finally broke the silence and asked if Su-hong had really won. In the next breath, excitement exploded through the crowd as everyone realized the truth. Su-hong had reached the perfect realm, 9 echoes, a level that even surpassed the teachers. Chen Tian stuttered as he stared at the arena in disbelief, unable to keep his voice steady. Principal Li was trembling as well, but his eyes burned with excitement as he declared that Su-hong was not merely a genius, he was the dragon of Star City High. Chen Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, already imagining what would happen at the training camp. If the other so-called geniuses there had to face a monster like Su-hong, they would probably be crushed so badly that their confidence would collapse. As Su-hong turned and walked away from the stage, Chen Tian watched him with deep admiration. He said that once a golden carp meets the wind, it transforms into a dragon, and a place as small as Star City could no longer contain someone like him. Principal Li nodded in agreement, his gaze still following Su-hong's back. He predicted that Su-hong would rise like a true dragon, shining even brighter in the imperial capital and later on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. By the time Su-hong returned to his cramped apartment building, the sun was already sinking toward the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the old walls and narrow walkways. Inside the apartment, the atmosphere was simple but warm. Su-hong's uncle had prepared an ordinary dinner, and as soon as Su-hong stepped through the door and said he was home, his uncle immediately looked up and asked how the exam had gone that day. Su-hong smiled and told them that he had taken first place in the monthly exam. His uncle's face instantly filled with shock and joy, while his auntie quickly realized what that ranking meant. If he was first, then he could finally enter the special training camp he had mentioned before. But before their small celebration could continue, a sudden round of loud knocking slammed against the door, instantly interrupting the warmth inside the room. From the hallway, a woman's sharp and rude voice rang out, demanding to know whether this was Su-hong's home. Su-hong opened the door with a confused look on his face. Behind him, his uncle and aunt leaned out nervously, peeking past his shoulders to see who this unfamiliar visitor could be. Standing outside was a wealthy-looking woman, dressed in expensive clothes, with jewelry shining on her hands and neck. She introduced herself as the mother of a student named Lin Nian, then explained her reason for coming. Since only the top 3 students could enter the training camp, and her son had ranked 4th, she wanted Su-hong to give up his spot. With an arrogant expression, she lifted a thick stack of cash and held it out toward Su-hong. Her offer was simple, $30,000, as long as he dropped out and let her son take his place. Su-hong and his family did not reach for the money. Instead, they simply stared at her in silence, looking far more confused by the sudden bribe than tempted by it. When the woman saw that the money did not immediately move them, her face twisted with anger. Her tone changed at once, and she began threatening them, shouting that the competition inside the training camp was extremely cruel and that people could actually die there. Then she looked around their poor apartment with open disdain, sneering at their family background. She claimed that giving up early would be for Su-hong's own good because other students had high-grade pills and powerful resources that a family like his could never afford. Those harsh words immediately frightened Su-hong's auntie. Her face turned pale, and she looked at her nephew with fear in her eyes, asking whether what the woman said was true and whether the training camp was really that dangerous. Su-hong's uncle gently placed a hand on his wife's back, trying to calm her down, while Su-hong stood in front of them in silence, quietly taking in their worry. After a tense pause, his uncle looked straight at Su-hong. Sweat gathered on his serious face as he asked whether Su-hong could truly guarantee his own safety if he chose to go. Su-hong stepped forward without hesitation, his posture steady and confident. Looking at his uncle and aunt, he declared that he could guarantee his own safety. The rich woman immediately scoffed and asked his uncle whether he really believed the promise of a child. But his uncle snapped back without hesitation, defending Su-hong on the spot. He shouted that Su-hong was already an adult, that he trusted his own nephew, and that he would never choose to believe a complete stranger over his own family. With nothing left to say, the woman was forced to leave in defeat. The door slammed shut behind her, cutting off her arrogant presence from the apartment. Out in the hallway, she stood there furious, her face twisted with anger. She looked back at the closed apartment door and cursed them bitterly, shouting that they were only waiting to be eliminated from the training camp. Inside the apartment, the tension slowly settled. Su-hong's uncle looked at him and asked whether he had deliberately hidden the danger of the training camp from them, while Su-hong tried to reassure them that everything would be fine. His uncle then broke into a broad smile and gave Su-hong a firm thumbs up. He admitted that he was just a simple man, but he understood one thing clearly. If Su-hong had the determination to face those difficulties, then their family had to support him with everything they had. Suddenly, Su-hong's aunt slapped his uncle on the back, breaking the heavy mood so abruptly that both Su-hong and his uncle were startled. She told Su-hong that they did not care about his ranking at all. What mattered most to them was that he came back safe. Su-hong's expression softened into a warm smile, and he nodded quietly. With their blessing behind him, the pressure in his heart finally eased. Later that night, Su-hong stood alone on the rooftop, facing the distant city skyline as lights flickered across the buildings under the dark sky. He thought about his uncle and aunt, knowing that even though they had chosen to support him, they were still secretly worried deep down. Su-hong silently promised himself that he would not let them down. To protect this new life they had built together, he had to become stronger. He opened his system interface and checked the numbers carefully. From the monthly exam, he had gained 285 martial value points, but as he stared at the screen, he still felt that it was far from enough. Then his eyes moved to his mortal body stat, which currently stood at 36.1%. Thinking about the powerful geniuses he would soon face at the training camp, all of them likely carrying secret moves and strong resources, Su-hong made his decision. For now, the best way to compete with them was to strengthen his physical body first. He began pouring points into his mortal body stat. Red energy flashed around him in pulsing waves, wrapping his body as the percentage on the screen slowly climbed higher, point by point. When the upgrade finally ended, steam rose from Su-hong's body as if his muscles had been tempered from within. His mortal body had reached 64.6%, but he quickly realized he was still far from 100%, and he could not help wondering what kind of special body type would awaken once he completed it. Just then, Su-hong noticed something unexpected on his status screen. His eyes narrowed in confusion when he saw that both his Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had somehow advanced to level 2 without him even realizing it. Su-hong thought back carefully and realized that over the past few days he had only practiced the guidance techniques normally and had not done anything special at all. That made him wonder whether there were no extra conditions for leveling them up and whether steady cultivation alone was enough to make them improve. Wanting to test that idea right away, Su-hong decided he would try raising them one more time. Lightning began crackling in one hand while fierce flames blazed in the other. And as the two powers gathered, he focused his energy and prepared to continue cultivating. The next morning, dawn slowly broke over the city, and the first rays of sunlight spilled across the skyline, washing the tall skyscrapers in a pale golden glow. Su-hong suddenly opened his eyes, and after an entire night of focused training, his gaze looked sharper than before, calm, clear, and full of concentrated strength. He was still sitting cross-legged, with fire and electricity swirling around his body like two restless storms. His hard work had clearly paid off, because a new message appeared before him, confirming that both his Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had successfully risen to level 3. Su Hong opened his status panel and checked it with visible satisfaction. Not only had the two techniques leveled up, but his vitality had also climbed by 3 points, reaching 126. To him, that extra increase was an unexpected bonus, and his mortal body progress now remained at 64.6%. At the same time, all of his martial value had been completely used up. Later that morning, Su Hong stood outside his old apartment building with his weapon resting over his shoulder, ready to head for the training camp. His aunt looked at him with deep worry in her eyes, softly reminding him to stay safe and telling him that if things became too difficult, he could always come back home. His uncle quickly cut in, telling his wife not to say such unlucky and depressing things right before Su Hong left. Then he waved at Su Hong with exaggerated enthusiasm, encouraging him to go to the camp and bring back another first-place victory. Su Hong smiled, gave a confident reply, and then turned to leave. As Su Hong walked farther down the quiet street, his uncle's strong and cheerful act slowly began to collapse. He stood at the entrance, trembling slightly as he watched his nephew's back grow smaller in the distance. Tears finally rolled down his uncle's face, and all the emotions he had been holding back came spilling out. His aunt looked at him and teased him gently, asking if he was not just as worried as she was. The uncle admitted that of course he was worried, but he had forced himself to endure it, because if Su Hong saw his fear, the boy would only become more worried about them. Meanwhile, Su Hong continued down the street with his weapon over his shoulder, but before long, his sharpened senses picked up something approaching from the distance. He lifted his head just as a red sports car came speeding around the corner, tires screeching against the road before it stopped sharply right beside him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing President Wu Lingshan seated inside with sunglasses on. Without wasting a single word, she simply looked at Su Hong and ordered him to get in. Before long, the red sports car was racing along the highway, cutting through the morning wind as the city gradually fell behind them. Su Hong turned toward her and asked why the president had come to pick him up in person. Wu Lingxian kept her eyes on the road, her tone steady, and explained that there were several important things she needed to remind him about before they reached the training camp. Then she glanced over at him, and the relaxed mood inside the car immediately became more serious. As the president, she told him she already knew quite a bit about the other participants who would be entering this camp. Wu Lingxian warned him that among those students were a few true monsters. Some of them had already reached the high stage of Tier 1, and they were only one step away from breaking into Tier 2. She continued in a heavier tone, emphasizing that those monsters were not only strong in raw stats, but also possessed martial skills that were at least B rank. Su Hong listened quietly while weighing the situation in his mind. He knew that becoming a Tier 2 martial artist required 200 vitality points, and the gap between that and his current level was not small. Even so, he felt no fear. After all, even if those people had B-rank martial skills, his system gave him the ability to master high-level techniques at a speed others could not imagine. Wu Lingxian continued, telling him that his talent was the strongest she had ever seen, but compared with those wealthy students, he lacked the resources they had been raised with. Her voice softened slightly as she comforted him, saying that even if he suffered setbacks in the camp, he did not need to take it to heart, because surpassing them was only a matter of time for him. Su Hong smiled with calm and genuine confidence, then thanked her in a relaxed tone, calling her Sister Wu. Wu Lingxian quietly observed him for a moment. Even after hearing that his current stats and skills were behind some of the others, Su Hong remained completely composed, without the slightest trace of panic. Seeing that, she thought to herself that at least she did not need to worry about his mindset breaking under pressure. Later, a black van carrying the students wound its way through the mountain roads, moving deeper and deeper into the scenic but dangerous Tianlin Mountains. Inside the vehicle, the students were far from calm. Li Tu and Li Ming were especially shocked when they realized the camp was being held in a place famous for fierce beasts. Wu Lingxian tried to steady their nerves, telling them that a Grand Master would be presiding over the camp, so their lives should not truly be in danger. Su Hong sat quietly in his seat, silently analyzing everything around him. He knew that this mountain range stretched across several cities and was filled with dense spiritual energy, but that same environment also gave birth to beast kings powerful enough to rival Tier 7 Grand Masters. This was not an ordinary scenic mountain area. It was a brutal place ruled by the law of the jungle, where beasts fought and survived through pure cruelty and strength. The danger here was extremely high. Even an ordinary Tier 2 martial artist would not dare to casually step into this area without careful preparation. As the van sped along the forest road, the movement of the vehicle began to draw attention from the surrounding wilderness. Deep within the shadows between the trees, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared, belonging to bears and other monstrous creatures that glared at the intruders passing through their territory. Feeling the killing intent drifting from the woods, Li Tu and Li Ming broke into nervous sweat. Their bodies tensed as they feared that a beast might suddenly burst out and attack the vehicle without warning. Su Hong, however, felt the opposite. Instead of fear, excitement began to rise inside him. He could tell that the training camp competition would be as ruthless as the slaughter among beasts, and that intense pressure was exactly the kind of feeling he liked. After some time, the vehicle finally reached the campsite, where the students stepped out and joined the crowd that had already gathered there. Standing among the many participants, one student could not help wondering aloud just how strong the other people in this camp would be. Not far away, they saw a group of intimidating young martial artists standing together, each with a serious expression and a powerful aura that made them impossible to ignore. Facing the pressure coming from those rivals, Li Tu and Li Ming could only stand there in awkward silence, their earlier confidence visibly shrinking. Su Hong noticed the mood of his companions and gave them a confident smile, using that simple expression to steady them and signal that it was time to move forward. With his weapon resting over his shoulder, Su Hong took the lead and marched ahead, while Li Tu and Li Ming followed after him. But just as they were about to continue, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of them and blocked their path. An official in a suit stood there and told them that they had to wait until everyone arrived before the camp entrance assessment could begin. The students were immediately surprised because none of them expected a test to start so soon. Su Hong looked toward the road and saw the remaining participants finally arriving. When he watched luxury cars roll through the mud one after another, he frowned slightly, thinking that these rich family students had really made everyone wait for them. Bodyguards quickly stepped forward and opened the doors of those expensive vehicles, and the atmosphere around the campsite changed almost instantly. 3 prominent figures stepped out, drawing everyone's attention at once. Students began whispering about them. Xiao Nan, the orange-haired woman, Lin Xinghe, dressed in white, and Wang Tiantuo, the muscular son of the city lord, known by the title Barbarian God. Those elites walked forward with an air of superiority, and the ordinary students instinctively moved aside, making a path for them without needing to be told. As the 3 of them took their places among the participants, the pressure in the air grew noticeably heavier, and the whole campsite seemed to fall under a tense silence. Su Hong immediately recognized them as the geniuses Wu Lingxin had mentioned earlier. But instead of feeling afraid, his eyes carried a trace of interest because he was eager to see what kind of skills they actually had. Once everyone had gathered, the assessment finally began and the officials stepped forward to address all the students assembled at the campsite. He announced that the true training camp was not located here at the entrance, but 30 kilometers deeper inside the Tianlin Mountains. To earn the right to enter, each student needed to obtain a special token. Those tokens had already been surgically placed inside local beasts, which meant the participants would have to hunt the beasts themselves if they wanted a place in the camp. The rule immediately made the students uneasy. Li Ming and Li Tu whispered nervously to each other, realizing that traveling 30 kilometers through this mountain range was extremely dangerous. Deep in the mountains, one wrong encounter with a high-level beast could easily become fatal. Su Hong, however, remained completely calm. In his eyes, the 8-hour time limit was not only a challenge, but also a rare opportunity to kill more beasts and earn extra martial value along the way. One student quickly raised a concern, asking what would happen if they ran into a beast far above their level. The official answered coldly that they would be eliminated, though a rescue team would step in to make sure they did not die. The crowd immediately broke into protest, complaining that the rules were unfair and depended too much on luck. After all, even a strong student could be eliminated simply because they happened to run into a beast they could not handle. The official's expression instantly hardened, and he snapped at the protesting students without a trace of patience. He told them the world had never been fair, and if they could not even accept this, then what would they do on the real all-heavens battlefield, stand there complaining to the enemy? His voice grew even colder as he shouted that the rules of the battlefield were brutally simple. Avoid danger when you could, crush the weak when you had the advantage, and use numbers when strength alone was not enough. If they were afraid of running into powerful beasts, then they needed to rely on caution instead of whining. At that moment, a young man in a suit stepped forward and openly agreed with the official. He looked at the students who had complained with a sneer, calling them trash and telling them that if they were already scared before entering the mountains, they might as well quit right now. His words immediately angered a rugged-looking student who stepped out and challenged him on the spot. But the man in the suit only looked more arrogant, calling him a coward and coldly threatening to cripple him if he dared to make a move. Before the tension could explode, the official cut in and stopped them. He declared that fighting was forbidden here at base camp. But once they entered the mountains, everything changed. Snatching tokens, ambushing others, and attacking fellow participants were all within the rules. The two students glared at each other with clear hostility, their eyes sharp and full of anger. Even without saying another word, both of them had already marked the other as a target for later. Su Hong listened from the side and immediately understood the hidden meaning behind the assessment. This camp was not merely allowing conflict, it was actively encouraging it. He guessed that nearly half the participants might be eliminated early, and a new idea quietly rose in his mind. If fighting between students was allowed, then this assessment was practically a goldmine for him. Battling these so-called geniuses would not only test their strength, but could also become a perfect way for him to gain more martial value. The official did not give the students any more time to argue. He cut off the discussion with a sharp command, then pressed the button that officially started the entrance test. In the very next second, the crowd burst into motion. Students rushed forward like a wave, charging into the forest with tense faces, each of them determined to pass the assessment and reach the real camp. Deep inside the woods, the man in the suit quickly chased after the rugged student from earlier. As he closed in, he kept taunting him, sneering that he would personally send him home from the assessment. The two finally stopped and faced each other among the trees. Their fists tightened at the same time, and energy began gathering around their arms as both prepared to settle the fight with one decisive blow. Their attacks collided head-on, and the force of the clash sent a shockwave tearing through the nearby trees, shaking leaves loose from the branches above them. A furious exchange followed immediately. Energy flashed through the forest in bright streaks as the two students traded blow after blow, their attacks lighting up the shadowed woods around them. High above them, Su Hong crouched on a thick tree branch and watched the fight unfold from a distance, his eyes calm but critical as he measured their strength. He had originally wanted to use this fight to judge the level of the camp's geniuses, but after watching for a short while, disappointment flashed across his face. Their power was weaker than he expected, and defeating people like this probably would not give him much martial value. With that thought, Su Hong decided there was no point wasting time here. He turned away from the branch, preparing to leave the two behind and go hunt higher-level beasts instead. Below him, the fight remained locked in a stalemate. The man in the suit sneered at his opponent, saying a pauper like him could never compare to someone backed by real family resources, while the rugged student shouted back in anger, refusing to accept the insult. The word pauper echoed through the trees, and Su Hong's body suddenly paused mid-step, as if that one word had struck something sensitive inside him. A dangerous glint appeared in Su Hong's eyes as he slowly turned back toward the two fighters. Since this martial value had practically delivered itself to his doorstep, he decided there was no reason to let it slip away. Su Hong walked out from the trees and headed straight toward the two students, his tone calm as he told them to stop. With a wooden club resting casually in his hand, he looked at them as if this were nothing serious and suggested that instead of fighting each other, they should come play with him. The man in the suit was instantly furious, glaring at Su Hong while calling him a pauper too and threatening him with a vicious tone. The rugged student also frowned, demanding to know why Su Hong was suddenly interfering in their fight. Su Hong only smirked, making it clear that he was not asking them to stop fighting completely. What he wanted was even simpler. If they were so eager to battle, then the two of them could join forces and come at him together. The rugged student felt completely insulted by those words. Forgetting his original opponent, he kicked off the ground and rushed straight at Su Hong in anger. Su Hong did not even bother stepping back. The moment the student closed in, Su Hong drove a brutal knee strike straight into his stomach, and the force sent him flying away like a broken sack. The rugged student gasped in pain as the air was knocked from his lungs. His body hit the ground hard and crumpled into a heap, leaving him unable to get up right away. The man in the suit stared at the scene with his mouth slightly open, completely unable to believe what he had just seen. A student with strength similar to his own had been taken down in an instant, and he could not understand how Su Hong had done it so easily. Before he could even fully process the danger, Su Hong's figure flashed forward and appeared directly in front of him. With terrifying speed, Su Hong looked him in the eye and calmly said that it was his turn. Fear froze the man in place. He could only watch helplessly as Su Hong lifted the wooden club, the shadow of the weapon falling across his face. The club came down with a clean, heavy strike, smashing into him and sending him collapsing to the ground, ending the fight before he could properly resist. The man in the suit was thrown through the air and slammed hard into a nearby tree. He let out a miserable scream as his eyes rolled back, completely overwhelmed by the force of Su Hong's blow. On the forest floor, Su Hong stood calmly with a wooden stick resting on his shoulder. Looking down at the two defeated students, he said this was the price they paid for looking down on ordinary cultivators. Inside the monitoring room, several instructors watched the entire fight play out on a large screen. One of them frowned and wondered where this newcomer had come from, complaining that he had simply walked into someone else's duel and knocked both fighters down in one move. Another instructor asked whether the two defeated students should now be considered eliminated. The supervisor shook his head calmly and explained that since neither of them had requested rescue, their assessment was not over yet and they would be allowed to continue. A staff member immediately lowered his head in acknowledgement, accepting the supervisor's decision without another word. Back in the forest, the man in the suit groaned weakly as his eyes slowly opened. Holding his aching face with one hand, he muttered in pain, complaining that the blow hurt far more than he expected. But the moment he tried to get up and saw the wooden stick lying nearby, panic flashed across his face. He scrambled backward in terror, yelling for Su Hong to stay away from him. Once he realized Su Hong was no longer there, humiliation quickly replaced his fear. The defeated man screamed in rage, shouting that he had never been embarrassed like this in his entire life, and swore that Su Hong had better not let him find him again. The rugged student also woke up nearby, leaning against a tree while clutching his chest. He muttered bitterly to himself, blaming his loss on underestimating Su Hong and insisting that if he had taken the fight seriously from the start, he never would have lost. For a short while, the two defeated men simply sat there in awkward silence, both bruised, embarrassed, and forced to share the same wounded pride. Eventually, one of them broke the silence and apologized, admitting that the other was actually very strong. The man in the suit nodded and apologized as well for mocking him earlier, and the hostility between them faded as they reached out and shook hands. Soon after, the two of them walked through the forest side by side like brothers who had suddenly found a common enemy. They agreed to track down Su Hong and get revenge, with the man in the suit especially determined to hit him back with that same stick just to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Su Hong was already sprinting through the forest with his spear in hand. Blue energy trailed behind him as he moved at high speed, weaving through the trees like a flash of light. Su Hong's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed movement ahead. His expression remained calm, but he could already tell that something troublesome was rushing toward him. A moment later, a herd of giant tusk boars burst out from between the trees, their red eyes glowing fiercely as they charged into view. Su Hong looked at them and complained that it was another group of low-tier boars, wondering how many of these things he had already run into since entering this beast-filled mountain range. The boars snorted heavily as they rushed closer, kicking up clouds of dust with every step. Their massive tusks sliced through the air, making the charge look even more brutal and dangerous. The entire herd roared together and rushed straight at Su Hong, their heavy footsteps pounding across the ground like rolling thunder. As the beasts closed in, Su Hong's eyes sharpened, and a golden flash passed through his gaze. His focus tightened instantly, locking onto the herd rushing toward him. In the next instant, golden lightning erupted violently around Su Hong, crackling across his body as his aura flared against the charging beasts. He swept his spear out in a broad, fierce arc, and in the next instant, streaks of crackling lightning tore across the battlefield. The glowing lines sliced straight through the charging boars, flashing bright enough to illuminate the surrounding trees and the dust beneath their hooves. Golden radiance wrapped tightly around Su Hong's arm as he drove his spear forward with overwhelming force. The weapon smashed into the herd of boars like a thunderbolt, blasting them off their feet and sending their heavy bodies crashing into the ground amid rolling dust and violent shockwaves. When the fighting finally ended, Su Hong stood alone among the sprawled bodies of the fallen beasts. System screens flickered in front of him, showing the martial Dao points he had gained, and he quickly noticed something important. Now that his strength had risen so much, the points rewarded for killing weaker beasts had dropped sharply. Su Hong let out a quiet sigh, his gaze lowering toward the dead boars around him. He knew he had to move faster and find a token soon, so without wasting another moment, he lifted his spear and began cutting open one of the boars' stomachs. As he searched through the bodies, Su Hong muttered to himself that the dozen or so low-tier beasts he had killed earlier had not given him a single token. Hoping this group might finally be different, he moved from corpse to corpse and checked each boar carefully, one after another. But the result was exactly the same. Every single corpse was empty, and not even one token could be found inside them. Su Hong narrowed his eyes, confirming his guess that only stronger, higher-level beasts were likely to carry what he needed. Half an hour later, Su Hong was already moving through the forest again at high speed. His figure flashed between the trees, and the spear in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistle as he pushed deeper into the wilderness. While running farther in, Su Hong thought back to the way this area had been before. In the past, he could easily run into more than 10 low-level beasts in a single hour. But now, after searching for so long, he had not even spotted one. Then, without warning, a furious roar shattered the silence of the forest. A huge black tiger burst out from between the trees, its red eyes glowing like burning coals as it launched itself at Su Hong with terrifying speed. A faint blue light flashed in Su Hong's eyes, and instead of retreating, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately recognized the beast before him. After all that searching, he had finally found a Tier 1 upper stage Dark Knight black tiger. Blue energy began to gather around Su Hong's fingertips, twisting and circling like a small storm. The light grew brighter with every passing second, condensing into a sharp, dazzling force that was ready to erupt. Su Hong thrust his glowing finger downward, and a piercing blue beam shot out instantly. The attack slammed straight into the tiger's body, tearing into it with brutal force, while the ground beneath the beast split apart from the impact. The Dark Knight black tiger let out a painful roar as the beam struck through it. Its massive jaws stretched open, and fresh blood sprayed from its mouth, staining the air as its fierce momentum was completely broken. The tiger's enormous body crashed heavily onto the ground, shaking the earth and leaving cracks beneath it. Dust scattered in all directions while the beast twitched, struggled, and tried desperately to rise again. But Su Hong gave it no chance to recover. Without slowing his pace at all, he tightened his grip around his spear and lunged forward, his body moving with astonishing speed across the broken ground. He spun through the air, driving the glowing spear down toward the tiger's head. The moment the weapon struck, blue energy exploded outward, and the Dark Knight black tiger released one final roar before its life was completely extinguished. A system screen appeared in front of Su Hong, showing that he had gained 35 martial Dao points. Looking at the number, he calmly remarked that with his current strength, killing a high-tier beast like this had become almost as effortless as breathing. Su Hong crouched down beside the tiger's corpse and began searching through it. Since this was a high-tier beast, he hoped there would finally be a token hidden inside its body. After cutting the beast open, Su Hong suddenly paused. A moment later, he pulled out a token slick with blood, and a low laugh escaped him as he confirmed his suspicion. The token really had been inside the high-tier beast, but it had taken him nearly 3 full hours just to find this one. Holding the blood-stained token in his hand, Su Hong quietly went over everything he had encountered so far. Low-tier boars appeared almost everywhere, but high-tier tigers only showed up roughly once every half hour. The deeper he went, the stronger the beasts became, but their numbers also grew much thinner. He glanced back at the corpse of the Dark Knight black tiger lying on the ground. High-tier beasts gave far more points than the weaker ones, but if he could only find one every 30 minutes, hunting them was clearly not efficient. Compared to that, the weaker low-level beasts were far more common. Even if each one gave fewer points, killing them in large numbers would let him accumulate martial Dao points much faster. Su Hong closed his fingers around the token, and a confident smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. For earning points, he decided that quantity mattered more than quality. With that decision made, he continued forward through the forest. He was determined to use the remaining 5 hours to gather enough martial Dao points and push his mortal body progress all the way to its limit. As Su Hong moved on, he soon stepped into a clearing drenched in blood. The ground ahead was scattered with deer corpses that had been torn apart, their remains spread messily across the grass. The clearing was not filled with deer alone. The bodies of the boars Su Hong had killed were also lying all over the area, turning the place into a gruesome field of fallen beasts. Just as Su Hong finished killing another boar with his bare hands, a massive bear with glowing red eyes suddenly lunged at him. Its huge claws came swinging down from above, aiming to crush him in one brutal strike. Su Hong reacted instantly. His body twisted to the side with incredible speed, and he spun away from the sudden attack just as the bear's claws tore through the space where he had been standing. Flames wrapped around Su Hong's fist as he charged straight toward the beast. After cutting down dozens of low-tier creatures, he had finally run into a mid-tier beast, and his eyes sharpened with renewed focus. His flaming punch shot forward like a fired cannon. The force slammed into the bear's huge body, blasting it off the ground and sending it hurtling backward through the forest. The bear smashed into a rock wall with a heavy crash, roaring in pain as blood burst from its mouth. Even then, it struggled to push itself up, its massive body trembling from the blow. In the bear's shaking eye, Su Hong's figure was already reflected again. Before the beast could recover, he had leaped through the air and was closing in for another strike. Su Hong brought his fist down hard, driving a beam of fiery energy straight into the bear's head. The impact exploded through the ground beneath them, sending violent shockwaves rolling out in every direction. The overwhelming force dragged the bear's body across the earth. Carving a path through dirt and debris, it finally crashed into a thick tree with enough power to snap the trunk apart. When the dust slowly settled, Su Hong stood there covered in blood and dirt, his breathing still steady. He calmly realized that now that his mortal body had surpassed 60% progress, he could kill mid-tier beasts using only the raw strength of his physical body. A system panel appeared before him, displaying his current stats and 254 martial Dao points. He still needed just over 100 more points to fully max out his mortal body progress, which had reached 64.6%. The panel also showed his level 3 guiding arts and his martial skills, all of them already in a perfect state. Su Hong tightened his grip around his weapon, his expression growing more focused. With only 3 hours left, he knew he had to use every moment to collect the remaining points he needed. But before he could take another step, a deafening roar suddenly tore through the forest, shaking the trees and cutting through the air like thunder. Su Hong froze in place as the sound continued to echo around him. Sweat appeared on his face, and his eyes sharpened with alarm as he wondered what kind of creature could produce such a terrifying roar. In the next moment, a huge shadow fell over him from above. A gigantic golden bird descended from the sky, its glowing wings stirring up violent winds and swirling leaves. As its golden feathers blazed like fire in the light, Su Hong realized that this might be the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. The beast let out a piercing screech and dove downward, its enormous body wrapped in blazing energy as it rushed toward the forest below. The force of its descent ripped through the trees like a storm. Violent shock waves spread outward, tearing across the forest and sending leaves, branches, and dust flying everywhere. Su Hong braced himself against the roaring wind, gripping his spear tightly as the pressure slammed over him. The Beast King's power was terrifying beyond expectation. Just a single flap of its wings had created a shockwave strong enough to devastate the area. A violent crash rang out nearby as a massive tree split apart. Its thick trunk snapped under the overwhelming force, collapsing with a heavy boom that shook the ground. Su Hong leaped onto a broken stone as the shockwave swept past beneath him. Wind howled around his body while he steadied his footing, looked up toward the sky, and wondered what kind of beast could unleash such power. Pressed back against a cliff, sweat sliding down his face, Su Hong finally admitted that he had grown too complacent. Standing before power on this level, he understood that compared to true top-tier experts, he was still nothing more than an ant. Then his eyes suddenly widened. High above the forest, through the violent wind and golden light, he noticed something else approaching. The Golden Rock Beast King hovered in the sky with its vast wings spread wide, its blazing feathers shining as it dominated the air above the forest. Another figure was closing in from the distance, also wrapped in brilliant golden light. It was Rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli, his entire body surrounded by a fierce flaming aura. He declared his name as Qin Tianli, saying he had only borrowed this territory and questioned why the Beast King had come back. The Golden Rock Beast King immediately swooped downward, its sharp claws stretched out and ready to tear through the air. With fury in its voice, it shouted that it had never agreed to lend out its territory in the first place. Qin Tianli burst forward like a blazing golden storm, his aura tearing through the air around him. With a fierce shout, he declared that he would beat the Beast King until it had no choice but to agree, and in the next instant, both sides slammed together high above the battlefield. The Golden Rock's wings snapped open, flashing with a brilliant golden sheen as its huge body twisted in the sky. Qin Tianli's fist crashed against its feathered defense with a thunderous blast, but the beast immediately beat its wings again and let out another piercing cry. Rings of light curled and spun around the Golden Rock, swelling into a powerful shockwave that forced Qin Tianli back through the air. He quickly steadied his body inside the golden glow around him, his expression tightening with clear irritation at the beast's shrill noise. Qin Tianli snapped that the Golden Rock was far too noisy, then charged straight back in without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the sky erupted with one rapid collision after another as his attacks hammered forward. Bursts of golden power exploded again and again against the massive beast, each impact lighting up the air like flashes of lightning. The two figures clashed violently in midair, their force shaking the sky above the assessment grounds. Qin Tianli's fist finally smashed hard into the Beast King's head, and the brutal blow sent feathers and blood scattering through the air. The enormous creature was knocked backward by the impact, its proud body forced to retreat under his overwhelming strength. Wrapped in a calm, blazing golden aura, Qin Tianli hovered in the air as though the fight had barely disturbed him. His voice turned cold as he declared that he was only borrowing this land, then ordered the beast to leave at once, warning it not to make him say it a second time. The Beast King screeched with fury as it turned and flew off, angrily telling Qin Tianli to wait for it. Qin Tianli only lifted a hand and waved it away with complete disdain, telling the creature to get lost as if he had already forgotten the fight. Once the Golden Rock Beast King vanished into the distance, Qin Tianli remained suspended in the air for a moment. He drew in a slow breath, while strands of golden light continued to swirl around his body like flames, refusing to die down. Then Qin Tianli's voice rolled across the entire area, clear and powerful enough for everyone below to hear. He announced that he was rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli and told all the trainees not to panic because the assessment would continue as planned. Far below, Su Hong raised his head in stunned silence, watching waves of golden power spread across the sky like ripples from a divine strike. His jaw clenched as the realization struck him. This was the true strength of a rank 7 martial artist. A fierce light slowly gathered in Su Hong's eyes. Standing beneath that overwhelming presence, he silently vowed that one day he would climb to that same realm with his own strength. High above the ground, Qin Tianli began descending toward the base. Beneath him, the huge crater-like zone came into view, filled with the buildings and structures prepared for the trainees' assessment. Hovering above the gathered officials, Qin Tianli grumbled that the beast should have just agreed from the beginning. He only wanted to borrow the territory for a trial, yet the Golden Rock had insisted on making him fight, while the staff below stood stiffly at attention. Among the officials, the rank 5 martial artists Lin Zi and Bai Mu could not hide their admiration. They quietly remarked that Grandmaster Qin was even more terrifying than the rumors claimed, especially after seeing him defeat the famously durable Golden Rock Beast King. Qin Tianli casually brushed aside their praise, showing no interest in being flattered. Instead, he ordered them to head to the monitoring room, saying he wanted to see which trainees had managed to endure the Golden Rock's pressure earlier, and the staff immediately followed behind him. Inside the surveillance room, rows of monitors displayed trainees sprawled across the ground after being crushed by the shockwave. Lin Zi explained that most of them had been completely unable to move once the Golden Rock's aura pressed down on them. Qin Tianli suddenly narrowed his eyes in surprise. On one of the screens, a trainee was kneeling beside the corpses of several black tigers, still calm even under the beast's terrifying pressure, and Qin Tianli immediately asked who that boy was. Bai Mu quickly checked the documents and reported that the trainee was Wang Tiantuo, a Tier 1 high-tier martial artist with blood chi 340 and 95% fire affinity. He possessed the barbarian god physique and was the son of the Star City Castellan, making Qin Tianli raise an eyebrow and joke that the Castellan treated having children like buying lottery tickets, finally drawing a winning one after more than 100 attempts. Another trainee appeared on the screen, using astonishing speed to flee the pressure zone before it could fully pin him down. Qin Tianli praised his movement skill, and Bai Mu identified him as Lin Xinghe, a Tier 1 high-tier member of the Lin family with blood chi 325 and 96% wind affinity. The footage then shifted to a girl surrounded by a glowing barrier, using that light to shield herself from the crushing force. Qin Tianli noted that she was a spiritual telekinetic and that her control was quite skillful, while Bai Mu reported that she was Xiao Nan, a Tier 1 mid-stage telekinetic from the Zhao family with blood chi 290 and 95% wood affinity. Qin Tianli gave a satisfied nod, acknowledging that those three had handled the pressure with ease and clearly stood above the other trainees. When he asked whether there were any other promising talents, Bai Mu began listing names from the Lin and Wang families, but her voice hesitated as she realized nearly all the top performers came from Star City's powerful clans.
Qin Tianli frowned as he listened. Bai Mu explained that the dozen names on the list all had Tier 2 combat power and had managed to withstand the aura, but Qin Tianli immediately questioned why every standout came from a major family. He specifically asked about the school students, especially those from number 1 high, and Bai Mu answered that they were only Tier 1 early-stage students, with the 3 from number 1 high having just recently broken through. Qin Tianli waved his hand dismissively, saying he would not waste time looking, and that number 1 high clearly did not live up to its reputation.
At that moment, Lin Zi suddenly cried out in shock and pointed toward one of the screens. His voice instantly drew everyone's attention, and all three of them looked up at the monitor together. On the screen, Su Hong was still fighting, his weapon cutting down another ferocious beast as if the earlier pressure had not drained him at all. The sight stunned them because after enduring the Golden Rock's aura, he still had enough strength left to continue hunting. Bai Mu's body gave a visible tremble, and even her voice began to stutter. Staring at the image on the monitor, she blurted out that this was the monster from Star City number 1 high. Lin Zi immediately scolded her, telling her not to lose control in front of the Grandmaster. His tone was sharp, as if he was trying to remind her that they were rank 5 martial artists and should not be so easily shaken. Qin Tianli said nothing at first, but when Lin Zi glanced down at the report, his own expression changed as well. He started trembling and repeated the word monster with wide eyes, prompting Qin Tianli to glance at the two of them and remind them that as rank 5 experts, they should have already seen plenty of geniuses. Qin Tianli could not help asking why the two of them were making such a huge fuss. He even added, with a slightly awkward air, that their temperaments still were not steady enough for people of their level. But the moment Qin Tianli lowered his gaze and read Su Hong's report for himself, his own eyes widened uncontrollably. In his heart, he nearly screamed, wondering whether this boy could even be considered human. The report listed Su Hong's details clearly: 18 years old, from number 1 high, Tier 1 early stage, and only blood chi 123. Yet, he had already perfected as C-rank martial art, produced a physical strike with 3004 combat power, rivaling a Tier 1 high-level fighter, and he was also suspected to possess a special physique, a full 100% affinity for all 7 elements while cultivating all 7 at the same time. Qin Tianli's hands trembled as disbelief spread across his face. He muttered that a freak like this had somehow come from a place like Star City, and then realized this was not merely a once-in-a-century talent, but the kind of rarity that might appear only once in 1,000 years. That shock quickly turned into wild excitement. Qin Tianli clenched the report tightly in his hand, his eyes glowing red with delight, and shouted as though he had uncovered a priceless treasure, saying that he had truly struck gold. But then he suddenly paused, confusion cutting through his excitement. He demanded to know why someone with such terrifying talent was still only Tier 1 early stage with blood chi 123, and Bai Mu hurriedly explained that Su Hong was cultivating all 7 guiding techniques at the same time. Grandmaster Qin instantly erupted in frustration, saying that it was no wonder Su Hong's level was still so low. In his eyes, cultivating 7 techniques at once was a dead-end path that even an immortal would struggle to survive, and he angrily questioned how Su Hong had managed to advance at all, growling that the local Martial Arts Association president should have stopped him long ago. Just then, a staff member stepped in and reported that trainees had begun arriving at the camp. Qin Tianli pushed down his frustration, gave a brief nod, and said they would go outside to take a look. Outside the camp, the first 3 trainees had already arrived and respectfully greeted him. Wang Tiantuo stepped forward with a salute, addressing himself as a junior, while Qin Tianli looked over the 3 of them and praised them as very good. By the 6th hour of the assessment, more students began staggering toward the camp, one after another. Some complained with pale faces that they had nearly died out there, while another reminded them that they had just survived an encounter involving the Golden Rock Beast King. After 7.5 hours had passed, even more trainees gathered inside the camp. As Qin Tianli watched from nearby, some of the early arrivals claimed that no one else was left and suggested ending the assessment, while another scoffed that anyone still outside must simply be weak. But Qin Tianli's mind was fixed on one person, Su Hong. He wondered where that boy had gone, and a trace of panic crossed his face as he feared that the freak talent he had only just discovered might have gotten lost or even been eliminated. A few minutes later, Qin Tianli finally spotted a figure emerging from the direction of the forest. Relief immediately washed over him, and he silently thought that the brat had finally decided to show up. Su Hong stepped out from between the trees, dragging his spear behind him, his clothes smeared with dirt and splattered blood. He muttered that he had made it just in time, admitting that he had been so focused on earning martial value that he had almost forgotten the deadline. As Su Hong entered the camp, the surrounding trainees turned to stare at him in shock. One whispered that Su Hong was truly ruthless, while another noticed he did not seem injured at all and wondered just how many beasts he had killed to end up that filthy. The 2 men Su Hong had embarrassed earlier glared at him from nearby, their faces dark with resentment. One of them shouted that he had been waiting for Su Hong, but the other quickly stopped him, telling him not to rush because they would have plenty of chances once they were inside the camp. Nearby, the 3 elite trainees also watched Su Hong closely. One of them called him an expert for managing to pass right at the deadline. Another found the whole thing interesting, and Wang Tiantuo, with his eyes closed, gave only a simple nod. As the sun began to sink toward the horizon, Instructor Lin Zi stepped forward before the gathered trainees and announced that the 8-hour limit had officially ended. Anyone who had not arrived was eliminated, and with that settled, he began explaining the camp's facilities and rules. Instructor Lin introduced the main facilities prepared for the trainees, pointing out the gravity room, the movement skill training room, and the ferocious beast combat room. Each place was clearly meant to sharpen a different part of their strength. Then he pointed toward a large building standing inside the camp, calling it the Martial Arts Pavilion. Inside that pavilion, trainees could spend contribution points to purchase martial arts, pills, and weapons, with some items reaching as high as a rank. Among the seated trainees, Su Hong remained calm despite being covered in blood and grime from the forest. Hearing about the resources inside the camp, he quietly thought that choosing to come here had indeed been the right decision. But Instructor Lin's next words immediately brought out the true rules of the camp. He explained that every facility here required contribution points to use, meaning that nothing in this place could be obtained for free. The only way for the trainees to earn contribution points was to clear the camp's training subjects through their own ability. And if anyone performed far beyond the standard, they would not only pass, but also receive additional rewards for standing out. By the time the sun began sinking behind the camp, Instructor Lin finally dismissed the trainees. He told anyone who still had strength left to begin training right away, while those who were injured should follow him to the dorms and rest, firmly promising that under his watch no trainee would be allowed to die here. When Su Hong stepped into his assigned dorm, he paused in surprise and looked around the room. It was actually a private single room, which meant he could finally cultivate, improve, and level up quietly without worrying about anyone watching him. Later that night, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the bed and calmly opened his status screen. His blood chi had reached 126, his spirit was 26.5, and his mortal body had risen to 64.6%. His thunder guiding technique and heavenly flame guiding technique were both at level 3, all 3 of his martial arts had reached perfection, and he still had 354 martial value left. After taking a steady breath, Su Hong decided to pour every last bit of it into upgrading his mortal body. The moment he made that choice, a fierce surge of power erupted around him like red flames bursting from within his body. Countless glowing notifications flashed before his eyes, one after another, each one showing his mortal body increasing by 1 point as the crimson energy continued tempering and strengthening him. At last, a new message appeared, announcing that his mortal body had reached 100% and was now beginning to evolve. Su Hong's eyes snapped open in an instant, crimson light burning in his pupils as his breathing surged outward like a storm breaking loose. Su Hong's physical evolution truly began, and intense red energy flooded through him from head to toe. Glowing points and lines spread across his body like a mysterious map, marking every part of his newly strengthened flesh as it transformed. He remained seated in meditation on the floor of his dorm room, his body completely still while the air around him turned wild. A fierce vortex of spiritual energy spun around him, making the quiet room feel as if it had become the center of a raging storm. When the entire process finally came to an end, Su Hong slowly exhaled. White steam drifted from his refined body, rising off his skin as if the intense transformation had forged him like metal pulled from a furnace. Su Hong lowered his gaze and inspected his new physique, feeling the power packed into every muscle and bone. The sheer strength of his physical body left him amazed, as if he had become something far beyond what he had been only moments ago. His system interface appeared before him again, revealing the result of the evolution. He had unlocked the Overlord body, and according to the system's description, this physique represented the existence with the strongest physical strength in the world. Su Hong then noticed another detail. The Overlord body was only at spirit rank 0%. That meant it was not the end at all, and it could still continue to upgrade, making him wonder what kind of heaven-defying form it might evolve into next. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Su Hong wanted to test just how terrifying his extraordinary new body had become. He reached for his jacket and picked up his black spear, ready to head out and measure his current limits. But the instant his fingers wrapped around the spear shaft, something unexpected happened. The metal let out a sharp crunch beneath his grip, cracking as if it were no stronger than brittle wood. Su Hong froze and stared at the damaged weapon in shock. Only then did he realize that his casual grip now carried enough force to crush and snap C-rank alloy, a material known for being extremely tough. For a brief moment, panic flashed across his face. He could not help lamenting that C-rank spears were incredibly expensive, and with one careless squeeze, he had practically destroyed a small fortune. Fortunately, Su Hong quickly remembered that he had not actually bought this spear at all. He had looted it for free back in the wilderness, so the loss did not sting quite as badly. Still, it made one thing clear: his old equipment could no longer withstand his strength, and he needed to earn camp contribution points as soon as possible so he could exchange for an A-rank alloy spear. With that thought in mind, Su Hong strode out of his room and into the hallway with steady confidence. As he walked, he began planning his next move, wondering whether wearing a few hundred kilograms of training weight would make it easy for him to earn contribution points. Inside the camp's equipment warehouse, a large crowd of trainees had already gathered. Their eyes were fixed in awe on Wang Tiantuo, who stood at the center of the attention like a monster showing off his strength. Even while carrying a massive 3,000-kilogram weight, Wang Tiantuo moved as if the load barely mattered. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air effortlessly, stunning everyone watching. From the sidelines, Lin Xinghe and Zhao Nan watched with clear amazement in their eyes. They could not help commenting on Wang Tiantuo's monster-like strength, because an ordinary Tier 1 martial artist would only be able to withstand a small fraction of that terrifying load. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Grandmaster Qin Tianli observed the warehouse feed with interest. Seeing Wang Tiantuo's performance, he praised the power of the barbarian god body, clearly recognizing how suited it was for raw physical strength. The conversation in the room soon turned back to Su Hong. Bai Mu looked toward Qin Tianli and asked how they should handle Su Hong's flawed path of cultivating 7 guidance techniques at the same time. Qin Tianli understood that directly lecturing a proud genius would likely have the opposite effect. So instead of confronting Su Hong with words, he decided to make the boy realize his mistake through a hard lesson he would not easily forget. With that decision made, Qin Tianli turned to instructor Lin Zi and asked about the progress of the secretly arranged night raid. It was a planned ambush meant to strike the trainees when they least expected it. Lin Zi's lips curled into a wicked smile as he thought about what was coming. He could already imagine the despair on the students' faces once they realized that passing the entrance exam did not mean they could finally relax. To carry out this lesson properly, Qin Tianli specifically ordered Lin Zi to send a powerful Tier 1 high-stage martial artist to crush Su Hong with overwhelming force. Once Su Hong was completely defeated, Qin Tianli planned to step in, explain why cultivating 7 techniques at once was impossible, and force him to abandon that path. The staff could not hide their concern. Su Hong's vitality was far lower than that opponent's, and sending someone with more than 400 vitality and 5,000 combat power against him might not just defeat him, it could shatter his confidence completely. But Qin Tianli dismissed their worries with a cold expression. In his eyes, if Su Hong's resolve could collapse from just that level of pressure, then no matter how talented he looked on paper, he would be nothing more than trash. Meanwhile, out in the camp, Su Hong overheard other trainees hurrying excitedly toward the gravity room. From their chatter, he learned that they were all rushing over to watch Wang Tiantuo train. Su Hong had no interest in forcing his way into a crowd right away. Since everyone had left, he headed into the now empty equipment warehouse instead, planning to check out the excitement at the gravity room later. Inside the equipment warehouse, Su Hong picked up his smart scoring bracelet and examined it closely. This device was what the camp used to calculate and record his contribution points during training. As he wandered deeper into the room, Su Hong passed by the racks of lighter training equipment without stopping. Then his steps halted in surprise in front of a rack holding 10-ton weight vests forged from super heavy alloy, making him wonder what kind of person could possibly wear something that absurdly heavy. Curious about the limits of his new body, Su Hong decided to try on one of the 10-ton vests, but after feeling the crushing pressure settle over him, he quickly realized that, although he could bear the weight, it severely restricted his speed and stamina, making it unsuitable for long-term training. After weighing the feeling for a moment, Su Hong chose not to force it. He took off the 10-ton vest and decided to swap it for a 5-ton version instead. Once the 5-ton vest was on, Su Hong began rapidly leaping around the warehouse to test his movement. After a few quick bursts of speed, he found that the load challenged him without dragging him down too much, making it perfectly suited to his current physical condition. Thinking about the other geniuses in the camp, Su Hong could not help wondering how much weight Wang Tiantuo and the top-tier trainees had chosen. Since they were already at the Tier 1 high stage, he assumed they had to be at least as strong as him, or perhaps even stronger. Wanting to learn more about how those top geniuses trained, Su Hong left the warehouse. He planned to observe their cultivation methods for himself and see what he could take from them. Outside, a large crowd had gathered in front of a pyramid-shaped gravity room. The trainees were still buzzing in disbelief, stunned that Wang Tiantuo had entered the facility without removing his 3-ton weight vest. A monitor outside the gravity room displayed Wang Tiantuo training inside under 2 times normal gravity. The crowd quickly pointed out that under that pressure, his 3-ton vest effectively became a grueling 6-ton load pressing down on his body. Standing at the back of the crowd with his arms crossed, Su Hong was genuinely surprised when he heard that Wang Tiantuo's base vest was only 3 tons. Compared to his own comfortable 5-ton load, that sounded unexpectedly light, and only then did Su Hong realize that he had completely underestimated how tough and superior his newly evolved overlord body truly was. Su Hong soon noticed his former schoolmates, Chen Shan and Li Tu, standing nearby. He walked over to them and asked why they were not entering the gravity room to cultivate like the others. Chen Shan and Li Tu looked defeated, their shoulders low and their confidence clearly shaken. They explained that the gap between them and the top-tier geniuses was simply too massive, and if they trained right now in front of everyone, they were afraid of being compared and humiliated. Su Hong let out a quiet sigh and patted one of them on the shoulder. He was clearly disappointed that they would allow pride and fear of comparison to stop them from improving, especially when this camp was meant for pushing past their limits. Even though they warned him to wait until the crowd had left, Su Hong did not hesitate. Ignoring their anxious advice, he walked straight toward the brightly lit pyramid-shaped gravity room with calm confidence. The moment the gathered trainees saw him approach, mocking voices immediately rose from the crowd. They assumed Su Hong was arrogantly trying to surpass Wang Tiantuo's record, calling him brainless and shameless, especially because he did not appear to be wearing any weight suit at all. Su-hong paid no attention to their taunts and stepped through the entrance without slowing down. In his mind, facilities this expensive and heavily funded were usually controlled by elite aristocratic families, so now that he had a chance to use one, there was no way he would let it slip by. Inside the high-tech training room, Su-hong calmly evaluated his limits. Since the 5-ton weight vest was hidden beneath his tracksuit, setting the room to double gravity would make his body endure 10 tons of force, a crushing load he estimated he could only withstand for about 10 minutes. After thinking it through, Su-hong decided not to chase a short burst of intensity. To train for a longer period and make better use of the room, he reached for the control dial and adjusted the setting to 1.5 times gravity instead. The instant the gravity increased to 1.5 times normal, heavy, invisible pressure slammed down over Su-hong's entire body. He gave a low grunt as his muscles tightened, forcing himself to brace against the sudden weight pressing into every inch of him. Outside the gravity room, the crowd had no idea that Su-hong was secretly carrying a 5-ton vest beneath his tracksuit. Watching him struggle on the monitor, they immediately burst into laughter, mocking him for barely enduring what they believed was just 1.5 times gravity with no extra weight at all, which only strengthened their belief that the last trainee to finish the entrance assessment was nothing but weak. Meanwhile, Su-hong ignored every voice outside and focused entirely on his training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor with a fiery red aura flickering around him, he quickly realized that the heavy pressure made cultivating his guidance technique far more difficult, but that was exactly why the high-end facility worked so well, because his cultivation speed was rising at a shocking rate. After enduring that crushing pressure for a full 2 hours, Su-hong still remained seated inside the gravity room. His posture was steady on the floor, and the fierce red aura around him continued to burn as he pushed his cultivation deeper and deeper. Sweat poured down Su-hong's face and soaked into his clothes, but he did not stop. Gritting through the strain, he kept his focus locked on the training, while a sharp blue glow gradually lit up in his eyes. All that exhausting effort soon paid off when Su-hong checked his system panel. To his satisfaction, his water, earth, and wind guidance techniques had each risen by 1 level, and even his vitality had climbed from 126 points to 130 points. Su-hong finally forced himself to stand, his body heavy from the pressure, then reached out and shut off the gravity machine. Feeling how effective the room had been, he could not help looking forward to the camp's other facilities, especially the movement technique room and the ferocious beast room. Completely drained, Su-hong staggered out of the facilities step by step. Thick sweat ran down his face, and he raised a hand to wipe it away as his body slowly adjusted after leaving the heavy pressure behind. The moment Su-hong came out, 2 trainees waiting outside immediately seized the chance to ridicule him. They were still under the wrong impression that he had trained without any weight equipment and had nearly collapsed under only a basic gravity setting. Thinking he had struggled at just 1.5 times gravity, they laughed at his exhausted appearance, and one even arrogantly claimed he could sleep all night under those conditions. Su-hong ignored their empty taunts and only complained that his gear was unbearably hot and poorly ventilated, then casually unzipped his tracksuit, revealing the massive 5-ton weight vest hidden underneath the entire time. The instant the 2 mocking trainees saw the heavy equipment under Su-hong's clothes, their laughter died in their throats. They stood frozen in place, staring at the vest as if their minds had completely shut down. Even after seeing Su-hong remove the weight vest, the 2 trainees still failed to understand its true weight. They assumed it was probably only around 500 kilograms and tried to recover from their shock. They reluctantly admitted that lasting 2 hours with that much weight was somewhat passable, but their faces still carried clear disdain. As Su-hong dropped the vest to the ground, they insisted that he was still nothing compared to the camp's top genius, Wang Tiantuo. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out nearby as the crowd noticed Wang Tiantuo finally walking out of the gravity room. The trainees immediately started marveling at him, saying he had endured 6 tons of crushing pressure for more than 2 full hours. Wang Tiantuo stepped out covered in sweat, his chest rising and falling as he panted heavily. Even so, the crowd praised his physical strength as the strongest in the entire training camp, treating his performance like proof of absolute dominance. He unfastened the heavyweight vest from his body and tossed it casually to the floor. The moment it landed, the massive impact shook the ground beneath everyone's feet, frightening the nearby trainees into stepping back. Freed from the terrible burden, Wang Tiantuo let out a breath and rubbed his sore shoulder, admitting that the weight had been extremely grueling. At that moment, Lin Xinghe walked over while casually fanning himself and challenged him to compete in the movement technique room. But Wang Tiantuo refused without hesitation, openly admitting that since Lin Xinghe cultivated an A-rank wind attribute movement technique, challenging him in agility would be nothing but stupidity. Su-hong happened to overhear their conversation, and the words, "a rank movement technique," immediately caught his attention. His gaze sharpened slightly as interest rose in his eyes. Although his newly evolved overlord body gave him terrifying raw power, Su-hong knew very well that he still lacked a truly high-level agility skill. Thinking of that gap, he gave a faint smile, realizing this might be the perfect chance to expand his arsenal. Following the flow of the crowd, Su-hong soon arrived at the dome-shaped movement technique training room. He was eager to see for himself what kind of ability the A-rank Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step really was. Inside the room, the trainees stared at the monitors in disbelief. Lin Xinghe had actually set the arrow dodging simulation to its highest possible difficulty, level 10, as if he was determined to show everyone the full power of his movement skill. On the screen, Lin Xinghe moved so fast that his figure nearly blurred. He slipped through the dense rain of flying arrows with effortless precision, weaving between the projectiles as though they could never touch him. His movements were so graceful that he even closed his eyes while gliding through the air. As he dodged, drifting pink petals mysteriously appeared around him, turning the dangerous simulation into a flashy performance that left the audience stunned. Watching that dazzling display, Su-hong calmly acknowledged that the technique was indeed impressive. Almost immediately, his system interface appeared before his eyes, revealing that simply by observing the skill in action, he had successfully copied the Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step and unlocked it at 1% proficiency. Su-hong quietly studied Lin Xinghe's movements, paying close attention to every shift of his body and every change in direction. The more he watched, the clearer the rhythm of the technique became in his mind. After observing for a while, Su-hong stepped forward to test the technique himself. His movement instantly drew the attention of the nearby bystanders, and several curious gazes turned toward him. The crowd immediately broke into laughter, treating his attempt like a complete joke. In their eyes, it was ridiculous for Su-hong to think he could grasp a complicated A-rank movement technique after watching it only once. Su-hong paid no attention to their ridicule. His consciousness slipped into the system's virtual training space, where he faced a simulated version of Lin Xinghe and began battling him directly. Inside that virtual space, Su-hong threw himself into intense practice, dodging rapid attacks again and again. With every exchange, his mastery of the technique soared, climbing quickly from 8% all the way to 93%. Before long, a system notification appeared, congratulating him for officially reaching the basic level of the technique. Su-hong stood there with visible satisfaction, thrilled that he had finally obtained his first A-rank movement skill. As the system prepared to return him to reality, Su-hong thought back on the process with a slightly awkward feeling. Having to learn through Lin Xinghe's overly flashy movements was honestly a little embarrassing. Now that he had gained what he needed, Su-hong no longer had any reason to stay in the movement technique room. His next destination was the ferocious beast room, where he could hunt beasts, earn martial value, and continue raising his vitality. But before he could move on, Su-hong suddenly noticed something strange. The entire crowd was staring at him, many of them holding up their phones to take pictures while loudly praising his dramatic and eye-catching posture. In that instant, Su-hong's face stiffened with pure embarrassment. He finally realized that while his mind had been training inside the virtual space, his real body had been acting out every exaggerated, showy pose from Lin Xinghe's technique in front of everyone. Deeply mortified, Su-hong turned and sprinted away from the area at full speed. Behind him, the crowd cheered and shouted for him to perform again, but he ignored every word and silently swore that he would never use Lin Xinghe as a template again. As Su-hong dashed away, his sharpened senses suddenly picked up something unusual. He could feel that someone was following him from behind. Not far behind him, the student in the suit now carried a wooden club, and beside him was the rugged student Su-hong had defeated during the entrance assessment. After tracking Su-hong toward the ferocious beast room, the two resentful trainees secretly planned to block the exit and ambush him the moment he came out. Soon, Su-hong arrived at the large facility known as the ferocious beast room. Even before entering, he noticed that another sizable crowd had gathered outside the building. Near the entrance doors, Su-hong overheard a tense exchange between Wang Tiantuo and Zhao Nan. Wang Tiantuo laughed as he said Zhao Nan wanted to compete with him in beast hunting to decide who was truly the #1 trainee in the camp. With arrogance in his voice, Wang Tiantuo asked whether she really thought her spiritual telekinesis could defeat his barbarian god body, clearly feeling that she was looking down on him. Zhao Nan answered with equal confidence, saying that he was the one underestimating the true power of a spirit master. The mention of a spirit master immediately intrigued Su-hong, because it was a fighting style he had never personally seen before. Instead of rushing in to earn martial value, he decided to wait and observe Zhao Nan's techniques first. Through the observation window, Su-hong looked into the simulated forest environment inside the facility. What he saw left him stunned. Xiaonan was gracefully walking down from the sky, calmly approaching a pack of black tigers below. Su Hong could not help marveling at the sight. Walking through the air was normally a miraculous feat reserved for high-level grandmasters, so he immediately realized that this must be one of the unique powers of a spirit master. Xiaonan raised one hand with calm precision, her fingers stretching forward as a soft glow gathered around her. With that simple motion, she summoned her invisible power into action. In the next instant, several streaks of blinding golden light shot forward at incredible speed. They pierced straight through the skulls of 3 Tier 1 high-stage black tigers at the same time, killing them instantly, while Su Hong watched in awe and wondered what those mysterious flowing lights were made of. Suddenly, a huge bear-like beast wrapped in a terrifying red aura lunged from behind. With a violent roar, it tried to ambush Xiaonan, while her attention seemed focused elsewhere. But before the beast could reach her, its massive body froze in place. Its eyes widened in shock, as if an unseen force had locked every part of it down. Xiaonan had used her spiritual telekinesis to seize the giant creature and lift it into the air, leaving it completely paralyzed. Watching her bind such a massive enemy so effortlessly, Su Hong's amazement only grew stronger. With a swift wave of her arm, Xiaonan guided the golden light toward the suspended beast. The glowing streak pierced cleanly through its head, executing the creature on the spot before it could struggle free. After observing the battle closely, Su Hong finally understood the truth behind those deadly streaks of light. They were not simple energy beams at all, but daggers being controlled from a distance by Xiaonan's mind. Su Hong trembled slightly, caught between excitement and realization. A spirit master could walk through the air, bind enemies in place, and control weapons from afar with telekinesis, making their abilities absurdly overpowered and more than capable of crushing ordinary martial artists with ease. Outside the ferocious beast room, both the surrounding trainees and Su Hong stared at the observation monitor in stunned disbelief. Someone in the crowd suddenly pointed at the screen and blurted out in confusion, wondering where that enormous weapon had come from. On the monitor, Xiaonan stood calmly in front of a massive snake-like ferocious beast, her expression steady and unshaken. Then, as if answering the crowd's shock, she effortlessly summoned a huge glowing golden sword out of thin air, the blade hanging above her with terrifying pressure. Xiaonan raised her arm and then swung it downward with sharp, commanding precision. The enormous golden blade immediately dropped from above, cutting through the giant snake in one clean strike and splitting its body apart without the slightest pause. Watching that impossible strike unfold, Su Hong was completely baffled. He clearly remembered that Xiaonan had not been carrying any weapon before, and a real sword of that size would have weighed several tons, making it impossible for someone to wield so casually. At that moment, Lin Xinghe stepped into the conversation, calmly walking over while fanning himself as usual. With a relaxed tone, he explained that the giant sword was not a real physical weapon, but an advanced A-rank martial skill that only spirit masters could use. The crowd instantly erupted in astonishment when they heard that another A-rank skill had appeared. Someone turned toward Lin Xinghe and asked why every top genius seemed to have such rare techniques, then wondered aloud whether Wang Tiantuo also possessed one. Lin Xinghe answered with complete confidence, confirming that Wang Tiantuo did indeed have an extremely powerful A-rank offensive martial skill. Hearing that, the surrounding trainees nearly lost hope, calling those elite students heaven-defying monsters who lived in a completely different world. But Su Hong did not feel crushed by the gap in resources at all. Instead, a bright, eager smile spread across his face as he realized this training camp was full of elite A-rank martial skills, and with his system, every one of them was like a treasure waiting to be copied. Coming here had truly been the right choice. The trainees then turned their attention back to the monitor, where Wang Tiantuo was shown smashing a Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast with a single punch. After watching closely, they quickly realized he was not using any martial skill at all, but crushing his opponent purely with overwhelming physical strength. Since Wang Tiantuo was not displaying any technique worth copying at the moment, Su Hong quietly lost interest and turned away. He decided he could look for another chance to learn from Wang Tiantuo later, when the man actually used his hidden skill. Inspired by Xiaonan's incredible display, Su Hong opened his system panel and checked his own attributes. His spirit stat was only 26.5, and since becoming a spirit master required his spirit to exceed 100, he was still short by 73.5 points. After calculating it carefully, Su Hong realized he would need exactly 735 martial value points to close that gap. Blue energy gathered in his palm as excitement rose inside him, and he immediately resolved to go on a massive beast-hunting spree to farm every point he needed. Meanwhile, the student in the suit and the rugged student were still secretly following him from a distance. Keeping themselves hidden, they watched Su Hong enter one of the testing arenas inside the ferocious beast room. Seeing that the rest of the camp's attention was focused on Wang Tiantuo and Zhao Nan's training, the two resentful trainees believed no one would interfere. To them, this was the perfect chance to trap Su Hong inside the facility and beat him down without anyone stopping them. Just as they were preparing to carry out their ambush, the rugged student suddenly cried out in alarm. The suited student immediately panicked and hushed him, afraid that one careless sound would expose their hiding place. The rugged student raised a trembling hand and pointed upward. Above the entrance of the facility, a large observation monitor was showing the inside of Su Hong's testing arena. When the two stalkers saw what was on the screen, their faces went pale with horror. Su Hong was standing casually in the middle of the arena, surrounded by a towering, red-eyed bear monster, giant armored scorpions, and massive stone-skinned beasts. In total, he had challenged more than 10 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts at the same time, making the two wonder if he had completely lost his mind. The rugged student stared at the scene and immediately urged his companion to find an instructor before Su Hong got himself killed. But the suited student's voice turned dry as he replied that it was already too late, because at that distance, Su Hong would be torn apart in seconds. Seeing the terrifying odds on the monitor, the two finally realized their chance for revenge had vanished inside the arena. However, Su Hong showed no fear at all and simply lowered his body into a confident fighting stance. A calm smirk appeared on Su Hong's face as he faced the surrounding horde of beasts. Without flinching, he openly taunted them to come at him and attack. Provoked by his challenge, the massive snake and the giant armored scorpion roared at the same time. Their huge bodies surged forward, rushing towards Su Hong with terrifying momentum. The scorpion's heavy strike swept toward him with brutal force, but Su Hong moved in a flash. His body blurred past the attack effortlessly, dodging it with speed so fast that the motion almost disappeared from sight. As he avoided the strike, Su Hong lifted one hand. A swirling sphere of intense blue energy gathered in his palm, spinning faster and brighter as power condensed around his fingers. In the next instant, Su Hong released the energy in a burst of brilliant beams. The blue light blasted through the surrounding beasts, sending several of them flying backward under the violent impact. Su Hong did not give the monsters even a moment to recover. His hand glowed even brighter as more power gathered, and his next attack was already forming before the dust had settled. Then he darted through the air with incredible speed, leaving behind flashes of blue light. His rapid, glowing slashes tore through the monster pack one after another, cutting down black tigers and armored scorpions in a storm of movement. Outside the arena, the two stalkers watched the one-sided massacre with their eyes wide open. The suited student wondered if he was dreaming, saying even a mid-stage martial artist would die against so many high-stage beasts, while the rugged student suddenly realized Su Hong's movement looked strangely familiar. The suited student stared harder at the monitor, and disbelief spread across his face. He finally recognized that Su Hong was using Lin Xinghe's signature movement technique perfectly, the flying swan's startling cloud step. The rugged student asked in shock whether Su Hong had really learned that skill just by watching Lin Xinghe earlier. But the suited student immediately rejected the idea, saying an ordinary student could never access such a high-grade technique, and began wondering whether Su Hong actually came from some powerful family. The suited student emphasized that mastering an A-rank technique through observation alone was basically impossible, and even as he said it, his voice carried real awe at Su Hong's talent. The rugged student, already intimidated, quietly suggested that they give up on revenge, admitting that even if they fought together, they would not stand a chance. Even though his body was trembling, the suited student tightened his grip around the wooden club and refused to back down. Gritting his teeth, he declared that whether Su Hong was a genius or came from a great family, there was no way he could simply let this grudge go. The rugged student's face stiffened with fear, and he quickly pointed back toward the monitor. He urged his companion to look again before making the mistake of actually trying to fight Su Hong. The suited student turned his gaze back to the display. In the next second, his expression shifted from stubborn anger to pure horror, and cold sweat began sliding down his face. The massacre on the screen left him completely speechless. His fingers loosened without him noticing, and the wooden club slipped from his hand, hitting the floor with a dull sound. Inside the arena, Su Hong was already resting casually on top of a slain monster's corpse. The two stalkers stared in disbelief, finally realizing that he had slaughtered all 11 high-stage ferocious beasts in just a few short minutes. Su Hong wiped away a bit of sweat and checked his interface. But instead of being pleased, he felt disappointed. Killing all those high-stage beasts had only given him 81 martial value points, making him realize that as his power grew, farming points was becoming harder and harder. Just then, Su Hong's sharp senses caught movement from the darker parts of the arena. His eyes shifted slightly as he noticed something stirring in the shadows. Several more red-eyed beasts slowly emerged from the dark enclosures, their bodies pushing into the light as they glared at him with hungry hostility. Their low growls filled the arena with fresh danger. Standing on top of his fresh kill while the new monsters roared around him, Su Hong stretched his shoulders as if warming up for another round. He decided there was no need to rest yet, because more martial value had just walked straight toward him. A massive saber-tooth-like beast suddenly leapt down from above, its sharp claws aimed directly at Su Hong's head. The creature descended with terrifying force, trying to tear him apart in one strike. Su Hong spun around instantly, his eyes calm as his fist lit up with intense golden energy. The power gathered around his knuckles as he prepared to meet the beast head-on. He struck back with a Vajra fist, intercepting the beast in mid-attack. Golden light exploded from his punch as it smashed straight into the creature's face, stopping its assault with overwhelming force. When Su Hong landed heavily on the ground, the impact sent a powerful shockwave bursting outward. The force swept across the arena and blew the surrounding beasts backward. The remaining monsters were clearly intimidated by that display of strength. Their bodies flinched, their growls weakened, and they began backing away cautiously instead of rushing toward him. But Su Hong had no intention of letting those martial value points escape. Blue light flared in his eyes as he charged straight toward the retreating monsters, determined to harvest every last point. With a powerful leap, Su Hong shot into the air and reached toward one of the giant scorpions. His hand clamped down on its armored tail before the creature could pull away. Then, using monstrous strength, Su Hong swung the giant scorpion like a massive club. Its heavy body slammed into the other fleeing beasts, smashing them aside one after another. Outside the arena, the two stalkers stood frozen in terrified silence as they watched the one-sided beating continue. Whatever desire for revenge they had been clinging to was shattered completely by the brutal scene before them. The suited student broke into a cold sweat and finally decided that maybe forgiving Su Hong was the wiser choice. The rugged student immediately agreed, urging that they should leave quickly before the monster inside finished training and noticed them. As the two hurried away from the arena, they overheard other trainees gossiping excitedly about the elite students' performances. The crowd was amazed that Wang Tiantuo had killed 9 high-stage beasts in under 10 minutes, while Zhao Nan had eliminated 8 without even moving from her spot. One nearby trainee noticed the two stalkers returning and immediately asked whether they had managed to get revenge on Su Hong. The two men broke into a cold sweat, forced stiff smiles onto their faces, and awkwardly nodded along while laughing it off as if everything had gone according to plan. Deep down, however, both of them were still trembling from what they had witnessed. They knew very clearly that if they had not backed down in time, they would probably be the ones lying on the floor right now, and the only conclusion they could reach was that this training camp was packed with monsters. At the entrance of the ferocious beast room, the automated doors slowly slid open. Wang Tiantuo and Zhao Nan walked out one after the other, both looking visibly drained from their battles, while the surrounding crowd immediately surged with praise and eagerly asked how many contribution points they had earned. Still panting from the intense training, Wang Tiantuo raised his smart bracelet and checked the number on it. He then revealed that he had earned 280 contribution points, while Xiao Nan calmly looked at her own bracelet and announced that she had gained 270. The trainees around them were instantly shocked by those numbers. Someone quickly did the math and realized that to earn that many points, the two elites must have each slaughtered somewhere around 50 to 60 ferocious beasts. Wang Tiantuo then added that his weight vest had given him an extra 100 contribution points on top of his hunting score. Zhao Nan let out a soft sigh and said that her own weight training bonus was only 50 points, clearly a bit dissatisfied by the difference. Hearing those ridiculous totals, the other trainees could only lower their heads and check their own devices in despair. Some complained that they had earned only 20 or 30 points after all that effort, while another nearly cried when he saw that he had barely gained 10. Lin Jinghe looked toward the pair and asked who had won their little competition. Xiao Nan clicked her tongue and reluctantly pointed at Wang Tiantuo, while the other trainees watched the elite trio with nervous sweat on their faces, realizing that the best they could realistically fight for was probably 4th place. The two stalkers overheard the crowd's conversation and quietly smirked to themselves. In their eyes, those people were still completely ignorant, because an even more terrifying monster, one who had surpassed the so-called top 3, was still inside the arena. An hour later, inside Su Hong's testing arena, the walls were no longer clean and intact. Heavy cracks spread across the surface, and fresh blood stained the damaged surroundings like marks left behind by a brutal storm. The floor had become a complete slaughterhouse, piled with the torn and mangled corpses of countless ferocious beasts, and in the very center of that bloody scene, one lone figure sat among the remains. Su Hong was resting on top of a slain monster's corpse, his breathing heavy after the long battle. Sweat, dirt, and blood covered his body, making him look as if he had crawled out of a battlefield rather than a training room. Even with the stamina granted by his overlord body, fighting non-stop for more than an hour had left Su Hong thoroughly exhausted. When he checked his interface, frustration flickered across his face because he was still short of the 735 martial value points needed for his next upgrade. But when Su Hong looked at his smart bracelet, his mood immediately improved. His camp rewards showed 700 contribution points in total, 400 from hunting beasts and another 300 from his weight vest, making him perk up as he wondered what he could buy at the martial arts pavilion. Under the quiet starlit sky, Su Hong made his way to the martial arts pavilion. The grand traditional building stood within the camp, glowing with warm light that spilled from its windows into the night. Inside the pavilion, Su Hong stood at the counter and flipped through the inventory ledger in front of him. Across the counter, a female receptionist dressed in a pink suit sat with a bored expression, clearly not expecting anything interesting from him. As Su Hong scanned through the catalog, he noticed that basic Tier 1 pills were priced between 10 and 50 contribution points. However, the A-rank techniques were on a completely different level, with prices reaching 2,000 to 3,000 points each. Realizing that A-rank skills were far beyond his current budget, Su Hong shifted his attention to the medicinal items instead. The pill prices were much more reasonable, and most importantly, the catalog included spirit-gathering pills, exactly the kind of medicine he needed to raise his spirit stat. The receptionist glanced at him and asked if he had decided what to exchange his points for. At the same time, she quietly judged his Tier 1 cultivation level and assumed that a student like him was probably too poor to afford anything truly valuable. Su Hong ignored her subtle attitude and directly asked whether spirit-gathering pills could permanently increase spiritual power. The receptionist confirmed that they could, but explained that the effect only worked the first time and higher-grade pills would naturally give better results. After hearing that confirmation, Su Hong continued scanning the list with more focus. Soon, his gaze stopped on the highest quality option available, a Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill, priced at 500 contribution points. Without hesitation, Su Hong looked up and calmly asked for a Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill. His direct order instantly startled the receptionist, making her expression shift from boredom to surprise. Still, assuming he was just a poor student, pretending to be confident, the receptionist reminded him that the pill cost 500 points, not 50. Su Hong remained completely unbothered, simply confirmed the purchase again, and raised his wrist. He tapped his smart bracelet against the payment terminal. The screen immediately flashed his 700-point balance, and the receptionist's eyes widened on the spot as her earlier assumptions shattered. Her attitude changed almost instantly, becoming warm and enthusiastic. With a blushing smile, she carefully presented the pill to him in an ornate box, and after thanking her, Su Hong asked whether they also carried dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears. The receptionist quickly confirmed that they did and added that the spear cost only 200 contribution points. Still smiling flirtatiously, she thanked her handsome customer for his business, clearly treating him much differently than before. Later that night, the moon hung high above the camp, casting a quiet glow over the dormitory area. The once busy training grounds had finally settled into silence. Inside Su Hong's room, his new weapon rested against the wall. It was a C-rank Thunderfire spear forged with both thunder and fire attributes waiting quietly beside him. Sitting on his bed, Su Hong reviewed the glowing interface in front of him. His vitality and elemental techniques had both improved, and he still had 490 martial value points left, leaving him satisfied because the progress he made in a single day had already surpassed what most people achieved in an entire week. Then Su Hong opened the ornate box, revealing the glowing spirit-gathering pill inside. He calculated his current stats carefully, knowing his base spiritual power was only 26.5, and even if he converted all 490 martial value points, he would still remain short of the requirement. That gap would leave him 25.5 points away from the 100 spiritual power needed to become a spirit master. Holding the pill up under the light, Su Hong silently hoped that this Tier 4 medicine would provide exactly the missing 25.5 points he needed. With that hope burning in his chest, Su Hong looked at the pill with a determined smile and a fierce glint in his eyes. Then he swallowed it in one motion, fully resolved to break through and become a spirit master. The glowing green medicine, smooth and pearl-like in appearance, immediately began to activate inside his body. A vibrant stream of green energy flowed through Su Hong's body, spreading along his internal pathways. Wherever it passed, his energy channels lit up as if being cleansed and awakened. Almost immediately, Su Hong felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The pill's gentle power soothed his exhausted nerves, easing the strain left behind by a full day of brutal training. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su-hong felt his mind grow clearer and calmer. His senses expanded outward, allowing him to perceive the entire room around him with a sharpness he had never felt before. After a moment, Su-hong slowly opened his eyes. A bright blue light glowed within them, giving his gaze an unusually sharp and mysterious edge. He immediately checked his system interface to see the result. The Tier 4 pill had raised his spirit stat by 24 points, bringing it up to 50.5. Su-hong quickly calculated the total again. But the result made him freeze. Even with his 490 martial value points added to his new spirit stat, he would only reach 99.5, leaving him just 5 points short, and he could not help regretting that he had not killed one more beast. In the end, Su-hong could only accept that he would have to wait until tomorrow. Pushing aside his frustration, he lay down on the bed and allowed himself to rest. Elsewhere in the brightly lit camp warehouse, staff members began gathering together. The room was filled with movement as the instructors assembled for the next stage of the camp's arrangements. Several instructors dressed in dark uniforms stood together, discussing the new trainees while reviewing their profiles. Each file gave them a clearer picture of the students they would soon be dealing with. One man looked toward Bu Jingfeng and asked why someone from the prestigious Martial Dao University had been summoned to work with them on training new recruits. His tone made it clear he found the arrangement unusual. Bu Jingfeng scoffed at the question, clearly unimpressed. He dismissed the recruits as fake geniuses and claimed that people at their level were not even qualified to be his sparring partners back in high school. The bald instructor laughed and pulled out Wang Tiantuo's profile, showing that the trainee's vitality had already reached 340. That was a level Bu Jingfeng himself had never reached at the same age, and the number immediately caught him off guard. Then a gray-haired instructor showed Lin Xinghe's profile, pointing out that his vitality had also exceeded 300. A mustached instructor followed by adding that his own assigned student was even a spirit master, making the group's lineup look far stronger than Bu Jingfeng had expected. Bu Jingfeng looked down at his own assigned target and immediately became confused. Su-hong's stats seemed far too low, and he questioned why he had been given a Tier 1 trainee with only 123 vitality when the others had all been assigned powerful opponents. The other instructors were just as bewildered because Bu Jingfeng was clearly the strongest among them. They could not understand why someone of his level had been assigned what looked like a weak target, and they even wondered whether Grandmaster Qin Tianli had made a mistake. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin Tianli walked into the warehouse with Lin Zi and Bai Mu beside him. His appearance immediately silenced the discussion, and he calmly confirmed that there had been no mistake at all. Bu Jingfeng immediately complained to the Grandmaster, feeling that the assignment was an insult to his ability. Qin Tianli, however, looked at him and clarified that Su-hong's true combat power could already rival a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. The instructors were left completely stunned, their faces tightening with disbelief as they stared at the results. None of them could understand what kind of monster could unleash that level of power while having only 123 points of vitality. Qin Tianli only said that part of Su-hong's information was classified and that Bu Jingfeng would naturally understand once he fought him. Bu Jingfeng could only let out a reluctant sigh, saying that with his vitality already close to 500, going against Su-hong almost felt like bullying a weaker kid. Qin Tianli's patience ran out at once. Annoyed by Bu Jingfeng's attitude, he raised his hand and smacked him hard on the head, telling him to stop running his mouth and focus on the mission. Then he gave the order clearly. Bu Jingfeng was to use his full strength and beat Su-hong so badly that the boy would start doubting his own life. Bu Jingfeng rubbed the sore spot on his head, looking at Qin Tianli with a doubtful expression. He asked whether the Grandmaster secretly had some kind of grudge against Su-hong and warned that if he accidentally crippled the kid during the fight, he was not going to take responsibility for it. But Qin Tianli only revealed a dark, almost sinister grin. Instead of stopping him, he urged Bu Jingfeng to be as ruthless as possible, even promising rewards if Su-hong truly ended up crippled. Seeing that terrifying smile, Bu Jingfeng suddenly felt a wave of pity for Su-hong before the mission had even begun. With everything arranged, Qin Tianli gave the command to start the operation. The instructors immediately moved out, their figures flashing away as they rushed to carry out the planned ambush. Deep into the night, the entire training camp had fallen into silence. Outside the dorm buildings, snow lightly covered the ground, and the cold air made the already quiet camp feel even more still and deserted. But that silence was shattered in an instant. Inside the dorms, masked instructors kicked through doors one after another, storming into the trainees' rooms and launching a brutal surprise attack before anyone could react. Panicked cries erupted all across the dormitory. Trainees shouted in confusion, some screaming in fear, while others desperately begged for even a few seconds to put on their clothes before being dragged into the chaos. Su Hong was jolted awake by the sudden commotion outside. He sat up sharply in bed, listening to the crashing sounds and frantic shouting, and immediately realized that the camp had been hit by a sneak attack. His eyes locked onto the door of his room. The door was still shut, but in the next instant, two huge slash marks ripped through the wooden surface from the outside, carving deep, violent lines across it. A moment later, the entire door exploded apart. Bu Jingfeng burst into the room through the shattered wood, a sword gripped in his hand and wrapped in purple energy, while a confident smirk spread across his masked face. Without giving Su Hong any time to breathe, Bu Jingfeng swung his blade and released a cross-shaped strike. The attack tore through the floor with terrifying force, but Su Hong reacted almost instantly, pushing off the ground and leaping backward just in time to avoid it. Broken pieces of wood and concrete flew through the room as the attack landed. While moving through the dust and debris, Su Hong suddenly remembered the rumors about assassins, and his eyes sharpened as he wondered whether this masked attacker came from that hostile faction. Su Hong landed steadily a short distance away, his feet touching down without panic. The moment he regained balance, he reached out and seized the new spear he had prepared. With the room already half destroyed around him, Su Hong tightened his grip on the spear and settled into a guarded stance. He watched the masked attacker carefully, unable to determine just how strong this person really was. Bu Jingfeng did not give him much time to think. He sprang forward and leaped into the air, raising his sword high as a massive arc of purple energy gathered along the blade and came crashing down. His confidence was written all over his posture. As he attacked, Bu Jingfeng mocked Su Hong coldly, calling him an unlucky Tier 1 brat who had run straight into disaster. But the moment Su Hong heard him speak and felt the aura coming from his body, his thoughts changed. This was not an alien assassin at all. His opponent was clearly a human Tier 1 martial artist. Instead of fear, a confident smile slowly appeared on Su Hong's face. Once he understood who he was facing, the situation no longer looked like danger to him. It looked like unexpected good fortune. Su Hong immediately made the calculation in his mind. If he could defeat this opponent, he would gain exactly the 5 martial value points he still needed, bringing him one step away from becoming a spirit master. Still in midair, Bu Jingfeng's eyes suddenly widened. To his shock, Su Hong was not retreating or dodging anymore. Instead, the trainee stepped forward with his spear, choosing to meet the descending strike head-on. Their weapons smashed together in a blinding burst of light. Su Hong's spear slammed into Bu Jingfeng's purple energy blade, and the impact lit up the ruined room like a sudden flash of lightning.
Bu Jingfeng's expression changed as the force pushed back against him. Sweat formed on his forehead, and through clenched teeth he was forced to admit that Qin Tianli had not exaggerated. This boy's power really did rival that of a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist.
The longer the clash continued, the more panic rose in the instructor's chest. Bu Jingfeng could clearly feel that Su Hong's physical strength was far beyond what any normal Tier 1 martial artist should possess. Su Hong, however, remained completely steady. A red aura began wrapping around his body as he pressed his spear forward, showing no fear at all, because fighting high-stage Tier 1 enemies was already something he had grown used to. Then Su Hong let out a powerful battle cry, and the strength in his body erupted all at once. The pressure from his spear surged forward like a wave crashing through the room. With one fierce upward sweep, Su Hong shattered Bu Jingfeng's defense completely. The stunned instructor was blown backward by the force, his body flying away as the impact tore through his guard. Bu Jingfeng skidded across the broken floor, his arms trembling so badly that he could barely keep hold of his sword. Terror flashed through his eyes as he stared at Su Hong, unable to stop himself from wondering whether this trainee was even human. Forcing himself to regain his footing, Bu Jingfeng poured purple fire into his blade. He declared that a real fight was not decided by raw strength alone, and as the flames gathered, he prepared to unleash his elemental skill. Su Hong looked at the glowing sword with clear interest. It was his first time seeing a fire attribute art in action, and as he watched the purple flames dance, golden lightning began crackling around his own spear. The purple flames on Bu Jingfeng's sword burned brighter and stronger. The fire wrapped tightly around the blade as he continued gathering power, making the entire weapon pulse with dangerous energy. Bu Jingfeng leaped high into the air, and a glowing purple cross formed around his sword. Looking down at Su Hong, he taunted him directly, challenging the trainee to see whether he could withstand a true B-rank martial art. With a sharp shout, Bu Jingfeng brought his weapon down. The purple cross erupted from the blade as he released the full force of his flame-slash technique. Su Hong planted himself firmly and channeled golden lightning through his spear. The instant he felt the power behind the incoming strike, he realized its might was even stronger than his own B-rank void-breaking finger technique. Even so, Su Hong still refused to dodge. He thrust his spear upward, driving his lightning energy into the attack and using it to block the falling purple energy blade head-on. The two elemental forces collided violently, and the room exploded with terrifying force. The floor shattered beneath them, chunks of concrete blasted into the air, and the entire dorm seemed to shake from the impact. As the dust rolled outward and the force of the explosion faded, Su Hong descended lightly from the air. His feet touched the broken ground with almost effortless control. When the smoke finally cleared, Su Hong stood there completely unharmed, his spear still in his hand. Across the ruined dorm room, Bu Jingfeng stared up at him in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Sweat ran down Bu Jingfeng's face as the truth hit him. Su Hong had blocked a B-rank skill using only raw thunder energy without even relying on a proper formal technique. At that moment, Bu Jingfeng finally understood Su Hong's talent and why Qin Tianli had demanded that he go all out. Still trying to preserve his pride, Bu Jingfeng forced himself to speak. He pointed out that Su Hong clearly lacked proper thunder spear techniques, then claimed that without real techniques to support him, Su Hong would still be easy to defeat. Su Hong was not bothered at all. He gave a faint smirk as golden lightning continued to crackle along his spear, calmly admitting that Bu Jingfeng was right. He did not have any thunder spear techniques. But in the next moment, red flames suddenly surged from Su Hong's body and wrapped around the tip of his spear. The fire flowed together with the golden lightning, merging so smoothly that the two powers looked as if they belonged together from the start. With fire and lightning swirling around him at the same time, Su Hong stood tall and confident in the ruined room. Across from him, Bu Jingfeng's voice caught in his throat as he stammered in disbelief at the impossible sight before his eyes. The instructor's face turned pale, sweat dripping as his eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe that this trainee had not only controlled two attributes, but had also perfectly executed an advanced attribute fusion right in front of him. Su Hong faced Bu Jingfeng directly, his stance steady and fearless. In his hands, the spear burned with a fierce mixture of red flame and golden lightning, the two powers twisting together along the weapon's edge. Bu Jingfeng stood frozen, sweat sliding down his face as he stared at the dual attribute fusion. This was something he had always believed existed only in legends, yet now it was burning right before his eyes in the hands of a trainee. Fire seemed to flare from Su Hong's eyes as he suddenly moved. Gripping his spear tightly, he lunged straight toward Bu Jingfeng with the fused power blazing around him. Bu Jingfeng clenched his teeth and forced himself to swing his weapon in response. A powerful wave of purple energy erupted from his blade, sweeping forward to stop Su Hong's charge. The purple blade wave crashed violently into Su Hong's lightning-infused spear. The two forces slammed together with a fierce impact, filling the broken dorm room with flashing energy and the sound of tearing air. Su Hong forced his way straight through the incoming strike, his spear driving forward with unstoppable momentum as a roaring surge of fused elemental power burst from the tip. In the next instant, that violent storm of energy swallowed his opponent whole, flooding the room with overwhelming force. The impact was far beyond anything Bu Jingfeng had expected. His defense cracked apart under the crushing pressure, and blood sprayed from his mouth as shock flashed across his face, leaving him stunned by just how terrifying Su Hong's destructive power truly was. Before Bu Jingfeng could even regain his footing, the blast slammed into him again and hurled his body backward like a broken kite. He smashed straight through the outer wall of the building, sending chunks of stone, wood, and dust exploding into the night. When the rolling dust finally began to thin, Su Hong remained standing in the wreckage without a single visible injury. Amid the broken walls and scattered debris, the system's notice appeared before him, confirming that he had gained 7 martial value points. A satisfied smile slowly spread across Su Hong's face as he realized this was finally enough. He opened his system interface and carefully looked over his updated stats, his gaze settling on the new total of 497 martial value points, enough for him to step into the path of a spirit master. Outside, in the training camp courtyard, the peaceful night had already been shattered by thunderous impacts from the dormitory building. Grandmaster Qin Tianli and Bai Mu arrived together, both turning their eyes toward the upper floors as the sounds of battle echoed through the darkness. Since neither of them knew Su Hong had already won, Qin Tianli calmly assumed that enough time had passed for Bu Jingfeng to thoroughly crush the young trainee. With complete confidence, he told Bai Mu that he had even prepared several speeches to correct Su Hong's reckless cultivation path and force him to give up that flawed habit of practicing multiple techniques at once. But before Qin Tianli could continue his proud lecture, a deafening explosion tore through the dormitory above them. The upper wall burst open in a spray of rubble, and Bu Jingfeng's body was blasted out of the building with terrifying force. His figure dropped from the sky like a stone, spinning helplessly through the air before slamming into the courtyard with a heavy crash, landing right at the feet of Grandmaster Qin Tianli and Bai Mu. Bu Jingfeng lay there completely unconscious. His eyes rolled back and unfocused while blood continued to drip from the corner of his mouth, making it painfully clear that he had been beaten into a miserable state. Bai Mu sucked in a sharp breath the moment she recognized him as one of the elite instructors. Beside her, Qin Tianli lowered his eyes to the battered body in silence, and the confidence he had carried just moments earlier shattered on the spot. Bai Mu's body trembled slightly as the truth slowly pieced itself together in her mind. If Bu Jingfeng was the one lying here defeated, then the so-called low-level Su Hong had actually been the one who won. Before either of them could fully accept that unbelievable outcome, 3 more violent explosions ripped through the remaining upper windows of the dormitory. 3 additional figures shot into the night sky, each one trailing a different streak of elemental energy behind them. Those 3 bodies plunged downward, one after another, cutting through the air before crashing hard into the courtyard, landing in a rough line right beside the unconscious Bu Jingfeng. Only then did everyone see that they were the other 3 masked instructors who had been sent to ambush the top trainees. Every single one of them was bruised, battered, and lying unconscious on the ground. High above, inside the ruined dormitory, the 3 elite trainees appeared after claiming their own victories. Wang Tiantuo stood with his arms folded across his chest, Zhao Nan drifted calmly inside a telekinetic bubble, and Lin Xinghe sat on a broken ledge while casually fanning himself. Looking down at Grandmaster Qin, Wang Tiantuo bluntly suggested that next time he should send stronger opponents because these instructors had been far too weak. But Wang Tiantuo's confident expression soon stiffened. As his eyes swept across the courtyard below, he suddenly realized there were 4 defeated instructors on the ground, not the 3 they had just dealt with.
Zhao Nan also noticed the extra body and wondered aloud who could have ended their battle even faster than the 3 of them. Lin Xinghe, however, completely misunderstood the situation and casually guessed that the 4th trainee must have been too weak, getting crushed instantly by his own assigned instructor.
Bai Mu, still sweating from the shock, silently rejected Lin Xinghe's arrogant guess. Her eyes remained fixed on Bu Jingfeng's broken body because she knew very well that among the 4 instructors sent out that night, he had actually been the strongest. Grandmaster Qin Tianli slowly stroked his beard as his mind raced through everything that had happened. The top 3 trainees winning quickly was understandable, considering their cultivation levels and exceptional talents. What truly left him unsettled was Su Hong, an early-stage Tier 1 trainee, defeating a near Tier 2 opponent even faster than those recognized geniuses. A deep frown formed on the Grandmaster's face as he sank into thought. He could not help wondering what hidden secret Su Hong had relied on, whether it was some ultimate martial art or perhaps a supreme physical constitution that no one had discovered yet. Just then, Instructor Lin Zi came sprinting toward them in a panic. His footsteps rushed and uneven as he shouted from a distance that something major had happened. Qin Tianli merely closed his eyes with a calm, almost dismissive expression and waved one hand. He assumed that a trainee had been accidentally killed during the ambush and casually said that in such harsh training, a few casualties were not anything unusual. Lin Zi was drenched in sweat and nearly out of breath as he frantically corrected him. The crisis was not that someone had died. The real shock was that Su Hong had used an elemental attribute fusion technique during his fight with Bu Jingfeng. At first, Qin Tianli simply nodded as though this explained everything. In his mind, a fused technique would indeed make sense as the reason Su Hong had managed to defeat an opponent above his level. But a heartbeat later, the impossible meaning behind Lin Zi's words finally sank in. Qin Tianli's eyes widened, and the calm Grandmaster was instantly thrown into complete shock. A blazing golden aura erupted around Qin Tianli as he lunged forward and grabbed Lin Zi hard by both shoulders. With terrifying intensity, he demanded that Lin Zi repeat what he had just said, warning him not to invent absurd lies about Su Hong somehow achieving dual attribute fusion. Lin Zi stiffened nervously under the Grandmaster's grip, but he still defended his report. He said he had clearly seen the monitor feed himself, where Su Hong wielded a spear wrapped in both fire and lightning. If Qin Tianli still doubted him, then he could ask Bu Jingfeng directly after the man woke up. Qin Tianli slowly lowered his gaze toward the defeated Bu Jingfeng on the ground. Looking at the man's miserable condition, the reality of Su Hong's thunder and fire fusion finally began to settle heavily in his heart. Overcome with excitement, Qin Tianli shook Lin Zi as he spoke, pointing out that the only human genius in history who had successfully researched dual attribute fusion had spent more than 10 years accomplishing it. Yet, according to Star City's records, Su Hong had been practicing his guiding techniques for less than a single month. Qin Tianli suddenly burst into ecstatic laughter. praising Su Hong as a heaven-sent prodigy and a true dragon among men. He was so lost in his joy that he completely ignored the exhausted Lin Zi, who slumped weakly and had to be awkwardly held up by Bai Mu. While supporting her barely steady colleague, Bai Mu looked toward the Grandmaster and asked if attribute fusion was really powerful enough for an early-stage Tier 1 to defeat someone near Tier 2. Qin Tianli quickly regained some of his dignity and confirmed it, explaining that the historical pioneer of this method had once been able to suppress Tier 2 enemies while still only at Tier 1.
Bai Mu's curiosity deepened as she thought about that overwhelming strength. If this combat method was truly so formidable, she could not understand why it had not been widely promoted, since even with the extreme difficulty, the possible reward sounded almost too valuable to ignore. Qin Tianli's expression turned solemn as he explained the cruel truth. Many people in the past had tried to pursue attribute fusion, but the process was unbelievably difficult and carried a terrible risk of crippling the practitioner. Even those who managed to succeed often found themselves permanently trapped at Tier 1, making all that effort and danger meaningless in the long run.
But the heaviness in Qin Tianli's voice vanished almost immediately, replaced once again by burning excitement as he clenched his fist. Su Hong had mastered this fusion in less than a month, which proved his comprehension was monstrous beyond reason. The Grand Master could not help wondering how terrifying Su Hong would become if he someday fused all 7 of his elemental attributes. Qin Tianli spread his arms wide as his imagination ran wild. In his mind, he could already see the young prodigy fully grown, standing against a colossal alien emperor and unleashing a blinding fusion of 7 radiant elements, wiping out that monstrous enemy with one earth-shattering strike. Lin Zi and Bai Mu both broke into awkward sweat as they listened to the Grandmaster's fantasy spiral out of control. They carefully pointed out that he was exaggerating far too much, because even though fusing 2 elements was already an incredible miracle, combining all 7 was something that belonged purely in dreams. Qin Tianli coughed into his hand to cover his embarrassment and quickly forced himself back into a serious mood. Then his expression darkened as he realized how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders had become. If he allowed Su Hong to keep juggling all 7 attributes alone, the boy might eventually hit a barrier while trying to fuse a 3rd element and destroy his own future. If that happened, Qin Tianli truly believed he would become a sinner to humanity for failing to guide such a rare talent. At that moment, Lin Zi suddenly shouted as another realization struck him. He reminded the Grandmaster that Su Hong had to possess a special physique as well, because before using elemental fusion, his raw physical strength alone had already been enough to overpower Bu Jingfeng. Qin Tianli immediately glared at him in annoyance, scolding him for only mentioning such an important detail now. The instructors quickly began working through the terrifying numbers behind Su Hong's strength. Lin Zi pointed out that Su Hong's base vitality was only around 120, yet he had still crushed Bu Jingfeng, whose vitality was close to 500. That kind of physical amplification far exceeded even Wang Tiantuo's elite barbarian god body, leaving them with only one conclusion: Su Hong's constitution was truly monstrous. Grandmaster Qin Tianli turned his gaze toward the damaged dormitory building as a new plan formed in his mind. He declared that tomorrow he would organize a formal combat tournament to test Su Hong's true battle power and vitality limits. To do that properly, he intended to make the camp's top 3 elite trainees, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Zhao Nan, face Su Hong directly. A sharp, determined light flashed in the Grandmaster's eyes as he spoke. He wanted to see for himself what would happen when an unprecedented monster like Su Hong collided head-on with the strongest geniuses the training camp had to offer. Meanwhile, Su Hong sat quietly inside the ruined room, surrounded by cracked walls, scattered fragments, and drifting dust. Instead of celebrating the chaos he had caused, he remained cross-legged in calm meditation. The gathering outside did not disturb him in the slightest. While everyone else was still shaken by the battle's result, Su Hong kept his attention locked completely on his own progression. With his desire to advance growing stronger, Su Hong opened the system once more. Without hesitation, he poured every bit of his martial value into his spirit stat, pushing himself toward the next threshold. A radiant blue aura suddenly wrapped around his body, glowing softly through the wreckage of the room. In that moment, Su Hong finally crossed the line and officially became a spirit master. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the newly awakened power flow through him. The sensation was fresh, strange, and thrilling, as if a whole new layer of perception had opened inside his mind. To test it, Su Hong focused his will and formed a glowing phantom fist in the air. Controlling it with telekinesis felt unfamiliar at first, almost like he had suddenly gained a 3rd arm that responded directly to his thoughts. A small bead of sweat appeared as he adjusted to the strange feeling, Then he checked his interface again and confirmed that his spirit stat had successfully crossed the 100% threshold. Wanting to see how this power worked outside the system numbers, Su-hong turned his attention toward the bed in the room. With just a single thought, the entire bed lifted effortlessly off the ground, and excitement surged through him as he watched it float in the air. Su-hong's body slowly lifted off the floor together with his spear, both hovering lightly in the air as if gravity had lost its hold on him. A burst of excitement rose in his chest as he realized that from this moment on he could walk through the air and launch telekinetic attacks just like Zhao Nan. Now that he had officially become a spirit master, Su-hong's goal became even clearer. He silently made up his mind that he had to copy Zhao Nan's rank spirit martial art, and on top of that, he also wanted Wang Tiantuo's powerful offensive technique. By the next morning, a sharp and urgent announcement suddenly rang across the training camp. Every trainee was ordered to gather within 1 minute, and anyone who arrived late would have their contribution points deducted without mercy. The moment they heard the order, the trainees panicked and rushed down the stairs in a chaotic wave, footsteps pounding through the dormitory as everyone scrambled to avoid being punished. As they hurried out, complaints broke out everywhere. After surviving the entry assessment, enduring intense daytime training, and then getting dragged into a brutal night raid all on the same day, many of them felt the camp's schedule was completely outrageous. Before long, the trainees gathered into a dense crowd in the courtyard, filling the open space with tired faces, messy clothing, and voices still grumbling from the chaos of the night before. Su-hong arrived in a completely casual manner, stretching his arms as he walked over. Unlike the others, he looked relaxed and unbothered, as though the wild battle from last night had barely affected him at all. Instructor Lin Zi stood at the front of the gathered trainees, sweeping his eyes over the crowd. Seeing that everyone had managed to arrive on time, he looked genuinely pleased that no one had missed the sudden assembly. With a bright and almost teasing smile, Lin Zi admitted that he had expected quite a few of them to be too badly beaten to even stand this morning. Instead, they had all shown up, so he cheerfully praised their toughness and resilience. The rugged student immediately protested with a furious expression, insisting that he had only lost because the attack had been completely dirty. He complained that he had not even been given enough time to put on his underwear, and worse, the attacker had aimed straight for his crotch. Lin Zi looked at him with sharp sarcasm and asked whether a real alien assassin would politely stand there and wait for him to finish getting dressed before launching an ambush. The rugged student's friend burst out laughing from the side, unable to hold it in. He immediately teased him with a grin, calling him Bro Underpants in front of the whole crowd. Watching all of this from among the trainees, Su-hong silently agreed with Lin Zi's point. In real combat, enemies would never give anyone a fair warning, though he could also understand why the exhausted trainees were so frustrated. Noticing the dissatisfaction spreading through the crowd, Lin Zi raised his voice and announced that they would be given a comprehensive test. This time, everyone would have a fair chance to prove their actual ability. He explained that an automated system would measure them from every angle, including vitality, combat power, spirit, strength, speed, and martial skills, leaving no part of their ability completely hidden. As the top 3 elites, Wang Tiantuo, Zhao Nan, and Lin Xinghe listened with calm confidence, Lin Zi continued by announcing that a combat ranking would follow. The top 10 students would receive daily contribution points based on their final placement. The courtyard immediately stirred with excitement. Everyone already knew the first 3 spots would most likely belong to the elite trio, so the rest of the trainees quickly set their sights on battling fiercely for the remaining 7 positions. Su-hong's interest was instantly caught. A small smile appeared on his face as he wondered what kind of grand reward might be waiting for whoever claimed first place. Lin Zi raised his hand to quiet the noisy crowd, then turned and led everyone toward the testing facility, while the trainees followed behind with nervous excitement. They soon arrived at an enormous warehouse-like building. Inside, Lin Zi stood on a raised stage beside a strange mechanical device shaped almost like a giant spider known as a Tier 2 combat power tester. As the crowd settled into place, Grandmaster Qin Tianli stood nearby and carefully scanned the trainees with an intense gaze. His eyes moved through the crowd until he noted that his real target was blending in almost perfectly among everyone else. A bandaged trainee standing next to Su-hong noticed the Grandmaster's stare and immediately assumed that Qin Tianli must be admiring his hidden potential. Su-hong glanced sideways at him and bluntly told him that he was completely mistaken. Feeling the pressure of the Grandmaster's gaze for himself, Su-hong could not help breaking into a faint sweat. He knew very clearly that the person Qin Tianli was really watching was not the bandaged trainee, but him. Grandmaster Qin Tianli then addressed all the trainees in a loud and steady voice. He announced that a new grand prize had been added. Whoever ranked first overall would be allowed to choose either an A-rank martial art or an A-rank movement technique. The crowd erupted almost instantly, excitement surging through the warehouse. Everyone realized that with such a rare prize on the line, the top 3 elites would no longer hold back, and the trainees began eagerly debating who would come out on top. Wang Tiantuo's expression grew serious the moment he heard the prize. He knew better than most how valuable A-rank martial arts were, because even a powerful family like his only possessed a small number of them. Xiao Nan's lips curved into a confident smile, and her eyes lit up with interest. The chance to obtain such a high-level skill clearly thrilled her, and she looked more than ready to compete for it. Lin Xinghe hid the lower half of his face behind his fan, but his gaze became sharp with ambition. If he could win an A-rank technique, it would be the perfect way to prove his family wrong about his decision to focus so heavily on speed. Su Hong's eyes also began to shine with fierce determination. The thought of gaining another A-rank technique was far too tempting, and he immediately resolved to go all out and seize the first-place prize for himself. While watching the crowd's reaction, Qin Tianli narrowed his eyes slightly. The reward was tempting, but his true purpose was not simply to motivate the trainees. What he really wanted was to push Su Hong far enough to reveal his absolute limits and true strength. With his plan now set in motion, the Grand Master announced the testing order. First would be Lin Xinghe, followed by Xiao Nan, and then Wang Tiantuo. Whispers immediately spread through the trainees. Starting with those 3 monsters was already intimidating enough, and now everyone wondered who would be unlucky enough to go forth after such overwhelming pressure. Grandmaster Qin Tianli calmly gave the answer. The 4th participant would be Su Hong. The surrounding trainees stared in shock, but Su Hong himself stayed calm, because this only confirmed his suspicion that the Grandmaster was deliberately targeting him. His former schoolmates, Chen Shan and Li Tu, looked toward him with clear pity in their eyes. Remembering that Su Hong had finished last during the entry assessment, they could not help wondering whether he had somehow offended the Grandmaster. Other trainees began gossiping in low voices, quickly reaching their own conclusion. In their eyes, the Grandmaster must have placed the weakest student right after the top 3 on purpose, using the humiliating contrast to push the poor performers harder. Ignoring all the whispers around him, Qin Tianli instructed everyone that the first test would measure raw physical combat power, followed afterward by martial skills. Lin Xinghe stepped forward casually, remarking that pure strength was not exactly his strong suit. Lin Xinghe suddenly lunged toward the machine, his body moving with clean, sharp speed as he drove a heavy punch straight into the tester's surface. The machine's screen flashed brightly from the impact, and a moment later, the number appeared clearly on the display, 4013. The trainees were immediately stunned. A punch above 4,000 was already an incredibly high result, especially for someone who had just claimed strength was his weakness. Another trainee quickly pointed out that compared to Lin Xinghe's terrifying A-rank speed, raw strength was technically his weaker side. Su Hong watched the result with calm focus. He realized that Lin Xinghe's physical foundation had to be quite solid in order to support an A-rank movement technique, and he quietly prepared his system, eager to copy the martial art Lin Xinghe was about to use next. Lin Xinghe raised his fist again, and swirling green wind energy began gathering around it. The air twisted into a small vortex, wrapping his hand in a sharp, restless current. Then he unleashed the cloud-hiding Gale Fist, driving that concentrated burst of wind power into the machine with a clean and forceful strike. The combat power tester trembled under the impact, its metal frame vibrating for a moment before the display rapidly updated to a much higher number, 5642. Gasps spread through the warehouse. A score above 5,600 had already reached the standard of a Tier 2 martial artist, and the trainees could not help marveling at the frightening power produced by Lin Xinghe's B-rank technique. At the same time, Su Hong's system successfully copied the wind attribute Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist. As green energy began to swirl faintly around his own hand, he studied the numbers and found the results somewhat disappointing, because that B-rank art had only increased Lin Xinghe's base score by about 1,600 points. Lin Xinghe stepped down from the stage with a smug look, clearly pleased with his performance. Xiao Nan, however, only scoffed and called his results average, while Lin Xinghe remained completely unbothered and challenged her to do better. When Xiao Nan took her turn, her base combat power registered at 3253. The trainees quickly accepted the number as normal, since everyone knew a spirit master's physical body was usually weaker, and her real strength came from telekinesis. Then came the martial skill phase. Xiao Nan's eyes began to glow, and the atmosphere around her shifted as her invisible spirit power gathered. Using her telekinesis, Xiao Nan condensed a massive golden hammer in midair. The huge weapon formed above the tester, then came crashing down with tremendous force onto the machine. Su Hong's system reacted instantly. copying the ability and granting him the spirit attribute weapon condensation art. Thrilled by how easily he had obtained another powerful skill, Su-hong could not help feeling that this training camp was practically a treasure trove waiting to be emptied. An eager grin gradually spread across Su-hong's face as he stood in the crowd. With the test still continuing, he could not help wondering just how many more powerful skills he might quietly pick up before everything came to an end. On the stage, Xiaonan raised her arm and swung it down with decisive force. The enormous spiritual weapon above her followed the motion instantly, smashing down onto the combat power tester like a golden hammer dropped from the sky. The machine's screen flashed brightly under the heavy impact, and after a brief flicker, a stunning number appeared before everyone's eyes. 5942. The trainees immediately burst into amazement. Not only had Zhao Nan's results surpassed Lin Xinghei's, but it had nearly doubled her original base power, making everyone truly feel the explosive combat potential that spirit masters could unleash. Standing among the crowd, Su-hong quietly reflected on just how practical spiritual power was in battle. Whether it was walking through the air, controlling objects from a distance, or creating unexpected attacks, this power clearly opened up a completely different way of fighting. He began trying to practice the weapon condensation art inside his own mind, carefully gathering his spiritual power. A faint cluster of golden energy slowly formed above him, trying to take on a more solid shape. But as Su-hong snapped his fingers, the golden shape quickly lost stability. In only a moment, the gathered energy faded away and scattered before it could fully condense. Feeling the burden on his mind, Su-hong immediately understood the problem. Whether forming weapons or even more complicated shapes like beasts, this technique consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Su-hong's face as he silently judged his current condition. With his spiritual power still too low, he realized that mastering this technique right away was simply unrealistic. So Su-hong put the matter aside for now and decided to learn it properly later. His attention returned to the stage, where Wang Tiantuo was preparing for his turn, and Su-hong's interest sharpened as he waited to see what skill this elite trainee would reveal. Wang Tiantuo stepped forward with steady confidence while cheers rose from the surrounding trainees. Many praised the terrifying strength of his barbarian god body, calling him a true combat god before he had even thrown a punch. Su-hong watched him closely from below, his eyes filled with curiosity. He wanted to see for himself how Wang Tiantuo's famous physique would compare against his own overlord body. After warning everyone to watch carefully, Wang Tiantuo pulled back his arm and threw a pure physical punch straight into the machine. The instant his fist landed, a massive shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact. The trainees were left stunned by the result. Wang Tiantuo's raw physical strike was only 300 points lower than Lin Xinghei's martial art attack, proving that his legendary strength was not empty praise at all. Grandmaster Qin Tianli gave a satisfied nod as he looked at the number on the screen. Clearly, Wang Tiantuo's physical foundation was strong enough to earn even the Grandmaster's approval. Wang Tiantuo turned toward Grandmaster Qin and bowed respectfully. Then, with full confidence, he announced that, for the second phase, he would display his martial art. In the crowd, Su-hong's smile deepened when he heard that. At last, he was about to see the rumored A-rank attack that Wang Tiantuo was known for. Wang Tiantuo began channeling his power, and a pale blue flame suddenly ignited around his right arm. The ghostly fire wrapped tightly around him, pulsing with a cold yet violent energy. He lowered his body into a firm combat stance, drawing his glowing fist back as the fiery aura surged around him. The pressure coming from his arm made the air feel tense before the strike even landed. The moment Grandmaster Qin Tianli sensed that rare power, his eyes sharpened in recognition. He immediately identified the technique as the powerful A-rank martial art, Bone Netherfire Fist. At almost the same time, Su-hong's system interface chimed in his mind, informing him that he had successfully copied the fire attribute technique. Surprise and delight flashed through him because he remembered seeing this exact skill in the martial arts pavilion, where it cost a staggering 2,800 contribution points. Getting it so easily felt like an enormous bargain. Wang Tiantuo's expression turned intensely focused as he gathered every bit of power into his arm. The pale blue flames burned brighter, and the strike was ready to be released. In the next instant, he drove his blazing fist forward and smashed it into the testing machine. A powerful burst of elemental force erupted from the impact, shaking the stage beneath him. The screen lit up with an enormous score of 7 Fev 34. The trainees were shocked, realizing that Wang Tiantuo's A-rank technique had pushed his attack power close to the level of a middle-stage Tier 2 martial artist, considering his base vitality was only around 350. That kind of boost was almost unbelievable. Grandmaster Qin Tianli praised him openly, saying that Wang Tiantuo's father often bragged about raising a future grandmaster, and now Qin could see there was truth behind those words. Wang Tiantuo accepted the compliment with visible satisfaction. With the top 3 elites having set an incredibly high standard, Grandmaster Qin finally shifted his gaze toward the person he had truly been waiting for. His voice rang out clearly as he called Su Hong to step onto the stage. Su Hong walked forward calmly while the surrounding trainees instinctively parted to make way. Whispers followed him from both sides, with many people pitying him, thinking anyone who tested right after the elites would only be humiliated and mistaking his calm expression for complete resignation. When Su Hong stood before the machine, Grandmaster Qin Tianli reminded him that the first strike had to use only pure physical strength. No martial arts were allowed. Su Hong remained relaxed and simply agreed, looking ready without showing the slightest hesitation. Su Hong lowered his center of gravity and took a solid stance. As he wound up his arm, the force of that simple movement stirred the air around him, making his clothes and hair shift slightly. He exhaled sharply, and his expression turned serious in an instant. His eyes focused on the machine ahead, shining with a sharp intensity that made it clear he was not treating this casually. Driven by his desire to win the grand prize, Su Hong threw his punch with full confidence. In his heart, he had already decided that first place would belong to him. His bare fist slammed into the machine, and the impact exploded outward like a thunderclap. A violent shockwave swept through the testing area, kicking up a huge cloud of dust around the stage. The heavy machine shook fiercely from the blow, its frame rattling as the screen rapidly updated. Then a number appeared that nearly froze everyone in place. 6,501 for pure physical power. The moment they saw that result, Grandmaster Qin Tianli and Instructor Lin Zi both broke into a cold sweat. Qin Tianli stared at the number in disbelief, realizing that even after everything he had learned, he had still underestimated Su Hong's terrifying base strength. For a brief moment, the entire crowd of trainees fell into absolute silence. Eyes widened, mouths hung open, and no one seemed able to process what they had just witnessed. Then the silence shattered into chaos. The trainees cried out in disbelief, some even wondering if the machine had malfunctioned. They could not understand how the student who had ranked dead last in the entry assessment was now producing numbers strong enough to shake their belief that Wang Tiantuo was the camp's undisputed king. Even the top 3 elites were visibly shaken. Lin Xinghei's usual arrogance disappeared as he stared at Su Hong, unable to believe that a Tier 1 martial artist could possess such overwhelming physical strength. Misreading the situation, he concluded that Su Hong must have secretly broken through to Tier 2. Breaking through the tense atmosphere, Su Hong turned toward the instructors and calmly asked whether he should continue with the martial arts test. Grandmaster Qin Tianli, still recovering from the shock, finally gave him permission to proceed. Su Hong stepped back into the testing area and positioned himself once again before the machine. This time, his stance became even firmer, preparing for the strike that would use his newly acquired martial art. Inside him, the system rapidly processed the skill he had just copied. The mastery percentage climbed at an incredible speed, and soon a pale blue fiery aura, almost identical to Wang Tiantuo's, began to ignite around Su Hong's body. As the proficiency rushed past 80%, Su Hong instantly realized that mastering the A-rank bone netherfire fist was much smoother than learning his previous A-rank movement technique. This explosive direct attack seemed to fit his fighting style perfectly. Watching Su Hong gather power, Instructor Lin Zi could not help wondering aloud how high the final score would reach. Since Su Hong came from an ordinary working-class family, Lin Zi assumed he could not possibly have the resources to learn anything beyond a low-rank martial art. Grandmaster Qin Tianli narrowed his eyes as he sensed the powerful elemental energy radiating from Su Hong. He immediately corrected Lin Zi, saying that judging from the intensity of the aura, this was definitely not some low-level martial art. At that moment, Su Hong's system chimed again as his understanding of the bone netherfire fist reached 100%. The technique was officially mastered, and a bright glow flashed through his eyes as the process completed. Su Hong casually summoned the pale blue flames around his fist, and the moment that familiar aura appeared, the entire crowd exploded. Everyone recognized it at once, and confusion spread wildly as they wondered how Su Hong had somehow learned Wang Tiantuo's exclusive martial art. Eager to test the power of this new A-rank attack, Su Hong lowered himself into a fierce combat stance. The blue flames tightened around his fist as his body prepared to launch forward. Then Su Hong burst ahead and slammed his blazing fist into the combat power tester. The strike landed with a massive impact, pouring all that pale blue fire directly into the machine. The explosion that followed was enormous. A shockwave blasted outward with such force that the nearby trainees were shoved backward, struggling against the rushing wind while shouting in terror that Su Hong's strike was far stronger than Wang Tiantuo's. When the dust finally began to clear, the screen displayed an unbelievable score, 9013. The crowd completely lost control because everyone knew that breaking 9,000 points was already the standard for a high-stage Tier 2 martial artist. Instructor Lin Zi was drenched in sweat, unable to make sense of what he had just seen. A Tier 1 student with only 123 base vitality had somehow produced a result like this, making him suspect that the machine itself might be broken. Beside him, Grandmaster Qin Tianli stared at Su Hong and admitted that this young man was truly a monster. Desperate to make sense of what she had just witnessed, Zhao Nan could only assume that Su Hong had been hiding his real stats all along, and that his vitality had to be far above 500. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo's tense expression eased just a little as he tried to comfort himself, thinking that losing to a secretly high-level expert would not be shameful, especially when his own vitality had not even reached 400 yet. To end the argument once and for all, Su Hong stepped forward for a vitality test. But when the machine displayed his result, the crowd only became even more confused because the number on the screen showed a mere 137. The trainees immediately shouted in disbelief, insisting that the tester had to be broken. Su Hong sat calmly inside the glowing testing pod, his expression completely steady while the machine confirmed the vitality score of 137. Outside the pod, even Grandmaster Qin Tianli, with all his years of experience, stared at the number and muttered that this situation had gone completely insane. The trainees fell into panic and nervous laughter, joking that the machine must have forgotten to add an extra zero. But that joke only made the truth more frightening, because if Su Hong really was only a Tier 1 martial artist, then producing over 9,000 points of combat power was nothing short of a miracle. As the pod opened with a soft hiss and Su Hong stepped out from the glow, Grandmaster Qin Tianli fixed him with an intense stare. His eyes were filled with curiosity, as though he wanted to see straight through the boy and uncover every secret hidden beneath that calm face. After forcing himself to restore order, Grandmaster Qin Tianli ordered the stunned trainees to move away from the testing machines. Then, in a firm voice that cut through the noise, he announced the beginning of the final phase, the practical combat tournament. With a faint smirk on his face, Qin Tianli explained the rules. This phase would use a challenge system, meaning trainees could choose their own opponents, and whoever stood at the top in the end would claim first place along with the grand prize of an A-rank martial art. The moment the rules were announced, a hungry shadow crossed Lin Xinghe's face. His eyes sharpened with eagerness as he stepped out from the crowd and called directly to the Grandmaster. Holding his closed folding fan in one hand, Lin Xinghe moved forward with confident steps. Then he lifted his finger, pointed straight at Su Hong, and boldly declared that he wanted to challenge him. Lin Xinghe looked smug and fully assured of himself. In his mind, even if Su Hong's combat output was monstrous, that low vitality score had exposed a fatal weakness, and all he needed to do was rely on his superior movement technique to dodge, delay, and slowly wear Su Hong down. But before Lin Xinghe could enjoy the moment, Grandmaster Qin Tianli's response caught him completely off guard. Qin rejected the one-on-one challenge without the slightest hesitation. Instead, Grandmaster Qin Tianli made a far more shocking proposal. He wanted the top 3 elite trainees to fight Su Hong at the same time. The 3 elites were immediately offended by the suggestion. Wang Tiantuo's face darkened, feeling as if he had been underestimated. Zhao Nan scoffed as though Su Hong was not worth a combined assault, and Lin Xinghe even worried that the force of all 3 of them together might cripple a lower-tier trainee. Ignoring their objections, Grandmaster Qin Tianli turned his attention to Su Hong and asked what he thought. Su Hong remained calm, his expression barely changing, and simply agreed to fight all 3 of them at once. The elite trio immediately glared at him, clearly irritated by what they saw as arrogance. Wang Tiantuo, in particular, was convinced that he alone would be more than enough to defeat Su Hong. Grandmaster Qin Tianli announced the start of the match, and the atmosphere inside the testing facility tightened instantly. Across the open space, Wang Tiantuo, Zhao Nan, and Lin Xinghe took their positions against Su Hong. The moment the fight began, Wang Tiantuo and Zhao Nan rushed forward from the front with fierce momentum. At the same time, Lin Xinghe sprang backward, quickly opening distance to create room for his own strategy. Lin Xinghe planned to stay out of range and wait until Su Hong was fully occupied by the other 2. Once Su Hong's attention was locked in front, he intended to use his high-speed movement skill to strike from a blind spot with a devastating sneak attack. But that plan collapsed almost instantly. Before Lin Xinghe could even settle into position, Zhao Nan and Wang Tiantuo suddenly shouted in panic, warning him to dodge. Caught completely off guard, Lin Xinghe turned his head in shock. In that same instant, Su Hong moved with blinding speed, sliding past his line of sight so smoothly that by the time Lin Xinghe noticed him, Su Hong had already appeared directly behind him. Su Hong raised a fist glowing with pale blue power, his expression calm and almost casual. Then, as the strike came down toward Lin Xinghe, he calmly bid him farewell. Yet, just before that crushing punch could land, it suddenly stopped in midair. The glowing fist froze only inches from Lin Xinghe's face, close enough for him to feel the pressure of the attack. Given that tiny instant of survival, Lin Xinghe's face twisted with fear. He reacted with everything he had, frantically leaping backward to escape before Su Hong could finish the blow. After landing safely at a distance, Lin Xinghe quickly thanked Xiaonan for using her telekinesis to interfere in time. Still shaken, he warned his teammates that Su Hong's speed was dangerously unnatural and absolutely could not be treated lightly. Su Hong meanwhile glanced at his own hand, which was still being restrained by a faint telekinetic aura. With mild interest rather than panic, he remarked that this was his first time feeling spiritual telekinesis in real combat, and that being controlled like this was quite an unfamiliar sensation. Realizing that Xiaonan's spiritual control had to be dealt with first, Su Hong suddenly erupted with explosive speed. The floor cracked beneath his feet as he launched himself toward her like a fired cannonball. Xiaonan's eyes widened in shock the moment she saw his movement. She realized that Su Hong was perfectly executing the elite Flying Swan's startling cloud step, with every motion sharp, light, and terrifyingly fast. Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo immediately rushed in to intercept him. Seeing Su Hong perform his wind-based technique despite being known as a fire attribute user, Lin Xinghe was completely baffled and concluded that Su Hong must possess dual attributes, then shouted for Wang Tiantuo to stop him. Wang Tiantuo stepped directly into Su Hong's path, his arm igniting with fierce fiery energy. He told Xiaonan to focus entirely on maintaining her spiritual control, while he would use his own body to block Su Hong's advance head-on. Without holding back, Wang Tiantuo unleashed his A-rank bone netherfire fist, pale blue flames roaring around his arm as he prepared to meet Su Hong's charge. But Su Hong did not dodge. Instead, he mirrored the attack perfectly, and his own fist erupted with the exact same pale blue flames, matching Wang Tiantuo's technique in a way that stunned everyone watching. Before the two fiery strikes could collide, Xiaonan suddenly pushed her telekinesis to a higher level. The invisible pressure wrapped around Su Hong's body and froze him in place, stopping his charge at the critical moment. Su Hong strained against the heavy spiritual pressure, and the concrete beneath his feet cracked from the force of his resistance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this kind of spiritual control was far more troublesome than he had expected. Seeing Su Hong trapped, Lin Xinghe immediately seized the opening. He leaped into the air and swept down with a fierce kick aimed directly at Su Hong's head. From the sidelines, Grandmaster Qin Tianli watched the situation unfold with narrowed eyes. He wondered if it had been a little too early to let Su Hong face all three at once, because breaking free from a spirit master's crowd control required either overwhelming physical strength or spiritual power strong enough to counter it. Yet, even while Su Hong was caught between the combined attacks and Xiaonan's telekinetic bind, a confident smile slowly appeared on his face. Grandmaster Qin Tianli noticed it immediately, shocked that the boy did not look panicked in the slightest. Just as the attacks were about to land, Su Hong suddenly unleashed a terrifying burst of brute force. The invisible telekinetic bind around him shattered under the pressure like a snapped chain.
The violent backlash struck Xiaonan directly through her spiritual power. Her face paled, and she coughed up blood as her control collapsed in an instant.
Now completely free, Su Hong moved without hesitation. He intercepted the incoming attacks with effortless precision, and the collision sent another shockwave ripping across the testing area. The spectating trainees erupted into frightened disbelief. They could hardly accept that Su Hong had shattered Xiaonan's telekinesis and blocked two elite attacks using nothing but raw physical strength, and to them, he looked less like a normal martial artist and more like a ferocious beast in human form. With a ruthless motion, Su Hong tightened his grip on the limbs he had caught and twisted them sharply. In an instant, both Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo lost their balance completely, caught off guard by that overwhelming force. Lin Xinghe panicked as his body was dragged out of control, while Wang Tiantuo cursed under his breath, realizing that they had fallen entirely into Su Hong's hands. Using his monstrous strength, Su Hong lifted both elite trainees off the ground at the same time. Then he spun them through the air at terrifying speed, treating them like rag dolls caught in a violent storm. Su Hong's eyes glowed with fierce intensity as he suddenly stopped the spin. Without mercy, he drove both elites downward and slammed them face-first into the concrete floor. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. Wang Tiantuo's face was smashed deep into the broken rubble, while Lin Xinghe coughed up blood from the crushing shock that tore through his body. All around the facility, the trainees watched in horror as the heavy thuds echoed through the air. Every impact made their faces tense, and no one dared to speak for a moment. Su Hong showed a terrifying savagery as he lifted the two elites again and slammed them back into the ruined floor. His movements blurred together, each brutal smash following the last without giving them any chance to recover. When Su Hong finally loosened his grip and let them go, the once proud elites lay motionless in the broken concrete. Both had completely fainted after the savage beating. Standing tall in the middle of the settling dust, Su Hong had completely dominated the match. The broken floor, the fallen elites, and the stunned silence around him all made his victory impossible to deny. Still surrounded by a fierce battle aura, Su Hong slowly turned his gaze toward the only opponent left standing. His eyes locked onto her with such intensity that the pressure in the facility rose all over again. The moment Zhao Nan met Su Hong's terrifying gaze, the last bit of fighting spirit drained from her face. Her body trembled as she quickly raised both hands and stepped backward, loudly admitting defeat while begging him not to come any closer. The trainees watching from the sidelines instantly exploded into wild uproar. They stared at Su Hong with awe and disbelief, marveling that he had crushed the training camp's strongest trio all by himself and fully cemented himself as an unmatched monster. Grandmaster Qin Tianli stepped forward and silenced the chaotic noise with his presence. His eyes swept across the gathered trainees as he asked whether anyone else still dared to challenge Su Hong, making it clear that if no one stepped out, Su Hong would officially take first place. The trainees nearly stumbled over themselves to refuse. After seeing what happened to the elite trio, none of them wanted to suffer that same brutal fate, and they all quickly agreed that Su Hong was the undisputed number one because only an idiot would dare challenge him now. With no one raising any objection, Grandmaster Qin Tianli formally declared Su Hong the winner. After that, he turned to instructor Lin Zi and instructed him to arrange the remaining matches so the lower rankings could be properly decided. Acknowledging Su Hong's overwhelming victory, Grandmaster Qin Tianli then told him to follow along. It was time for Su Hong to claim his grand prize and select a brand new A-rank martial art. A pleased smile appeared on Su Hong's face as he heard that. Winning this match meant he could add another powerful A-rank martial art to his growing collection, and that reward alone made the entire fight more than worth it. As the two of them walked together, Grandmaster Qin Tianli casually mentioned that he had been watching Su Hong carefully ever since he first arrived at the camp. Then he asked why Su Hong had chosen to keep his true strength hidden, especially when most trainees were eager to show off every advantage they had. Su Hong answered honestly and calmly. Since he did not have the support of a powerful family behind him, exposing his abilities too early would only make him an easy target for people with bad intentions. Grandmaster Qin Tianli laughed when he heard that, clearly appreciating the boy's strong survival instincts. He then admitted that the entire tournament had actually been arranged with Su Hong in mind because he wanted to use the results to secure better elite training resources for him. Qin Tianli explained that the best resources were always concentrated on geniuses who had already proven themselves. Then he assured Su Hong that from now on, there was no need to hide his power anymore because he would personally protect him. Hearing that promise, Su Hong felt genuine gratitude and respectfully thanked the Grandmaster. Before long, the two arrived at the martial art pavilion. The receptionist inside immediately straightened in surprise when she saw Grandmaster Qin Tianli enter, and he wasted no time ordering her to bring out the master catalog of martial arts. As Qin Tianli began looking through the catalog, he told Su Hong to ask freely if there was anything he did not understand. Since he had such an experienced expert guiding him, Su Hong took the chance and asked what kind of martial art would be most suitable for his future progression. Before giving any advice, Qin Tianli asked Su Hong to list the martial arts he was currently using. Su Hong casually named the Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger, then added that the rest of his skills were only lower-ranked techniques. Grandmaster Qin Tianli's expression tightened the moment he heard those names. He pointed out that the Flying Swan and Cloud Hiding techniques were not even part of their camp's inventory, then asked in disbelief whether Su Hong had truly learned them just by watching Lin Xinghe once. When Su Hong casually confirmed it, a bead of cold sweat slid down the Grandmaster's face. Qin Tianli stared at him in stunned silence, and in his heart he once again confirmed that this boy was an absolute monster. The receptionist watched from the side with wide eyes, completely shocked by the scene before her. She could not help wondering who Su Hong really was, since Grandmaster Qin Tianli was personally helping him choose a martial art. After scanning through the catalog for a while, Qin Tianli suggested that Su Hong should consider a control-type martial art. Since Su Hong already had strong attack and movement skills, adding control would make his overall combat style far more complete. He recommended the A-rank technique Flame Cage, a fire-based art that used fire ki to trap enemies in place. Qin Tianli explained that control arts required Qi to leave the body, which was extremely difficult even for Tier 2 martial artists, but with Su Hong's talent, he believed the boy might be able to overcome the limitations of Tier 1. Seeing that Su Hong was still considering it, Qin Tianli offered to help him make the choice. Since he happened to know the technique himself, he said he could personally demonstrate it right there. Su Hong immediately focused his attention on Qin Tianli and watched closely. He thanked the Grand Master, clearly not planning to miss a single detail of the demonstration. Qin Tianli raised his hand, and a small spark flickered to life in his palm. As he explained the great battle value of control-type arts, the flame quickly expanded and shaped itself into a glowing cage. He then showed the practical use of the technique, explaining that once an enemy was trapped inside the cage, the user could immediately follow up with another attack, such as an energy arrow, to finish the target quickly. However, Qin Tianli also gave a serious warning. Maintaining the flame cage while launching a second attack would be far beyond Su Hong's current ability, and he admitted that he himself had only mastered that level of control after reaching Tier 3. The moment Su Hong heard that, he shook his head without hesitation and gave up on choosing the technique, as if he had already decided it was not worth taking as his official reward. Qin Tianli was surprised by how quickly Su Hong backed away from the option, but he silently praised him for it. Unlike many arrogant geniuses, Su Hong actually listened to useful advice, and that restraint only made Qin feel that the boy's potential was even more impressive. Secretly, however, Su Hong was smiling inside. His system had already confirmed that he learned Flame Cage just from watching the demonstration. So after gaining the skill for free, he politely asked Qin Tianli to recommend a different martial art instead. Qin Tianli agreed to shift directions and flipped through the catalog again. This time, he suggested that Su Hong should look at defensive arts to balance out his already powerful offensive and movement abilities. He then recommended the A-rank Thick Earth Armor, an Earth attribute martial art that formed a sturdy defensive layer of Qi over the user's body. Su Hong listened carefully and began weighing the value of the technique in his mind. After thinking it through, Su Hong realized that pairing a defensive art with his already powerful physical body would create excellent results. With that in mind, he gladly accepted Qin Tianli's recommendation. While the choice was being finalized, Qin Tianli suddenly asked about Su Hong's special body type. Su Hong remained calm on the outside and confidently gave it a name he had just made up, the Overlord body. Inside his head, Su Hong immediately became excited. He imagined Qin Tianli being stunned by this rare constitution, praising him non-stop and then generously handing over a mountain of A-rank martial arts. But Qin Tianli simply admitted that he had never heard of that physique before. Su Hong awkwardly confessed that he had just invented the name, and the Grand Master could only guess that it might be an entirely unrecorded type of physical constitution. Even with the name being fake, Qin Tianli could not deny the terrifying effect of Su Hong's body. He pointed out that Su Hong had easily blocked a full-power strike from Wang Tiantuo's famous barbarian god body, and admitted that he had never seen a Tier 1 fighter with such outrageous raw strength. Just then, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Qin Tianli answered it, originally intending to say that he was busy, but on the other end, Instructor Bai Mu urgently reported that there was a problem with the system. Bai Mu quickly revealed the issue. According to the point system, Su Hong had been wearing his training weight vest throughout the entire tournament.
Qin Tianli's eyes widened in shock as he asked whether Su Hong had really fought the top 3 elites while wearing that heavy vest. Su Hong casually admitted it, explaining that he had kept it on because it allowed him to earn passive points.
Hearing such a calm answer, Qin Tianli clutched his chest as though he needed a moment to steady himself. He tried hard to stay composed while accepting the fact that this boy truly defied common sense in every possible way. After calming himself down, Qin Tianli immediately ordered Su Hong to take the vest off. He promised that once Su Hong challenged the training camp properly later, he would earn plenty of rewards, so there was no need to worry about those small passive points. Su Hong agreed without arguing. Su Hong removed the black vest from his body, and the receptionist cheerfully stepped forward, offering to return it to the warehouse for him. As he handed it over, Su Hong casually warned her that it was a little heavy. The receptionist smiled proudly and said that she was a Tier 2 martial artist, so a bit of weight would not be a problem for her at all. But the instant the vest landed in her hands, her expression changed completely. Her eyes widened in shock as the weight dragged her arms downward before she could react. Unable to hold it up, she dropped the vest straight onto the floor. The heavy impact shattered the wooden floorboards beneath it, sending cracks spreading outward from where it landed. Staring at the broken floor in disbelief, the stunned receptionist asked just how heavy the vest actually was. Su Hong answered casually that it weighed 5 tons, while Qin Tianli stood nearby sweating nervously, amazed that a beginner Tier 1 trainee had carried a 5-ton weight while beating 3 late-stage geniuses. Deeply impressed, Grandmaster Qin Tianli threw an arm around Su Hong's shoulder with great enthusiasm. Calling him a little monster, he excitedly said that he had thought of another A-rank martial art that would be perfect to teach him.
Su Hong's curiosity was immediately stirred, and he asked what kind of martial art it was. Qin Tianli recalled that Su Hong seemed to like using a spear, then brought up a man named Grandmaster Zhang Lin from Yang City, a famous spearmaster.
Qin Tianli explained that Zhang Lin possessed an A-rank thunder spear art with astonishing destructive power. Then a sly smile crossed his face as he proposed a plan. He would take Su Hong to Yang City to fight Zhang Lin's student, using the duel as a way to trick his old rival into handing over that prized technique.
Su Hong pointed out that tricking someone like that did not sound very nice. Qin Tianli immediately grew irritated as he brought up an old grudge, complaining that Zhang Lin was always calling the Star City camp trash, and now he wanted to use Su Hong to humiliate his rival properly. Qin Tianli then told Su Hong to get some rest, because they would be leaving early the next morning. Su Hong nodded and agreed, accepting the arrangement without further objection. That night, after everything at the martial art pavilion was settled, Su Hong returned to his room, ready to rest before the trip that awaited him the next day. He was relieved to see that the room had already been restored. After the attack from the night before, the staff had not only repaired every damaged spot, but had also cleaned the place so thoroughly that almost no trace of the chaos remained. Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed and immediately sank into training. On his system panel, 3 newly obtained skills appeared before him. The Fire Technique, Fire Scorches 4 Fields, the Spirit Technique, Soul Capture Art, and the Earth Technique, Thick Earth Armor. With his mind set, he spent the entire night pushing through each one, determined to raise all 3 to basic mastery before dawn arrived. At the same time, Grandmaster Qin Tianli was speaking on the phone with his old rival. His tone was full of confidence as he told Zhang Lin to get his Thunder Spear art ready, because tomorrow he would personally bring his student to the Yang City camp and issue a challenge. Over in Yang City, Grandmaster Zhang Lin only gave a smug laugh, clearly not taking the challenge seriously at all. He proudly bragged that his camp had recently discovered an extremely rare genius with a wood spirit body, and that this student had already stepped into the realm of a Tier 2 fighter. Jiang Lin kept boasting without restraint, saying that his student had learned the A-rank wood prison technique in only 2 days. Not only that, the boy had already reached the stage where his qi could leave his body. As he spoke, Jiang watched his disciple train with obvious pride in his eyes. The student was a young man with green hair, his body tensed from the strain as a bright green aura slowly wrapped around him, pulsing around his limbs like living energy. Gathering his strength, Lin Chunfeng released the technique in one breath. Thick wooden vines burst out and twisted together, forming a huge cage-like structure that rapidly became the shape of the wood prison. But the moment the technique took shape, the energy inside it began to shake wildly, as if it was already slipping out of his control. Lin Chunfeng hurriedly tried to suppress the runaway vines, but it was already too late. Instead of calmly dispersing, the entire wood prison exploded apart, breaking into bright green fragments that scattered through the air. Breathing hard, Lin Chunfeng lowered his stance and let out a frustrated sigh, realizing he had failed yet again. Zhang Lin called him by name and scolded him for being too impatient, reminding him that control-type martial arts could not be mastered through sheer force of will alone. Even after another failure, Lin Chunfeng's eyes remained firm. He refused to back down and confidently promised that within 1 month, he would definitely bring the technique to the basic level. Back on the phone, Zhang Lin immediately turned his confidence into mockery. He laughed at Qin Tianli and bragged that if his student could master the technique in 1 month, he would already be a monster, since even Zhang himself had needed 3 full months. Then he insulted the Star City camp again, claiming Lin Chunfeng would easily crush whatever trash Qin brought over. Qin Tianli instantly flared up in anger, his temper exploding through the phone. But before he could properly fire back, Zhang Lin had already hung up. After ending the call, Zhang Lin turned toward Lin Chunfeng and gave him a special order for tomorrow's match. He told him not to defeat the opponent too quickly, and instead to pretend the battle was close before winning by a narrow margin, just to leave Qin Tianli a little face. Greenwood energy gathered around Lin Chunfeng's hand, shaping itself into a claw-like form. A confident smile appeared on his face as he promised his master that his acting skills were already prepared. The next afternoon, high above the Yang City training camp, Grandmaster Qin Tianli used his power to fly through the sky with Su Hong. Below them stood the camp itself, built on a flattened mountain peak like a fortress overlooking the surroundings. Su Hong glanced down from the air, his expression carrying a nervous smile. He muttered that he really had not expected his very first experience of flying to happen in such a wild and direct way. A powerful gust of wind swept through the courtyard as the two descended. In the next moment, Qin Tianli and Su Hong landed right in the center of the training grounds, directly facing Jiang Lin and the people waiting behind him.
With a smug grin on his face, Jiang Lin stepped forward to greet his old rival. His eyes moved toward Su Hong as he asked to see the so-called genius Qin Tianli had brought all the way here to challenge Yang City.
Qin Tianli introduced Su Hong without hesitation, saying he was a beginner Tier 1 fighter who also practiced the spear. Su Hong planted his weapon against the ground, kept his posture polite, and respectfully greeted the rival grandmaster. The smug look on Jiang Lin's face immediately froze, then twisted into disbelief and irritation. He stared at Qin Tianli as if the man had lost his mind, asking whether he was seriously calling a beginner Tier 1 rookie a genius. But inside, Jiang Lin's confidence began to shake. If his Tier 2 disciple fought a beginner Tier 1 fighter normally, the match could end in a single fatal blow. Now he was worried that Lin Chunfeng's acting skills would have to work overtime just to make this battle seem remotely fair. Qin Tianli completely ignored the insult, his expression calm and confident. He simply urged Jiang Lin to start the match quickly, casually adding that he and Su Hong still needed to return home in time for dinner. Before long, a large crowd of trainees had gathered around the arena at the Yang City training camp. Excitement spread through the stands as everyone waited to see what kind of challenger had come from Star City. Some trainees whispered among themselves about the visiting genius, their eyes fixed on the arena. A few even joked that they hoped the challenger would not be so weak that the fight ended before it became interesting. Grandmaster Jiang Lin stepped before the crowd and formally introduced the famous Grandmaster Qin Tianli, along with the supposed genius student he had brought with him, Su Hong. Then, with a deliberately smug smile, Jiang Lin revealed Su Hong's cultivation level to everyone. He announced that this visiting genius from Star City was only at the beginner stage of Tier 1. The Yang City trainees immediately erupted in disbelief. Feeling insulted that someone this weak had dared to challenge their camp, they began mocking Su Hong openly, pointing out that their champion, Lin Chunfeng, was already a Tier 2 martial artist who could crush him in an instant. When Lin Chunfeng heard the crowd's reactions, cold sweat started to gather on his face. His master had ordered him to make the fight look close in order to preserve Qin Tianli's pride, but now he was panicking over how he was supposed to fake a balanced fight against someone who looked so weak. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Jiang Lin turned back to Qin Tianli and confirmed the terms of their bet. If his student won this match, then Qin Tianli would have to teach him an A-rank martial art. Then Jiang Lin put on a generous front and looked toward Su Hong. He said that if Su Hong somehow managed to win, he would be allowed to choose one extra A-rank martial art as a reward, and Su Hong politely thanked him without showing much reaction. Qin Tianli seemed amused by the offer and slapped his old rival on the back, sarcastically praising him as such a nice guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin remained completely certain that a mere Tier 1 beginner had no chance of defeating a Tier 2 student blessed with a rare wood spirit body. With the bet settled, the two competitors walked into the arena under everyone's gaze, while the grandmasters took their positions and watched from the side. Before the match began, Jiang Lin subtly reminded Lin Chunfeng to suppress his strength. Lin Chunfeng tightened his grip around his sword and, despite the anxiety in his expression, assured his master that he understood. Lin Chunfeng slowly drew his blade, the metal catching the light as it left its sheath. Even then, his mind was still tangled up in worry over how he should perform without ending the battle too fast. What frightened him most was the possibility that one careless attack might seriously injure this beginner before he had a chance to pull back. Then Lin Chunfeng noticed something strange. Su Hong had entered the arena empty-handed, so he frowned and asked why Su Hong was not using the spear he had clearly brought with him to the camp. Su Hong only stretched his body in a relaxed manner and answered casually that he was not planning to use his weapon for the time being. The truth was simple. Su Hong's only spear technique was still a basic C-rank skill, and compared with his newly acquired A-rank fist technique and movement skill, using the spear would only hold him back. Going in unarmed was actually the smarter choice, but Lin Chunfeng had no way of knowing that. In his eyes, Su Hong's decision looked like pure arrogance, and irritation began to rise across his face. Wanting to test that confidence for himself, Lin Chunfeng kicked off the ground and sprang into the air. Sword in hand, he charged straight at the unarmed Su Hong with sharp momentum. A green aura wrapped around Lin Chunfeng's body as he raised his sword high. With force behind the swing, he brought the blade crashing downward. Su Hong avoided the attack with ease, shifting aside just before the sword landed. The blade smashed into the stone floor, cracking the surface and sending broken debris flying outward. At the same time, Su Hong activated his A-rank movement skill. His body moved lightly and smoothly as he glided backward across the arena, putting distance between himself and the attack. A trail of wind followed behind him as he retreated, making his movement look effortless. He kept the gap open with a calm expression, as if he was simply testing the rhythm of the fight. Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected a beginner Tier 1 fighter to display an A-rank wind movement technique with such ease. Watching from above, the Grand Master's lips curled into a smirk. The display clearly amused him, and the look in his eyes showed that he found Su Hong's movement far more interesting than expected. Lin Chunfeng refused to let Su Hong keep slipping away. He steadied himself, then rushed forward again, closing the distance with determined speed. As he charged, Lin Chunfeng declared that movement skills would be useless now. In the next instant, he released his wood prison technique across the arena. Thick green vines suddenly shot up from the ground beneath Su Hong. They twisted around his leg in an instant, wrapping tightly and locking him in place. Faced with such a rare, controlled-type skill, Su Hong's eyes showed a flicker of surprise, and for a brief moment, he genuinely praised Lin Chunfeng's talent. But that was all it was, a moment. His expression quickly settled back into calm focus as his aura surged around him, and he prepared to rely on pure physical strength to tear those vines apart by force. But before Su Hong could even put that strength into action, the fragile green vines wrapped around him suddenly cracked apart. In the blink of an eye, they shattered into pieces and faded away completely, vanishing as if they had never existed. Su Hong stared at the empty space around him, confusion crossing his face for the first time. A technique that looked so troublesome had collapsed almost instantly, leaving him both puzzled and faintly disappointed. And Lin Chunfeng had been waiting for exactly that tiny opening. Taking advantage of Su Hong's brief distraction, he appeared in mid-air behind him, sword already raised high. As the blade came slashing down, Lin Chunfeng declared with confidence that even stopping Su Hong for 1 second was more than enough to decide the match. But Su Hong did not panic at all. Without even turning his whole body, he simply glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes calm and unreadable. In that same instant, green wind energy began gathering around Su Hong's fist. The swirling light wrapped tightly around his knuckles, condensing into a sharp, fast counterattack. The moment Su Hong punched out with that wind-infused fist, Lin Chunfeng's confident expression changed. His eyes snapped wide open as he realized the attack was coming far faster than he expected. In that split second, Lin Chunfeng understood the danger clearly. Su Hong's fist was moving so quickly that it would reach him before his descending sword could ever touch its target. With no time left to dodge, Lin Chunfeng desperately activated his wood escape technique. Thick layers of wood erupted in front of him, forming a solid barrier just as Su Hong's fist came crashing in. But that defense might as well have been paper. Su Hong's punch slammed into the wooden shield with brutal force, blowing it apart into countless splinters and sending Lin Chunfeng flying backward like he had been struck by a raging beast. As his battered body was thrown through the air, Lin Chunfeng could barely make sense of what had just happened. He could not understand how a lower-level beginner possessed physical power this overwhelming. The trainees from the local academy were just as stunned. Their champion's A-rank defense had been broken with a single blow, and as they watched the fragments scatter across the arena, fear crept over their faces. Su Hong's raw strength was no longer something human to them. It felt even more terrifying than a wild beast. High above the arena, Grandmaster Qin burst into loud laughter, clearly enjoying the sudden reversal as he teased his rival without holding back. Grandmaster Jiang Lin was sweating now, but he stubbornly refused to admit defeat, insisting that brute strength alone would never be enough to take down his genius disciple and telling Qin to keep watching. Su Hong did not give Lin Chunfeng any room to recover. The instant he saw his opponent retreating, he kicked off the ground and shot forward at high speed, chasing him down with relentless pressure. He drove a fierce kick toward Lin Chunfeng, but the moment his leg passed through the target, the figure broke apart into flickering shadows instead of flesh. Su Hong's gaze sharpened immediately. He had not hit Lin Chunfeng at all. He had only destroyed an afterimage. At that same moment, Lin Chunfeng used his own A-rank movement skill and reappeared directly behind Su Hong, his presence shifting into place like a ghost stepping out of thin air. With pride in his voice, Lin Chunfeng boasted about his superior footwork and swung his sword in an explosive slash. But even with the attack bursting forward, Su Hong moved cleanly out of the way, dodging it with almost effortless precision. When the dust finally began to settle, Lin Chunfeng stood across from Su Hong, breathing heavily as his chest rose and fell. He could no longer deny the boy's terrifying strength. Still, he urged Su Hong to give up, admitting with rare humility that if the two of them were at the same level, he would definitely be the one to lose.
Lin Chunfeng was caught off guard by the sudden change in atmosphere. Across from him, Su Hong lowered himself into position and stretched one hand forward, his posture calm, but carrying a dangerous sense of purpose.
In the next instant, bright orange flames erupted violently from Su Hong's fist, roaring outward with a heat that instantly changed the air around him. Before Lin Chunfeng could even ask how Su Hong was using a different element, towering flames burst up around him. A massive cage of fire formed in an instant, trapping him inside a blazing control skill. Sweat quickly formed on Lin Chunfeng's face as the heat pressed in from every side. He was shocked that a beginner could actually master such a technique, but he forced himself to stay calm. In his mind, Su Hong's energy could not possibly last for long, so all he had to do was wait inside until the flames collapsed on their own. Up on the platform, Qin Tianli's composure finally cracked. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Su Hong had already mastered the flame cage. Jiang Lin noticed his reaction at once and frowned in confusion. If Qin Tianli was the one who taught Su Hong, why was he acting so shocked? Caught off guard, Qin Tianli could only stammer awkwardly, trying to force out some kind of excuse. Jiang Lin immediately pressed further, demanding to know how a wind attribute student had suddenly started using fire. Qin Tianli, who clearly did not understand Su Hong's abilities much better himself, coughed to hide his embarrassment and casually brushed it off, claiming that having multiple elements was nothing worth making a fuss about. Desperate to steer the conversation away from himself, Qin Tianli quickly pointed back toward the arena. Raising his voice, he wondered aloud why the flame cage still had not collapsed, then drew attention to the new glow gathering around Su Hong's hand. Outside the fiery cage, Su Hong stood steady and silent. Around his fist, a pale aura began to swirl, gathering tighter and brighter as he prepared his next strike. Inside the cage, Lin Chunfeng stared at him in growing horror. Su Hong was not only maintaining the flame prison, but also preparing another attack at the same time. That kind of control was incredibly difficult, even for advanced fighters, yet this beginner was doing it right in front of him. Then Su Hong confirmed Lin Chunfeng's worst fear. He launched himself forward without hesitation, driving his glowing fist straight through the curtain of flames toward the trapped student. As the attack closed in, Lin Chunfeng's composure finally broke. Panicking, he triggered his wood escape once again, causing thick wooden roots to surge upward in front of him as a last, desperate shield. But the barrier could not stop Su Hong at all. His glowing fist punched straight through the wood, tearing past the defense before slamming hard into Lin Chunfeng's stomach. The impact blasted Lin Chunfeng backward, forcing blood from his mouth as pain twisted across his face. Even as he was thrown away, he could not help cursing how absurd Su Hong's power was for someone who was supposed to be only a beginner. Su Hong's fist smashed brutally into Lin Chunfeng's chest, the force of the blow exploding through him and sending a spray of blood into the air. That massive impact hurled Lin Chunfeng backward until he crashed violently against the scorching wall of the flame cage. The burning flames licked across his bare back, searing his skin with severe burns. But almost immediately, bright green energy flared over the injured area. The damaged skin began recovering at a visible speed, the burns healing as the wood attribute power spread across his back. Lin Chunfeng lifted his head with a confident smirk, refusing to look beaten. He warned Su Hong not to underestimate the healing ability of a Tier 2 wood spirit body. Su Hong remained completely unmoved. His cold gaze stayed locked on Lin Chunfeng, and his answer was simple. If one punch was not enough to keep him down, then he would just keep punching. With that decision made, Su Hong charged forward again and unleashed a rapid storm of glowing punches. Blow after blow rained down relentlessly as if he was determined to prove Lin Chunfeng's healing could not last forever. Even while enduring those heavy strikes, Lin Chunfeng continued to absorb the damage and taunt him through the pain. He insisted that Su Hong's effort was pointless, because the stamina of a Tier 1 fighter could never outlast the endurance of a Tier 2. At the same time, Lin Chunfeng gathered a dense sphere of green energy in his free hand. With that power building in his palm, he challenged Su Hong directly, eager to see whether the flame cage would collapse first or Su Hong's energy would run dry. Su Hong sensed the danger immediately. His fire energy was being consumed far too quickly, and if this continued, he would soon lose control of the situation. Knowing the flame cage might collapse on its own and turn the momentum against him, Su Hong made the decision first. He cancelled the fiery prison himself before Lin Chunfeng could take advantage of it. The moment the flames disappeared, Lin Chunfeng burst into triumphant laughter. Thinking Su Hong had finally reached his limit, he declared that it was his turn to attack now and that Su Hong's defeat was already certain. But that arrogant smile did not last for even a breath. It vanished completely. replaced by pure terror, as Su Hong raised his hand and gathered a crackling mass of golden lightning mixed with raging fire. With an almost casual tone, Su Hong mentioned that he had not planned to use this move at first simply because it consumed too much energy. Lin Chunfeng stared at the terrifying power forming in Su Hong's palm, and cold sweat instantly rolled down his face. He could not believe that a mere Tier 1 fighter was capable of producing energy this monstrous. Panic surged through Lin Chunfeng's body. He knew with absolute certainty that he could not let Su Hong close the distance. Slamming both glowing green hands onto the stone floor, he poured every last bit of his remaining energy into defense. With a roar, Lin Chunfeng called out the name of his defensive technique. Massive wooden pillars erupted from the ground one after another, rising into a thick, towering wall meant to block Su Hong's terrifying attack. Su Hong's eyes ignited with intense golden light, burning with a sharp brilliance as the destructive power in his hand reached its peak. Su Hong stepped right up to the towering wooden wall without the slightest hesitation. As he pulled his fist back, violent arcs of lightning snapped and crawled over his arm, filling the air with a raw, crackling pressure. Then, with devastating force, Su Hong drove his fist forward. Blazing fire and wild lightning fused around his hand, and the sheer power of the strike seemed to twist the air itself at the point of impact. The thick wooden barrier did not hold for even a moment. Su Hong's fist tore straight through it, as if those massive pillars were nothing more than thin sheets of paper. The punch continued forward without slowing and smashed squarely into Lin Chunfeng's face. The impact blasted him backward in an instant, knocking him unconscious as his body crashed heavily onto the stone floor. As the flames dimmed and broken wood scattered around him, Su Hong remained standing in the center of the wreckage. His expression stayed calm as he looked down at the opponent he had completely defeated. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Around the massive battlefield, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, as if everyone had forgotten how to breathe. Then the Yang City trainees erupted into panicked disbelief. Their champion had a Tier 2 wood spirit body and powerful healing ability, yet Su Hong had knocked him out with a single strike. Even more terrifying, the power of that punch felt like something from a legendary S-rank move, making it impossible for them to accept that Su Hong was still only an early Tier 1 fighter. Grandmaster Zhang Lin's face turned pale as cold sweat broke across his forehead. Staring at the arena in complete shock, he slowly turned toward his old rival and demanded to know exactly what kind of monster Qin Tianli had dragged into the camp. His hand trembled as he pointed toward Su Hong below. Zhang Lin had clearly recognized it. The boy had used element fusion to create that level of destruction. The thought alone left him shaken, because a young Tier 1 fighter mastering such an advanced technique should have been impossible. Qin Tianli lifted his teacup and took a calm sip, wearing the most innocent expression possible. He casually said he definitely would not tell Zhang Lin that Su Hong had mastered dual element fusion in just 1 month. Zhang Lin stared at him in disbelief, but Qin Tianli was not done. Looking away with a smug little smile, he added that if Zhang Lin found out Su Hong had perfect compatibility with all 7 elements and was training 7 techniques at the same time, the old man might be scared to death on the spot. That single sentence left Zhang Lin completely frozen. Qin Tianli then acted as if he had accidentally said too much. With a cheerful smile, he apologized for letting the secret slip. Though the smug look on his face made it painfully obvious, he felt no regret at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin stood there like his soul had left his body. His mind kept circling the same impossible question. How could any student reach such a terrifying level in only 1 month? Seeing his rival completely stunned, Qin Tianli immediately took advantage of the moment. He slung an arm around Zhang Lin's shoulders and brought up their bet, reminding him that Su Hong had won. That meant Zhang Lin had to teach the boy the A-rank Thunder Spear art, along with his ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Still drowning in shock, Zhang Lin barely even thought before nodding and agreeing. Sometime later, inside a huge dome-shaped training room, Su Hong stood in a high-tech arena across from Grandmaster Jiang Lin. Both of them held practice spears, and the wide space around them was clearly built to withstand serious combat training. Jiang Lin looked at the young trainee in front of him, and even now the amazement in his eyes had not fully faded. Deep down, he admitted that in all his years, he had never encountered anyone with potential as monstrous as Su Hong's. Forcing himself to set that shock aside, Zhang Lin began introducing the martial art he was about to demonstrate. It was an A-rank Thunder Spear technique known as the 9 heaven-breaking spears. As he gripped the spear, violent blue lightning began to crackle around his hand and along the weapon. With the electric glow flashing around him, Zhang Lin started explaining the true nature of the technique. The 9 heaven-breaking spears contained 3 stances, and each stance included 3 separate moves. Zhang Lin warned Su Hong that as the stances advanced, both the destructive power and the difficulty would rise dramatically. Zhang Lin made it clear that this technique was extremely difficult to learn. Under normal circumstances, he would never teach it to anyone below Tier 4. But Su Hong's talent was too rare, so Zhang Lin believed the boy should at least be able to grasp the first stance without much trouble. Then Zhang Lin told Su Hong to watch carefully. As soon as the words left his mouth, electricity lit up in his eyes and the pressure around his body changed completely. He unleashed the first stance, river overturning. The spear moved with crushing force, sending a massive wave of pure lightning crashing straight down through the arena like a vertical flood of thunder. Without breaking his rhythm, Zhang Lin flowed into the next attack and announced the second stance, sea inverting. With a sweeping motion of his spear, a huge wave of lightning surged across the arena. The blue electric current rolled forward like a raging ocean, swallowing the training space in violent thunder. Su Hong tightened his grip around his own weapon as he watched the display unfold. Standing inside that simulated storm, he felt like a tiny boat trapped on a furious sea, fully aware that even one stray bolt could wipe him out instantly. Zhang Lin still did not pause. His body leaped high into the air as he prepared the third stance, heaven-breaking, bringing the terrifying momentum of the technique to its peak. From above, he drove his spear downward. A piercing blast of lightning shot from the weapon and struck the center of the room with explosive force. Even after the main strike landed, the leftover energy did not disappear. It spiraled violently upward, forming a massive tornado of swirling electricity that looked both beautiful and terrifying. Su Hong stared at the fierce electric storm and quickly understood something important. Zhang Lin had deliberately held back, otherwise even this reinforced training room might have been destroyed. Compared to that overwhelming power, Su Hong felt as small as an ant. But instead of fear, determination burned brighter in his eyes. One day, he swore to himself, he would also possess that kind of devastating combat strength. When the storm finally faded, Zhang Lin handed Su Hong a small manual containing the details of the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He told him to study and practice on his own first, and if any questions came up, he would answer them later. Su Hong accepted the manual and respectfully thanked the Grandmaster for his guidance. Zhang Lin smiled warmly and said he was only honoring the bet. Then he promised that once Su Hong mastered the first stance, he would teach him the second martial art, Palm Thunder. Zhang Lin added casually that although the spear art was already powerful, its destructive force still could not compare with his ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Su Hong's eyes immediately lit up as he held the manual tighter. If Palm Thunder was even more destructive than the 9 heaven-breaking spears, then he had even more reason to master the spear art as quickly as possible. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Lin turned and headed toward the exit of the dome. He said he still had matters to discuss with Grandmaster Qin, but he would come back later to check Su Hong's progress, leaving the eager trainee alone to begin practicing. 1 hour later, Grandmaster Zhang Lin returned to the training room, expecting to see Su Hong still studying the basics. He walked in and asked whether Su Hong had understood the technique yet, reminding him not to rush because this kind of art usually took months to learn. But the moment he looked inside, his words nearly stuck in his throat. Su Hong was standing there, surrounded by a swirling vortex of golden lightning. Then Su Hong thrust out his spear and released a powerful blast of electricity, sending bright lightning surging through the training room. As the lightning faded, Su Hong turned toward the Grandmaster with a troubled expression. Instead of acting proud, he complained that the spear art was far too difficult, saying he had only managed to reach a basic level. And right after saying that, Su Hong looked at Zhang Lin and immediately asked to learn the ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Zhang Lin stood there completely dumbfounded. In his mind, only one thought remained: was this what the talent of a true monster looked like? Later, as the sun slowly sank below the horizon, Grandmaster Zhang Lin sat outside the training room with a drained expression, looking as if the entire day had beaten the life out of him. Grandmaster Qin Tianli soon walked over and noticed Zhang Lin's dazed state right away. He asked why the old man looked so defeated, and whether he had already taught Su Hong Palm Thunder. Still trapped in shock, Zhang Lin only muttered that he was done teaching and told Qin to go look for himself. Qin Tianli narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical, and headed toward the door. He wondered if Zhang Lin had secretly held something back, because Palm Thunder required careful instruction and should have been impossible to learn without proper guidance. But the moment Qin Tianli opened the door, every word he had been about to say died in his throat. Inside the room, Su Hong stood wrapped in crackling electricity, calmly holding a perfect ball of lightning in his hand. Then, with a cheerful expression, he announced that he had already learned Palm Thunder. Both Grandmasters ended up sitting by the doorway in stunned silence. Even Qin Tianli, who already had high expectations for Su Hong, was shocked by the speed of his progress. As for Jiang Lin, he was practically in despair, remembering that it had taken him 3 whole months to master the same skill, and back then, people had called him a genius for it. After finally recovering a little, Qin Tianli declared that Su Hong's future was truly limitless and that the boy would definitely reach Tier 9 one day. Then, seeing his rivals still looking crushed, he offered to take Jiang Lin out for a meal. After that, Qin Tianli contacted Su Hong and told him to rest in a temporary dorm for the night, since they would be leaving the next day. Su Hong accepted the arrangement without hesitation. That night, inside his dorm room, Su Hong sat down and opened his system interface, carefully reviewing the gains he had earned from the recent battles. From defeating Wang Tiantuo's group and then overcoming Lin Chunfeng, Su Hong had earned a total of 230 martial value points, a reward that made the day's victories even more meaningful. Looking over the numbers on the system interface, Su Hong quickly noticed the biggest problem. His vitality was still far too low, and with so many other areas also waiting for upgrades, those 230 martial value points suddenly felt nowhere near enough. After weighing it for a moment, Su Hong still chose the most important path first. Since core cultivation formed the foundation of everything, he decided to pour every one of his newly gained points into raising his vitality.
Once the points were spent, Su Hong understood his next problem just as clearly. He needed even more martial value. But after everything that had happened, no trainee in the camp would dare spar with him anymore, which meant his only real option was to enter the ferocious beast room and hunt monsters instead.
At the same time, the 2 grandmasters were sitting together, drinking and talking as the night gradually settled over the camp. Jiang Lin was still grumbling about how Qin Tianli had tricked him out of 2 A-rank martial arts, but Qin only waved it off with a bored expression, saying he had already heard that complaint so many times his ears were practically numb. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when a staff member stepped in and reported that the camp's night raid event was ready to begin. Everything was prepared, and they were only waiting for Grandmaster Jiang's command. Jiang Lin, still half casual from drinking, approved it without thinking too much. He told the staff not to go easy on the trainees, and the man immediately passed the order down, setting the night raid into motion. The moment Qin Tianli heard that, his relaxed expression vanished. He sobered up almost instantly and reminded Jiang Lin in a panic that Su Hong was staying in those dorms too. Only then did Jiang Lin realize the trouble they had caused. His drunken haze disappeared at once, and he tried to stop the raid, but it was already too late. The instructors had already moved out. Outside the dorm area, a team of instructors had already gathered for the ambush. Among them, Bu Jingfeng, who had once been humiliated by Su Hong, looked toward his brother Bu Jinglong and asked why a high-level Tier 2 instructor was taking part in such a basic raid. Bu Jinglong explained that Grandmaster Jiang had sent him specifically to handle a trainee with a resilient wood spirit body. Bu Jingfeng casually remarked that going after a low-level Tier 2 student sounded a little like bullying, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he paused, suddenly struck by a strange and uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. Bu Jinglong noticed that reaction and smirked, immediately teasing him about how he had been beaten by a trainee back in Star City. Bu Jingfeng flushed with embarrassment and quickly defended himself, insisting that he had only lost because he underestimated his opponent. If he ran into Su Hong again, he swore he would eliminate him properly this time. Bu Jinglong mocked him even harder, asking whether defeating a Tier 1 trainee was really something worth bragging about. Then he warned him not to take the wood spirit body trainee lightly. Bu Jingfeng only scoffed, full of confidence that he would not make the same mistake twice. Bu Jinglong stopped wasting time and turned toward his squad. With a firm order, he told every instructor to put on their masks. The moment the masks were on, he gave one final shout. The entire group surged forward together, charging straight toward the dorms to begin the surprise ambush. The quiet dormitory was shattered in an instant. Doors were kicked open, screams echoed through the halls, and masked instructors rushed from room to room as the sudden night raid descended on the sleeping trainees. The commotion quickly reached Su Hong's room. He opened the door just enough to look outside, and after seeing the chaos in the hallway, he immediately realized that a night raid was underway. Not far away, one trainee shouted angrily at an instructor, accusing him of having no martial virtue for attacking in the middle of the night. The answer he got was a clean punch that sent him crashing down. After knocking that student down, the instructor suddenly spotted Su Hong peeking from his room. Surprised that they had missed someone, he lunged toward him without hesitation. But before the instructor could even react properly, Su Hong moved first. A sharp uppercut blasted upward, sending the masked man smashing straight into the ceiling. With the instructor stuck awkwardly overhead, Su Hong frowned in annoyance and ignited a flame in his palm. As a guest in the camp, he felt he had no business being attacked like this. Then his gaze shifted to the instructor's mask and uniform. Looking at that disguise, Su Hong suddenly paused as a new idea formed in his mind. If he stole the outfit and blended in as one of the raiders, he could take action during the chaos without anyone blaming him afterward. Better yet, he could fight the trainees and earn martial value points openly. As that thought settled in, a sly smile slowly spread across his face. Farther down the hall, a nearly naked student was pleading with a masked instructor, desperately asking for just enough time to put on his boxers. The raider only laughed at him and told him to stop struggling and accept getting knocked out. At that exact moment, a disguised Su Hong suddenly burst into the room. Wearing the stolen mask and uniform, he announced loudly that he had come to help. The real instructor turned around in confusion, clearly not understanding the situation. He questioned why a newcomer was barging into his assigned area and interfering with his work. Su Hong did not bother answering. He stepped in and punched the instructor so hard that the man was launched straight through the concrete wall. The student froze where he stood, completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. He could not understand why the masked raiders were suddenly fighting among themselves. Su Hong did not stay to explain. He dashed back into the hallway immediately, leaving the half-dressed student staring after him and wondering why that strange raider had spared him. Thrilled by how well his plan was working, Su Hong charged down the corridor with flames burning around his fist. If he could fight the trainees without holding back during the raid, he realized he might earn hundreds of martial value points in one night. But as Su Hong tore through the hallway, the ones falling first were not the trainees. One by one, the real instructors were beaten down by the disguised intruder moving through their own ranks. The sudden friendly fire threw the raiders into complete confusion. Shouts rang through the hallway as they began yelling that there was a mole hiding among them. After knocking down yet another raider with a clean punch, Su Hong let out a small sigh under his mask, as if the whole situation had become almost too easy. Standing among the defeated instructors, Su Hong cracked his knuckles and calmly declared that the first floor had been cleared. Then, without wasting another second, he turned and headed straight for the second floor. On the next level, Su Hong moved through the hall like a streak of golden light. His fists flashed again and again, and the entire squad of instructors on that floor was taken down before they could even organize a proper response. By the time he raced toward the third floor, Su Hong could barely hold back his laughter. His plan was working perfectly, and the system kept rewarding him with martial value points for every instructor he defeated. Up ahead on the third floor, a group of masked instructors had gathered, watching an intense fight between Lin Chunfeng and the high-level instructor Bu Jinglong. The watching instructors were clearly impressed by Lin Chunfeng's resilience. They murmured among themselves that his recovery ability was incredibly troublesome and could even become dangerous for Bu Jinglong if the fight dragged on. Inside the battle area, Lin Chunfeng stood wrapped in a glowing green healing aura, his wounds recovering as he faced the masked instructor across from him. Bu Jinglong's body radiated fiery energy, making the clash between the two sides feel even more intense. Su Hong walked up to the spectating raiders as if he belonged there and asked why they were all just standing around. Since none of them realized he was an imposter, they casually invited him to watch, telling him that the Wood Spirit Body trainee's recovery ability was truly something worth seeing. Su Hong stepped forward quietly, and beneath the mask his expression shifted. Golden energy began to ignite around his fist, gathering with a dangerous glow. Then he said there was no need to keep watching. His words instantly confused the surrounding instructors, who had no idea what he meant. Before they could react, Su Hong exploded into motion. His fists tore through the group in a fierce barrage, sending masked instructors flying one after another, while he calmly stated that he had already experienced the power of the Wood Spirit Body himself. The sudden commotion immediately interrupted the fight. Bu Jinglong stopped mid-battle and turned sharply, his anger flaring as he demanded to know why one of the raiders was attacking their own people. Su Hong did not look bothered in the slightest. Instead, golden aura surged around his body, making him stand out even more under the mask. With a smile hidden beneath his disguise, he openly challenged both of them. Whether it was the trainee or the elite instructor, he wanted them to come at him together. Bu Jinglong immediately told Lin Chunfeng to step aside and recover. In his mind, there was no need for the trainee to get involved. He would deal with this rogue raider himself. Furious that someone had dared to interfere with the operation, Bu Jinglong charged straight at Su Hong. As he rushed forward, he shouted that he would teach this rule-breaker a proper lesson for violating the night raider's discipline. Su Hong faced him without backing away. Golden energy gathered into his hand, forming a powerful Vajra fist, and he drove it forward to meet Bu Jinglong's attack head-on. The two forces collided with a heavy impact, and the shock of it sent Bu Jinglong stumbling backward. His eyes widened beneath the mask as he realized just how terrifying his opponent's physical strength really was. In that instant, Bu Jinglong understood this was no ordinary fighter. Abandoning his earlier confidence, he immediately changed his plan and shouted for Lin Chunfeng to join the fight. Lin Chunfeng reacted immediately, unleashing his wood prison technique without hesitation. Thick vines burst up from the floor like living ropes, twisting toward Su Hong from every direction. But Su Hong flipped through the air with sharp control and slipped past them effortlessly. Using that brief distraction, Bu Jinglong suddenly appeared behind Su Hong and drove a heavy punch toward his back. But just as the attack landed, a layer of glowing purple earth attribute armor surged over Su Hong's body, blocking the blow head-on. Bu Jinglong froze in absolute shock, staring at the armored figure in front of him. He could not understand where this monster had come from, or how someone could block a high-level Tier 2 attack so easily without even being forced back. Before Bu Jinglong could even make sense of it, Su Hong disappeared from his sight. In the next instant, he reappeared with terrifying speed and smashed the elite instructor into the wall, shattering his armor on impact and forcing blood from his mouth. Su Hong did not slow down for even a breath. He vaulted over the stunned Lin Chunfeng, flames blazing around his fist, and slammed that burning punch into the back of the trainee's head, driving him face first into the ground and knocking him out cold. A moment later, the system responded. Martial value points were awarded for both victories, confirming that Su Hong had taken down Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong together. When Su Hong checked his status, his eyes lit up with excitement. His martial value balance had surged past 2,400 points, and the sudden jump made him feel like he had struck a fortune overnight. The next morning, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong stood among the other injured raiders. Everyone looked bruised, battered, and utterly defeated, as if the entire night raid had turned into a disaster for the instructors instead. Grandmaster Jiang Lin was furious as he pointed at the wounded men, loudly blaming all the destruction on Qin Tianli's monstrous student. Qin Tianli, however, acted completely innocent and casually denied having anything to do with it, which made Jiang Lin snap back sarcastically, asking who else could possibly have caused this level of chaos. Having completely lost his patience, Jiang Lin roared at them to get out and kicked his old rival out of the camp on the spot. Qin Tianli only laughed, utterly shameless, as he flew away with Su Hong like they had just finished a successful trip. While they were flying through the air, Qin Tianli glanced at Su Hong and asked whether he was still lacking martial arts for the metal, wood, and water attributes. Su Hong nodded and confirmed it, though he could not help wondering why the Grand Master was suddenly bringing this up. Qin Tianli's lips curled into a sly grin. With that familiar scheming look, he suggested that they should go visit a few more of his old friends. Over the next 10 days, Qin Tianli and Su Hong traveled through 3 different training camps. Each time, they repeated the same trick. Su Hong easily defeated the local champions, while Qin Tianli stood by smugly, collected the winnings, and brushed off the angry grandmasters who accused him of cheating. After all of that, Su Hong returned to his own dorm and sat down in meditation, quietly absorbing and organizing the new skills he had gained. The system soon confirmed his progress. Su Hong had successfully learned the basic levels of 3 A-rank techniques: Metal Ripple, Woodvine Entanglement, and Water Dragon. When Su Hong opened his eyes, there was clear amazement in his gaze. Looking at his growing collection of abilities, he admitted to himself that he had never imagined he would one day possess so many A-rank martial arts. Then he checked his martial value again and saw that his points were already close to 3,000. With that much saved up, Su Hong finally decided it was time to spend them on strengthening his core vitality. Su Hong began pouring all of his accumulated martial value into his vitality. As the system registered each upgrade, intense heat surged through his body, and raw energy swelled inside him with a painful, almost overwhelming force. Sweat poured down Su Hong's face as his body expanded under the sudden rush of power. Only then did he realize he might have added too much at once, because his vitality had shot all the way up to 450. As his body slowly returned to normal, Su Hong dropped to one knee and panted heavily against the floor. The process had been painful, but excitement still filled his eyes, because he was now only 50 vitality points away from breaking through and becoming a Tier 2 martial artist. After checking his stats again, Su Hong saw that he had exactly 100 martial value points left. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether those final points should go into strengthening his spiritual power or improving his rare overlord body. In the end, curiosity won. Wanting to test just how far his special physique could grow, Su Hong chose the option to upgrade the overlord body. The system immediately deducted his remaining 100 martial value points, leaving his balance empty. But the increase it gave him was so tiny that Su Hong almost could not believe what he was seeing. The Overlord body's spirit rank had only risen by 0.1%. Su Hong stared at the result in stunned silence before complaining that this unique physique was outrageously expensive to upgrade and painfully inefficient for his current resources. After thinking it through, Su Hong concluded that reaching Tier 2 had to be his top priority. He grabbed his jacket and hurried toward the door, ready to head to the ferocious beast room and hunt more monsters for the points he still needed. But before Su Hong could leave, he ran straight into Grandmaster Qin Tianli. Qin Tianli asked whether he was still missing a healing martial art, and Su Hong immediately broke into a nervous sweat, guessing that the old man was probably planning to hustle yet another rival camp. Not long after that, at the Hang City training camp, Grandmaster Wang Qingshan stood before a large crowd of trainees and prepared to announce their next trial. He declared that they would be entering a brutal wilderness special training event. For 7 full days, the students would have to survive inside the 10,000 Munster mountain range without receiving any supplies from the outside. Standing among the local trainees in disguise with his spear in hand, Su Hong quietly listened to the harsh rules. He noted that Hang City was worthy of being a provincial capital, the camp was filled with real geniuses, and the standards were far tougher than Star City, since these trainees could only earn points by killing beasts at their own level or higher. When Grandmaster Wang Qingshan officially gave the order to begin, Su Hong leaped into the dangerous mountain range along with the rest of the Hang City trainees. Watching the students disappear into the wilderness, Wang Qingshan turned to Qin Tianli and questioned where his confidence came from, pointing out that Su Hong had not even reached Tier 2 yet. Qin Tianli simply confirmed the terms of their bet. If Su Hong won the survival challenge, Wang Qingshan would have to teach him an A-rank healing art. In return, Qin Tianli arrogantly promised that he would teach an A-rank martial art to every Hang City student who managed to defeat Su Hong. Wang Qingshan found the offer amusing and questioned whether Qin could really afford to say that, reminding him that half of the students were already Tier 2 martial artists. Qin Tianli brushed off the risk, claiming that facing the beasts early would be good training for the boy. But then he suddenly grew alarmed and asked whether beasts from the 10,000 races demonic cult had already arrived. Wang Qingshan casually confirmed that they had, though he dismissed them as nothing more than low-level Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures. Qin Tianli immediately accused Wang Qingshan of sending the students to their deaths by making them face Tier 3 monsters. Wang Qingshan's expression remained cold as he replied that the War of 10,000 Races was cruel and that true powerhouses could only be forged through extreme hardship. Qin Tianli could only let out a heavy sigh, accepting that there was no changing the situation now. Even as Qin Tianli thought it would already count as a victory if Su Hong simply returned alive, the young trainee was already deep in the wilderness. With lightning surging around his spear, Su Hong violently sliced the head off a massive wolf beast. Eager to test the martial arts he had just obtained, Su Hong raised his hand and summoned a barrage of golden metal energy beams. The sharp rays pierced through an entire pack of beasts, dropping them one after another. Without stopping, Su Hong switched to his wood attribute next. Thick, glowing vines erupted around a giant snake, wrapping around its body before tightening and crushing it with terrifying force. As night descended over the mountain range, Su Hong called forth a massive water dragon. The roaring current surged forward and violently blasted through a fiery beast, proving that the wilderness had become his testing ground. Stepping into a dark cave past the glowing corpse of his latest prey, Su Hong acknowledged just how destructive his new A-rank martial arts truly were. At the same time, he noticed a serious drawback. Using them one after another drained his spiritual energy far too quickly. Inside the bloody cave, surrounded by bones and the remains of the beasts he had killed, Su Hong opened his system again to check his progress. When he saw that he had already earned over 500 martial value points and that his vitality had reached its limit, Su Hong knew the timing was right. It was finally time to push forward and attempt his breakthrough to Tier 2. Sitting down in meditation, Su Hong began channeling his points into vitality. A fierce, fiery aura erupted around his body as the system recorded each steady upgrade, pushing his body closer and closer to a brand new limit. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a red-haired cultist moved through the dark woods on patrol, grumbling under his breath. He complained about being forced to check the perimeter in the middle of the night, convinced that no one could possibly discover their hidden sacrificial grounds in such a remote mountain range. Then the cultist suddenly stopped walking. His gaze fell on the freshly killed body of a massive beast lying just outside the dark cave where Su Hong was meditating, and he immediately realized that an intruder had wandered into their territory after all. Standing at the cave entrance, the cultist raised his voice and called inside with a vicious, mocking tone, clearly enjoying the chance to threaten whoever was hiding within. He demanded that Su Hong come out and accept a quick death. If the intruder refused, the cultist threatened to skin him and eat him alive. The cultist continued ordering the intruder to surrender, warning that resisting would only lead to a fate worse than death. After glancing at the dead blazing black tiger nearby, he guessed that his opponent was probably only around Tier 2 or Tier 3 strength at best. From inside the cave, Su-hong listened carefully to the man's arrogant voice. Since the cultist spoke about Tier 3 martial artists with such contempt, Su-hong suspected that this enemy might be a formidable Tier 4 expert, and because he had only just broken through to Tier 2, Su-hong had to admit that he did not yet have full confidence in taking on a Tier 4 opponent head-on. Su-hong quickly judged the situation and decided that escaping was the safest choice for now. Without wasting another breath, he launched a water dragon attack from inside the cave, using the roaring surge of water as cover while he prepared to break away. The cultist's eyes lit up with excitement as he tightened his grip around his sword. With a single vicious slash, he tore the watery beast apart, then mocked the attack with open contempt, sneering that it only carried the weak power of an early Tier 2 fighter. The moment he saw Su-hong trying to slip away, the cultist's expression turned sharp. He immediately gave chase, refusing to let his prey escape from the cave alive. As he pursued him, the cultist even praised Su-hong's talent, admitting it was impressive for someone so young and low-level to have killed that beast. But his tone quickly twisted into sadistic amusement as he added that his favorite hobby was killing promising geniuses before they ever had the chance to grow. Then the cultist suddenly slowed down, confusion flashing across his face. He stared at Su-hong's back and asked why the boy had stopped running. Su-hong turned around calmly and faced his pursuer head-on. After sensing the energy the cultist had used just now, he realized the man was not the terrifying Tier 4 expert he had feared, but only an early-stage Tier 3 fighter. As Su-hong looked him over more carefully, his gaze landed on a distinct tattoo marked on the man's neck. That symbol immediately revealed the truth. The man was a member of the 10,000 Races demonic cult. Su-hong remembered exactly what kind of people belonged to that cult. They were human traitors who carried out terrorist attacks and sacrificed their own kind to alien races, all for the sake of gaining twisted power. Disgust rose in Su-hong's eyes. Golden aura surged around his body as he stared at the cultist coldly and declared that trash who betrayed humanity deserved nothing but death. The cultist only smirked at the threat, as if he found Su-hong's anger amusing. He challenged the boy to prove those words, then swung his sword and unleashed an A-rank fiery sword technique known as Fire Slash. This was Su-hong's first real clash against a Tier 3 opponent, so he had no intention of holding back. His focus sharpened as he prepared to unleash his full strength. Su-hong struck with C inverting, sending a massive wave of golden lightning crashing forward. The lightning slammed violently into the incoming fiery slash and completely overwhelmed it, tearing through the attack with crushing force. Even Su-hong was slightly surprised by the result. He had expected more resistance from a Tier 3 martial artist. Yet the cultist's technique had been blown away far more easily than he imagined. The cultist's confidence collapsed into panic. He could not understand how he was losing to someone an entire major realm below him, especially while using an A-rank martial art. What confused him even more was that Su-hong had already shown both water and lightning attributes. Fury took over, and the cultist began slashing wildly. Blazing sword strikes cut through the air one after another. But Su-hong moved with ease, dodging every single attack without letting a blade touch him. Then Su-hong activated his rapid movement technique. His figure vanished from the cultist's sight, only to reappear suddenly right behind him. Without giving the cultist even a moment to turn around, Su-hong unleashed another devastating blast of golden lightning at close range. The cultist instantly sensed the danger. The power behind this attack was far beyond his own fire slash, and terror flashed across his face as he tried to retreat as fast as he could. But before he could escape, thick green vines suddenly burst from the ground beneath him. They wrapped tightly around his leg, locking him in place before he could take another step. The cultist looked down in utter disbelief. First water, then lightning, and now wood attribute control. He could not comprehend how Su-hong was using so many different powers. With his leg bound and his movement completely cut off, the cultist had no way to dodge. The massive lightning blast swallowed him whole, drowning his body in violent golden electricity. When the dust and crackling light finally began to fade, Su-hong stood over the scorched remains and stared down at the cultist's smoldering body. But then the corpse suddenly began sinking and melting into the ground. Su-hong's eyes narrowed as he wondered whether the cultist had used some strange movement technique to survive the lightning strike. A moment later, the cultist reformed his body, now wrapped in thick magma-like rock armor. The hardened shell covered him like a monstrous second skin. The cultist's face twisted with anger as he cursed his own rotten luck. Out in the middle of nowhere, he had somehow run into a human genius, monstrous enough to threaten him. Covered in that armored shell, the cultist declared that Su Hong had nowhere left to run. As he prepared to counterattack, Su Hong instinctively took a step back, watching the transformation carefully. Then the cultist began a bloodline transformation. His body changed further as large wings burst from his back, spreading wide with a disturbing, unnatural force. With arrogance filling his voice, the cultist demanded that Su Hong witness the divine might of the celestial race, as if his mutation were some kind of sacred power. Su Hong's expression turned even colder with disgust. He thrust his spear forward and mocked the cultist for turning himself into a freakish monster, saying the entire demonic cult had clearly gone completely insane. The cultist reached out and caught the spear tip with his bare, armored hand. Holding it firmly, he bragged that once his bloodline transformation was complete, he would become a true celestial being. Still gripping Su Hong's spear, the cultist's voice turned murderous. He declared that Su Hong had to die for interrupting their sacrificial ritual. Su Hong immediately struck back. A fierce burst of fire erupted from him and pierced straight through the cultist's newly formed wing, leaving the fanatic stunned by the sudden pain. Su Hong seized that opening without hesitation. Flames roared up around the cultist from all sides as Su Hong activated his flame cage technique, trapping him inside a blazing prison. Then Su Hong poured pure lightning into his spear. With the weapon crackling in his hands, he executed the ultimate heaven-breaking stance of his A-rank spear art. The lightning-covered spear shot forward with terrifying force. It pierced straight through the cultist's hardened rock armor and drove a devastating, explosive blow right through his chest. The armor that had seemed so tough crumbled apart in an instant. The cultist gasped in disbelief, and moments later, his mutated body shattered completely into broken pieces. When Su Hong checked his system, even he was shocked by the reward. Killing the cultist had earned him a massive 212 martial value points, and he immediately realized how profitable hunting these fanatics could be. Normally, he had to fight beasts for a long time just to scrape together 500 points. Then, Su Hong remembered what the dead cultist had mentioned about a sacrificial ritual. If that was true, then they had likely captured human victims somewhere nearby, so he quickly decided to contact his Grand Master and request backup. Back at the Hang City training camp, Grandmaster Qin Tianli checked his phone and passed Su Hong's message to Grandmaster Wang Qingshan. He reported that members of the demonic cult had appeared in the mountain range and that a sacrifice was currently underway, with Su Hong requesting a rescue team. Wang Qingshan calmly took a sip of tea and dismissed the matter with a cold attitude. Qin Tianli then explained that this particular ritual was aimed at the cult's own brainwashed followers, which meant there was no real reason to intervene or save them. Seeing Qin Tianli remain so relaxed, Wang Qingshan questioned him instead. He asked why Qin was still sitting there drinking tea when his own student might be in danger. Qin Tianli casually replied that there was no need to rush because Su Hong had already killed the early-stage Tier 3 cultist. Wang Qingshan scoffed at once, refusing to believe such an absurd claim. In his eyes, there was no way a mere Tier 1 trainee could defeat a Tier 3 cultist, and he accused Qin Tianli's student of blatantly bragging. Qin Tianli stayed completely unbothered and simply told him to believe whatever he wanted. 3 days later, deep within the wilderness, Su Hong stood beside the freshly severed head of a massive, multi-eyed snake beast, its enormous body lying motionless nearby. Leaning against the creature's corpse, Su Hong opened his system stats and let out a disappointed sigh. After hunting numerous Tier 3 beasts over the past 3 days, his martial value had only climbed to 832 points. He could not help complaining that all this exhausting beast hunting had produced less value than killing just 4 demonic cultists. Just then, Su Hong's heightened senses caught something unusual. There was a hidden presence nearby, quietly watching him from the shadows. A blue-haired woman stood gracefully on a nearby branch, black wing tattoos visible across her back. With a playful smile, she praised the handsome young man for actually detecting her approach. Sharp ice energy gathered in her hand as her seductive smile deepened, but despite that charming expression, her words were ruthless. Since Su Hong had stepped into their territory, she had no choice but to kill him. In the next instant, she attacked. A rapid barrage of deadly ice spikes shot through the air, slicing towards Su Hong with chilling speed. But Su Hong did not look afraid at all. Instead, a confident smile spread across his face, because, to him, another demonic cultist appearing here only meant more free martial value points had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Su Hong met the incoming attack head-on, raising his power as a gigantic water dragon surged forward and roared across the battlefield. The two elemental forces slammed together in midair with violent force, exploding into a heavy cloud of smoke that swallowed the surrounding area. Before the haze could even settle, the cultist struck again, and a long whip suddenly tore out from inside the smoke like a venomous snake. Su-hong reacted without the slightest hesitation, snapping his hand out and catching the whip in place. At that moment, he chose not to kill her immediately. He still needed her alive long enough to force out the locations of the other demonic cult bases. With one brutal pull, Su-hong yanked the whip back with overwhelming strength, dragging the terrified woman off her feet and sending her flying straight toward him through the air. The instant she entered his striking range, Su-hong drove a ruthless punch into her stomach, his cold fist technique bursting through her body and crushing her resistance in a single blow. Standing above her fallen body, Su-hong lowered his glowing spear until the sharp tip hovered near her neck, then coldly demanded that she tell him where their base was hidden. Covered in blood and shaking with fear, the woman finally broke down. Begging him to spare her life, she confessed that their base was located 10 kilometers to the north. Su-hong did not stop there. His voice turned even colder as he asked how many Tier 3 fighters were stationed there, and under his pressure, she admitted that the base had 3 Tier 3 fighters and 3 Tier 2 fighters. Su-hong quickly calculated the situation in his mind. If her words were true, then only one Tier 3 cultist remained unaccounted for, and wiping out the rest of them would earn him more than 1,000 points, just enough to push his telekinesis into Tier 2. But the female cultist still refused to accept defeat. She suddenly lashed her whip outward, using the force to pull herself back an open distance, then screamed in fury that Su-hong had made the mistake of underestimating her. In the next instant, she triggered a blood transformation. Huge wings ripped out from her back as her body twisted into the form of a member of the heavenly god race, and as she hovered above the ground, she arrogantly declared that her power had doubled and killing him would now be effortless. Su-hong gave her no time to enjoy that confidence. He immediately thrust his spear forward, releasing a towering column of golden lightning that ripped through the air and pierced directly through her chest. As her mutated body began to fade and collapse, Su-hong pulled his spear free from her falling figure and looked down at her coldly, telling her to hand over her points. A moment later, his system confirmed the reward, 208 points. For such an easy kill, Su-hong was more than satisfied with the clean profit. At the same time, near the cult's base, a small group of trainees had already fallen into danger, completely surrounded by enemies beside an enormous stone pyramid. The Hang City trainees immediately realized they had walked into a death trap. Panic spread across their faces as they cursed the false intelligence, because instead of a few Tier 2 enemies, they were now facing a whole squad packed with Tier 3 fighters. The Blood Commander looked down at the trapped intruders with cold indifference and gave his men a simple order: execute them all. The cultists rushed forward with twisted excitement, their eyes locking onto the 3 Tier 2 human geniuses. With cruel grins, they shouted that they would skin them alive and offer them up as sacrifices. Even with death closing in from every direction, the desperate trainees refused to collapse. They gathered tightly together, bracing themselves for one final fight. If they were going to die here, they swore they would drag down as many cultists as they could, trusting that their Grandmaster would one day avenge them. High above the valley, the Grandmasters quietly watched the trap unfold. Wang Qingshan looked toward the battlefield with pride and pointed out his 3 strongest Hang City geniuses to his rival. Qin admitted that those trainees had real courage to stand their ground against Tier 3 enemies. Wang Qingshan, however, intended to let them endure the pressure and gain battle experience, stepping in only if their lives were truly about to be lost. Qin Tianli only smirked, his confidence completely unshaken. He told Wang Qingshan there was no need for them to interfere because his own little monster, Su-hong, was already charging into the valley to rescue Wang Qingshan's students. Wang Qingshan instantly turned and glared at Qin Tianli as if he had heard complete nonsense. He asked if Qin was drunk, then scoffed at the idea that a mere Tier 1 trainee could save anyone from an entire squad of Tier 3 experts. Back down in the valley, one of Hang City's top trainees stepped ahead of the others, using his own body to shield his teammates while declaring that if they had to fight, then they would live and die together. A cultist suddenly lunged toward them, red claws glowing with murderous light as he laughed that there was nowhere left to run. The trainee clenched himself for the fatal strike, already accepting that this might be his final moment. But just then, a spear wrapped in crackling golden lightning shot past the trainees like a flash of judgment, violently pinning the attacking cultist to a tree and killing him on the spot. The remaining cultists froze where they stood, their killing intent turning into outrage as they demanded to know who had dared to interfere. In the next blink, Su-hong appeared before them, his body arriving in a burst of lightning. Without wasting a word, Su-hong activated his lightning skill, seized 2 cultists by the head, and smashed them together with savage force. Then he spun through the battlefield, gathering power into his fists before unleashing a dazzling storm of lightning punches that swept through the nearby enemies and dropped several more in an instant. Surrounded by the bodies of the defeated cultists, Su Hong quietly suppressed his aura and turned toward the stunned trainees, calmly asking if they were all right. The Hang City geniuses stared at him in disbelief. They recognized him as Su Hong from Star City, but none of them could understand how he had just slaughtered so many Tier 3 experts with such terrifying ease. From the cliff above, Wang Qingshan broke into a nervous sweat. He demanded to know how Qin Tianli's student could be using a lightning skill when he was supposedly relying on a healing art, and after watching Su Hong unleash that high-level technique without showing any fatigue, Wang Qingshan began to suspect that the boy had already stepped into Tier 2. Qin Tianli looked calm on the outside, but inside he was just as shaken. The moment he realized Su Hong had jumped from Tier 1 to Tier 2 in only a few days, even Qin found that growth speed absurd beyond belief. Back in the valley, Su Hong told the Hang City trainees to withdraw while he held the enemies off. Still dazed by the power they had just witnessed, they quickly warned him to be careful before turning and fleeing from the battlefield. Once the trainees were gone, a greedy grin slowly spread across Su Hong's face. The female cultist had lied about the base's numbers. There were not just a few Tier 3 fighters here, there were more than a dozen of them. To Su Hong, however, that only made things better, because at 200 points per kill, every remaining cultist had become a walking pile of profit. At that moment, an enormous cultist charged straight at Su Hong, roaring furiously that he would smash him into pieces. Su Hong did not even flinch. He slipped past the brute's guard with ease, then buried a heavy punch into his stomach, sending the massive man crashing hard into the ground. Lightning gathered once again around Su Hong's hands as he slowly turned toward the remaining enemies, his voice calm and dangerous as he told them that it was their turn now. The surviving cultists finally lost their nerve. Faced with Su Hong's overwhelming strength, they backed away step by step, fear spreading through their ranks. Meanwhile, a man began climbing the stone stairs of the pyramid, even as the cultist below screamed that Su Hong was a monster and begged their commander to save them. When the man reached the top, he drew in a deep breath and looked over the fallen cultists below, his face twisting with an almost insane joy. Instead of mourning them, he happily announced that their deaths had been worthwhile and that their sacrifice would be remembered. Su Hong paused, his eyes narrowing in confusion, as the blood from the dead enemies suddenly defied gravity. Streams of crimson lifted from the ground and rushed upward toward the peak of the pyramid. A massive tide of blood began swirling around the man's body, and in that moment, Su Hong understood the truth. This was the real purpose behind the cult's ritual. Then the blood erupted with blinding golden light, and the man's body transformed before everyone's eyes into a blonde figure with broad white wings. Looking down from above, he sneered at them as lowly humans, then arrogantly demanded to know why they were not kneeling before a noble of the heavenly god race. The winged man floated high above the altar with an arrogant posture, his gaze sweeping down over the ruined battlefield like he already owned it. Down below, Su Hong tightened both hands around his spear, and instead of fear, an eager smirk slowly spread across his face. In Su Hong's mind, the calculation was painfully simple. If one mutated cultist had already rewarded him with such a huge payout, then taking down a pure-blooded member of that race would probably shower him with a truly ridiculous number of points. The member of the heavenly god race looked down at Su Hong with cold, naked contempt, his eyes filled with the pride of someone who saw humans as insects. Then he demanded to know who had allowed a mere ant to raise his head and look up at him. The winged man's voice turned murderous as he swore Su Hong would pay for that insolence with his life. In the very next instant, his figure blurred out of sight, vanishing from above the altar and appearing directly behind Su Hong's back. Su Hong's eyes widened as danger exploded behind him. For one brief moment, even he was thrown into panic, completely unprepared for the terrifying speed that had crossed the battlefield faster than his senses could follow. He managed to twist around and block at the last possible second, but the force behind the blow was monstrous. The impact slammed through his guard, and the ground beneath his feet cracked apart, caving in under the pressure. The winged man hovered there with a faint, amused smile, clearly surprised that Su Hong had actually withstood the strike. To him, finding such a capable fighter among the younger generation of humans was almost entertaining. Su Hong staggered back slightly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning sharper. That single exchange was enough for him to understand just how overwhelming the raw strength of the heavenly god race truly was. Still suspended in midair, the possessed cultist spoke with casual arrogance, admitting that he had only expected to slaughter a few weak humans during this ritual. But after seeing Su Hong's talent, he recognized him as a monster in the making and decided he had to erase this future threat right here before it could ever grow. Then, without warning, cracks spread across the man's arm, the flesh splitting under the strain of the power inside him. He clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that this host had not even reached Tier 4 vitality and was already beginning to fall apart under his divine power. Even with the vessel breaking down, his confidence did not fade in the slightest. He declared that the strength of peak Tier 3 was still more than enough to crush Su Hong, then pulled his arm back and prepared to unleash another brutal punch. Su Hong caught those muttered complaints, and his thoughts immediately sharpened. He realized the enemy in front of him was not a true heavenly god in his original body, but only a possessed human whose fragile vessel was already crumbling from the inside. Golden lightning erupted around Su Hong's fist as he gathered his power into a thunder rush fist. His fighting spirit surged, and he boldly declared that the outcome was no longer so certain before charging straight toward his opponent. The two of them crashed into each other with terrifying force, fists and power colliding again and again. In a blink, they exchanged a storm of devastating blows, and every impact sent tremors rolling through the entire valley. High above on the cliff, Qin Tianli watched the battle with a calm, almost casual expression. He even praised the physical strength of the heavenly god race, noting that this opponent could actually keep pace with his student. Beside him, Wang Qingshan looked completely exasperated, as if Qin Tianli was missing the truly shocking part. To him, Su Hong was the unbelievable one, a lower realm fighter using pure physical power to match, and even suppress, a body possessed by a heavenly god. Su Hong pressed forward without giving his enemy room to breathe. Lightning wrapped around his fist as he drove in a heavy punch, and the impact finally forced the heavenly god backward through the air, now battered and bleeding. The heavenly god stared at Su Hong with disbelief written across his face. He demanded to know what kind of monstrous physique this human had, admitting that even against the greatest chosen ones on the all-heavens battlefield, he had never lost a clash of pure strength. Yet now, a mere human was actually beating him back. Su Hong, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. With a fearless smirk on his face, he taunted his opponent and told him to keep going if he still had strength left and was not already exhausted. A blazing aura flared around Su Hong as the excitement of the fight surged through him. Ever since awakening his overlord body, he had always worried about accidentally beating someone to death, but now, for once, he could throw out his full strength with only one goal in mind, killing the enemy in front of him. Su Hong even openly regretted that the heavenly god's true body was not here. The frail human host was holding the fight back, and to Su Hong, that made the battle far less satisfying than it could have been. That contempt instantly pushed the heavenly god into a rage. Humiliated by a human looking down on him, he screamed at Su Hong like he was cursing an ant, then activated his ultimate technique as a massive golden portal opened behind him, ready to summon his divine arsenal. From the glowing portals, spear after spear began to emerge, each one shining with golden light as they filled the air above the battlefield. Hovering high above, the heavenly god looked down with fierce pride and declared that Su Hong was the first opponent who had ever forced him to reveal this move. Su Hong's eyes narrowed as he sensed the power inside each golden spear. Every single one seemed strong enough to obliterate a Tier 3 martial artist, and just as he wondered what kind of technique this was, his system suddenly chimed, telling him that this martial art could not be learned. That unexpected message left him genuinely surprised that there were actually skills even the system could not copy. From the cliff, Wang Qingshan immediately recognized the attack as divine arsenal, an innate martial art that belonged only to heavenly gods with extremely pure bloodlines. The moment Qin Tianli heard that, his expression shifted, and he began wondering whether the being possessing the cultist was actually a high-ranking alien noble. Wang Qingshan's face changed with panic, and he quickly urged Qin Tianli to step in before it was too late, refusing to watch such a precious human treasure die here. But Qin Tianli calmly stopped him, telling him to be patient because Su Hong still had not used his own ultimate move. Qin Tianli then revealed with a smug little look that Su Hong had perfect compatibility with all 7 elements, and when he added that Su Hong, while still only a Tier 1 martial artist, had already mastered the fusion of thunder and fire, Wang Qingshan froze in complete shock, struggling to accept something so impossible. The heavenly god also understood what Su Hong represented. Looking at the boy's monstrous potential, he admitted that if this human was allowed to live, he would one day become a massive threat to the entire heavenly god race. With killing intent roaring through his voice, he declared that this human had to die today. Then he unleashed the divine arsenal, sending a massive storm of glowing golden spears raining down toward Su Hong from every direction. Yet Su Hong did not flinch. Instead, he raised his eyes toward the falling spears and smirked, calmly replying that the heavenly god was also the first opponent who had managed to force him to use his full strength. Violent lightning surged into Su Hong's spear, crawling along the weapon like a living storm. In that moment he initiated the ultimate third stance of his 9 heaven-breaking spears. With a fierce shout, Su Hong called out the name of the technique and thrust his spear straight upward. A colossal pillar of raw lightning erupted from the tip, tearing into the sky and effortlessly smashing through the descending golden spears. The heavenly god could only stare in horror as his divine arsenal shattered before his eyes. He screamed that it was impossible, but the overwhelming lightning blast kept surging upward, rushing straight toward him with unstoppable force. The devastating strike swallowed him in an instant, triggering a massive explosion that lit up the battlefield. His possessed body was carbonized on the spot, then blasted apart into scattered pieces. And Su Hong's attack did not stop after destroying the enemy. The remaining force continued forward, slicing through the cult's enormous stone pyramid and cleaving the entire structure cleanly in half. In front of the ruined base, Su Hong stood trembling, his body clearly drained from the brutal fight. But when his system confirmed a massive reward of 843 martial value points, a tired grin spread across his face, because every painful second of that battle had been completely worth it. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan landed beside Su Hong almost immediately, his excitement impossible to hide. He praised the boy again and again, calling him a precious treasure and a truly great genius. Then Wang Qingshan grabbed Su Hong's face in both hands, staring at him like he was looking at some impossible miracle. He admitted that if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed a Tier 2 martial artist could defeat a heavenly god. Even after hearing such high praise, Su Hong did not let himself get carried away. Instead, he silently realized that if an ordinary member of a top 10 ranked race had already forced him to use his ultimate move, then the true geniuses of those races had to be terrifying beyond imagination.
Wang Qingshan then seemed to settle himself down as well, concluding that after all, defeating one small fry was not something they should become too excited about.
4 days passed, and the wilderness survival training finally came to an official end at the Hang City camp. When the final scoreboard appeared, Su Hong stood at the very top with an astonishing 17,210 points, completely crushing the second-place score of only 4,700. The gap was so absurd that some trainees immediately started accusing him of cheating, refusing to believe a lower-tier fighter could possibly earn that much. But the Hang City geniuses Su Hong had saved quickly stepped forward and shut those rumors down. They told everyone that Su Hong's strength was simply ridiculous, and that he had easily one-shotted Tier 3 demonic cultists during the training. When a few students eagerly asked where they could find Su Hong and seek guidance from him, they soon received an answer that left them even more stunned. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan was personally teaching him an A-rank martial art. After leaving the training hall, Wang Qingshan looked utterly bewildered as he complained to Qin Tianli that the little monster had learned his healing art in only half a day. Qin Tianli merely laughed at his rival's reaction and told him he had better start getting used to it. Inside the training room, Su Hong sat quietly in meditation, his breathing steady as he circulated the energy of the newly acquired technique through his body. As the healing power flowed through him, Su Hong was amazed by how effective the A-rank martial art truly was. The technique worked flawlessly, wiping away even the old, deep-seated scars hidden in his body, and that result left him genuinely thrilled. When Su Hong checked his interface, he was extremely satisfied to see that the wilderness hunt had pushed his martial value past 4,800 points. With that massive haul, he calculated that he could raise his spiritual power to 500 points and officially become a Tier 2 Spirit Master, while still having enough left over to greatly strengthen his vitality. Meanwhile, far away from the human world, on the planet of the Heavenly God race, a solemn meeting was beginning inside the Grand Heavenly God Palace. Inside the Grand Heavenly God Palace, the towering statue's voice rang out with fury as it questioned the subordinates before it. It could not accept that one of their own clansmen had lost to a human who was an entire realm weaker, especially after even unleashing the divine arsenal. Tianming lowered his head respectfully and confirmed the disgraceful result without trying to hide it. He admitted to his lord that the human they had encountered was no ordinary enemy, but an unprecedented monster of a genius. The statue entity then called for another clansman, Tian Shang. The moment his name was spoken, Tian Shang stepped forward from the side, standing upright and waiting silently for the command that was about to be given. Understanding how dangerous that boy could become in the future, the statue no longer hesitated. It issued an official kill order from the Heavenly God race itself, demanding that Su Hong be erased as quickly as possible. Tian Shang accepted the assassination mission without the slightest fear. A dark, confident smile crept across his face, as though killing one human genius was already a task he considered finished. After that, the statue shifted the subject and asked about the divine object fragments hidden inside human territory. Tian Shang immediately reported that although they had not managed to secure any fragments yet, they had recently intercepted a lead that seemed extremely promising. The statue ordered them to keep searching in secret, no matter the cost, making its warning brutally clear. Their movements had to remain hidden, and under no circumstances could the human race be allowed to notice what they were really doing. Meanwhile, back at the Star City training camp, a crowd of trainees gathered around a live feed. On the screen, Wang Tiantuo unleashed his bone netherfire fist and cleanly decapitated a Tier 2 bear beast in one brutal strike. The watching trainees could not help talking among themselves. Ever since Su Hong had defeated Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe, those three elites had started training like they had completely lost their minds. That defeat had lit a fire under all three of them. Day after day, they threw themselves into the combat rooms, spent every last contribution point on strength pills, and kept grinding until their bodies finally responded. In just 1 month, all three had broken through to Tier 2. Even Lin Xinghe, who had always cared about looking flashy and elegant, had completely changed his approach. After a month of punishing training, his frame had become thick and muscular, making him look far more solid than before. Now, with their new strength and renewed confidence, the three elites were simply waiting for Su Hong to return. Each of them was eager to face him again and wash away the humiliation of their last defeat. Later, outside the training camp, Instructor Lin Zi came forward to welcome Grandmaster Qin Tianli back. His posture was respectful, but his eyes quickly searched the area beside the Grandmaster. When Lin Zi noticed that the young prodigy was nowhere to be seen, he immediately asked where Su Hong had gone. Qin Tianli explained calmly that the boy wanted to remain in the wilderness for a few extra days and continue training alone. Lin Zi could not help worrying that Su Hong might end up missing the official end of the camp, but Qin Tianli brushed off that concern with confidence, saying the kid was not foolish enough to come back late. 2 days later, deep in the wilderness, Su Hong sat cross-legged on top of a tall stone pillar. Beneath him, a massive snake beast slowly coiled around the base of the rock, its huge body winding through the shadows below. Golden energy surged around Su Hong as he absorbed the rewards from his recent gains, his aura growing steadier and sharper. Then, his system confirmed what he had been waiting for. His spiritual power had finally reached the 500-point threshold. The giant snake beast sensed the human above it and immediately locked onto its prey. With a furious roar, it launched itself upward, opening its jaws as it lunged toward the meditating trainee. Su Hong did not even look nervous. He simply raised one glowing hand, and with a casual release of telekinetic force, he froze the massive beast in midair before its attack could reach him. Then he pushed his newly amplified spiritual power even further and activated his weapon condensation art. Golden energy gathered in the air, shaping itself into a solid construct meant to crush the immobilized beast where it hung. The golden energy condensed into a shining sword above the snake. With just one command from Su Hong, the blade came crashing down and split the giant beast cleanly in half. As the snake's remains fell away from the shattered air, Su Hong dispersed the golden weapon and looked over the result with satisfaction. The destructive power he could now wield as a Tier 2 spirit master was far beyond what he had used before. With his spiritual capacity greatly increased, Su Hong felt eager to test just how far he could push himself. He decided to attempt a fusion of 3 attributes, gathering thunder, fire, and metal energy into his hands at the same time. But the instant he tried to force the 3 elements together, the energy began to tremble violently. The mixture turned unstable almost immediately, twisting and clashing inside his palms. By the time Su Hong realized he had lost control, it was already too late. The unstable energy detonated right beneath him, and the explosion shattered the stone pillar he had been standing on. Su Hong coughed from inside the rubble, covered in dust and feeling the backlash from the failed fusion tearing through him. Even so, his eyes sharpened with excitement because he understood that if he could complete the strike successfully, it might even injure a Tier 4 expert. On the final day of training camp, a ragged-looking Su Hong finally walked back through the front gates. His clothes were messy, his body looked worn down, but his steps were still steady. The moment the other trainees spotted him, the whole camp seemed to stir. Several of them immediately rushed off to notify Wang Tiantuo, excited to see whether the long-awaited rematch would finally happen. Grandmaster Qin Tianli looked toward the young prodigies and asked them directly whether they had confidence in defeating Su Hong this time. His tone was calm, but the question instantly drew everyone's attention. Xiao Nan, Lin Xinghe, and Wang Tiantuo all answered with complete certainty. After a month of brutal training and their new breakthroughs, they declared that victory was guaranteed. Su Hong stood before them without showing the slightest concern for the crowd or their confidence. He simply looked at the trio and asked whether they were truly sure they wanted to challenge him again. The three of them flared their newly strengthened auras, making the air around them tense. Wang Tiantuo warned Su Hong not to underestimate them now that they had reached Tier 2, while Xiao Nan went even further, boldly claiming she could defeat him on her own. Su Hong gave them a slightly awkward, sheepish apology, cutting through their boasting before it could continue. Then a fiery aura suddenly erupted from his body, and he revealed that he too had already broken through and become a Tier 2 martial artist.
Xiao Nan was clearly shaken by the reveal, but she quickly forced herself to ignite her own power. She declared that as a Tier 1 spirit master, she still had no reason to be afraid of him.
She immediately activated her weapon condensation art, summoning a giant golden sword from the sky. But in response, Su Hong raised his own spiritual power and activated the same art, bringing forth an enormous golden sword of his own. Su Hong's blade descended with overwhelming force and crushed Xiao Nan's spiritual weapon before it could even properly land. The backlash hit her instantly, forcing her to cough up blood on the spot. With his summoned sword still aimed toward the trio, Su Hong offered another apology, almost as if he felt bad for ruining their momentum. Then he calmly revealed that he was not only a martial artist, he was a spirit master as well. The three elites instinctively backed away, shock spreading across their faces. Only then did they realize Su Hong was both a Tier 2 martial artist and a Tier 2 spirit master, on top of possessing a top-tier physique, which meant he had never used his true strength during their first spar. Seeing that the trio alone would not be enough to satisfy what he needed, Su Hong's mouth curled into a smirk. He turned his attention to the rest of the camp and invited everyone to attack him together, clearly eager to collect more martial value points from the crowd. Then he swept a sharp glare across the surrounding trainees. That single look carried so much pressure that it shattered their fighting spirit before the battle could even begin. The crowd instantly broke into panic. Trainees shouted their surrender from every direction, begging Su Hong not to drag them into this and pleading for him to just keep fighting the three elites instead. From the sidelines, instructors Bai Mu and Lin Zi turned toward Grandmaster Qin Tianli with wounded expressions. They complained that he had hidden Su Hong's spirit master status from them all this time. But Qin Tianli himself was sweating and completely speechless. He could only mutter in stunned disbelief, because even he had just learned that his own student had already reached Tier 2 as a spirit master. Once the instructors realized the Grand Master had also been kept in the dark, they watched Qin Tianli suddenly throw his head back and burst into loud laughter. Overwhelmed with pride, he declared that Su Hong was a once-in-a-millennium monster, a genius destined to save the human race. As Su Hong continued beating down the crowd of trainees with ridiculous ease, Bai Mu watched the one-sided chaos unfold and asked whether they should step in to stop it. Lin Zi, however, only laughed and waved off the concern. To him, this kind of lopsided brawl was just the reckless energy of youth spilling out in the most dramatic way possible. But then Grandmaster Qin Tianli's expression suddenly changed. The smile vanished from his face as he sensed a heavy, oppressive presence rapidly approaching the camp. A fiery great rock descended from the sky, its massive body casting a powerful shadow over the area. It ordered the humans to leave its territory immediately, stating that their 30 days were already over. Standing victoriously on top of a pile of unconscious trainees, Su Hong lifted his head and looked toward the sky. The moment he saw the giant beast, he recognized it at once. Qin Tianli, however, was instantly annoyed by the creature's arrogance. His immense aura erupted outward as he declared that he had tolerated this bird for long enough, openly mocking its attempt to intimidate him while making it clear who truly held dominance here. Before the giant beast could even process what was happening, Qin Tianli moved first. His fists erupted forward in a furious barrage, each punch slamming into the massive bird's body with enough force to make its feathers and flames scatter through the air. From below, Su Hong watched the clash with his eyes fixed on the sky, completely drawn in by the terrifying heat of a Tier 7 Grandmaster's flames. To him, the battle no longer looked like ordinary martial artists fighting. It felt more like watching immortals collide above the mortal world. Qin Tianli soon stood right on top of the battered great rock's head, looking down at it without the slightest mercy. When the beast cried out and warned him that it had someone powerful behind it, the Grandmaster only sneered and challenged it to call that boss over too, so he could beat him up as well. But the moment a booming voice echoed across the sky and ordered him to stop, Qin Tianli's fearless confidence suddenly froze. The pressure in that voice alone was enough to change the atmosphere around everyone. Darkness rolled across the sky as if the clouds themselves had been swallowed by a giant shadow. Behind them, an enormous figure slowly took shape, with a pair of glowing red eyes staring down over the entire region. Lin Zi and Bai Mu stared upward in horror. their faces turning pale as they understood what this meant. The great rock was not acting alone. It was connected to the legendary Lord of 10,000 Monsters. Su Hong clenched his fist as cold sweat slid down his face. He recognized the terrifying entity above them as one of the supreme rulers of the mountain range, a being that was at least Tier 9, and maybe even a true king-level existence. Looking up at that massive shadow hanging behind the clouds, Su Hong felt the full weight of the Lord of 10,000 Monsters' gaze pressing down on him. It was not a normal stare, it felt like the sky itself was judging him. That single encounter forced Su Hong to understand the cruel gap between him and the true peak experts. Compared to a Tier 9 existence, his current Tier 2 strength was so small that it almost felt meaningless. A deep chill spread through his heart as his thoughts immediately went to his family. If a monster at that level ever attacked Star City, Su Hong knew painfully well that he would have no power to protect his aunt and uncle. With his eyes still fixed on the sky, Su Hong silently hardened his resolve. He decided that no matter how difficult the road became, he would keep pushing past every limit, break through tier after tier, and one day step into the legendary king realm. Meanwhile, Qin Tianli finally released the beaten great rock from beneath his foot. Since the creature clearly had a terrifying backer now, he chose to let it leave, while the great rock flapped away in anger and swore that this humiliation would be repaid. As the beast disappeared into the distance, Qin Tianli felt secretly relieved. Thankfully, the Lord of 10,000 Monsters was still bound by an old agreement with humanity, which meant it could not simply attack them whenever it pleased. Even after that frightening interruption, the training camp reached its end without any further disasters. The tension slowly faded, and the students finally prepared to return to the city. As the trainees gathered near the buses for the trip back, Su Hong put on his backpack, already looking forward to seeing his aunt and uncle after being away for an entire month. But just as he was about to move with the crowd, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Li Tu and Chen Shan quickly ran over to greet him. Li Tu cheerfully said that Su Hong was definitely going to become famous throughout Star City, while Chen Shan looked much more awkward as he brought up their past conflicts and asked Su Hong not to hold a grudge. Su Hong only sighed and told them he was not that petty. When the buses finally returned to Star City, an official was already waiting to receive the students. He welcomed them back with a formal smile and congratulated everyone for surviving such a difficult month of training. The official then announced that a grand banquet would be held at the city lord's estate to celebrate their safe return. On top of that, every trainee would receive gifts, making the crowd even more excited. While the other students erupted into cheers, Su Hong looked completely drained. After everything he had gone through, he only wished he could skip the celebration entirely and go straight home to rest. Later that day, guests began arriving one after another at the enormous city lord's estate, with carriages, attendants, and important figures filling the entrance. Before long, the luxurious banquet hall was crowded with people. Bright lights, polished tables, and finely dressed guests filled the space, giving the whole place an atmosphere of status and wealth. An attendant politely led two nervous guests through the hall and showed them to their assigned seats. Compared to everyone else around them, they looked cautious with every step. Su Hong's uncle and auntie sat down at a fancy table, their bodies stiff and uncomfortable. Surrounded by wealthy guests and elegant decorations, the two of them looked completely out of place. Some of the rich guests nearby quickly noticed them. After glancing at their plain clothes, they began whispering among themselves, wondering why people who looked like migrant workers had been invited to such an important banquet. Su Hong's auntie lowered her voice, worrying that their clothes might embarrass their nephew in front of all these important people. His uncle sighed helplessly, saying they had already worn their best clothes, but even he admitted that maybe they should not have come. Before their anxiety could grow any worse, Principal Lee of No. 1 High School walked over with a warm smile. He greeted them kindly as Su Hong's relatives, immediately drawing attention from the people around them. The couple was clearly startled that such an important person would come speak to them first. They quickly returned the greeting with nervous politeness, while Principal Lee gently told them not to be tense and to simply relax. Then, before they could even settle down, Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City Martial Artist Association, hurried over as well. She enthusiastically took Su Hong's uncle's hand and shook it with obvious excitement. Wu Lingxian openly praised Su Hong in a loud, admiring voice, calling him the most promising genius she had ever seen. Her enthusiasm only made Su Hong's uncle even more overwhelmed, leaving him unsure how to respond. The wealthy guests who had looked down on the couple moments earlier were now stunned into silence. Watching city officials warmly greet these seemingly ordinary people, they could not help wondering who Su Hong really was. At the same time, around the center table of the banquet hall, the most powerful leaders and family heads of Star City had already gathered. Lin Xinghe's father politely complimented the city lord, assuming that the city lord's son, Wang Tiantuo, had easily taken first place in the training camp. The city lord responded with a humble smile and brushed off the praise. Instead of accepting it directly, he returned the compliment by praising the talented children of the other families. Xiao Nan's father immediately joined in with full confidence, arguing that his daughter as a spirit master was clearly stronger. In his mind, Xiao Nan was the one most likely to claim first place. Lin Xinghe's father scoffed at that claim and refused to back down. He insisted that his son's speed was more than enough to defeat both of their children. That one exchange instantly sparked a heated argument among the three fathers. Wang Ni slammed the table in anger, loudly insisting that his son's attack power guaranteed him the top position. The other two patriarchs immediately fired back, neither of them willing to admit defeat before the results were even announced. Each man stubbornly bragged that his own child was invincible. Watching from a distance, Principal Li turned to Wu Lingxian and asked whether she planned to step in and stop them. Wu Lingxian refused with a dry laugh, joking that if she had to keep listening to them brag, she might end up beating them herself. Wu Lingxian then added with complete confidence that there was no need to interrupt them at all. Once Su Hong arrived, those proud fathers would naturally fall silent, and when Principal Li looked doubtful, she only smirked and said it was a woman's intuition. Just then, a guard rushed in and urgently announced that the trainee's bus had arrived. The news instantly shifted the mood in the banquet hall. Eager to see his son return in glory, the city lord stood up proudly and invited everyone to head outside with him. In his eyes, they were about to welcome back the pride of Star City. The three fathers waited confidently beside the red carpet, each wearing a proud smile. But the moment their children stepped down from the bus, those smiles disappeared from their faces. Instead of looking like triumphant champions, the three elites were covered in bandages, bruises, and visible injuries. Their horrified fathers rushed forward at once, completely forgetting their earlier boasting. As the city lord panicked over the state of his son's face, Lin Xinghe spoke with a dry, exhausted expression. He explained that Wang Tiantuo had suffered the worst simply because he stubbornly refused to surrender. The fathers were stunned by those words and immediately demanded answers. They could not understand who in Star City could possibly defeat all three of their genius children at the same time. Their shock grew even deeper when the city lords sensed the auras coming from the three youths and realized that all of them had already broken through to Tier 2. Now the fathers were even more confused, wondering what kind of monster had appeared in Star City. The three elites admitted their defeat without any excuses. Wang Tiantuo said the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. Lin Xinghe confessed that he had been completely outmatched in speed, and Xiao Nan revealed that even her spiritual power had been easily crushed. Still shaken by what they had experienced, the trio warned their fathers that the true winner was an absolute monster. Then they told them to look toward the bus if they wanted to see him for themselves. As footsteps sounded from inside the vehicle, the rest of the returning trainees quickly moved into position. One by one, all of them, equally bruised and beaten, formed two neat rows outside the bus doors. Then Su Hong casually stepped down onto the red carpet, holding his spear in one hand. Unlike everyone else, he looked completely unharmed, walking forward with the calm confidence of the only person who had truly dominated the entire camp. Seeing the other trainees line up like they were welcoming some legendary figure, Su Hong immediately felt awkward. With all those eyes fixed on him, he only wanted to escape the attention and go home as quickly as possible. Then Su Hong spotted his aunt and uncle standing among the crowd, and his expression softened at once as he called out to them. The surrounding elites were instantly stunned because the incredible genius they had all been waiting for was actually the child of such ordinary commoners. As the crowd shifted around them, Su Hong's aunt was pushed off balance and suddenly tripped. But before her body could hit the ground, a gentle glow of spiritual energy wrapped around her and caught her in midair. Su Hong rushed over without hesitation, using his telekinesis to carefully lower his aunt back onto the ground. He quickly checked both her and his uncle for injuries, while his uncle stared in amazement at the strange technique, and his aunt hurriedly assured him that she was fine. Only after seeing that they were safe did his uncle finally breathe out in relief. He admitted that the two of them had been worried sick during Su Hong's month away, and Su Hong smiled warmly as he comforted them. The city lord and Xiao Nan's father watched the scene with stunned expressions, especially after seeing Su Hong use spiritual power so naturally. Once Xiao Nan's father realized Su Hong was already a Tier 2 spirit master, he finally understood why his daughter had lost so miserably. Nearby, Principal Li and President Wu Lingxian reacted almost at the same time, angrily pointing fingers at one another. Each of them accused the other of secretly hiding Su Hong's spirit master status. But after a brief pause, their anger suddenly froze. Both of them realized with equal shock that neither one of them had actually known about it either. President Wu recovered first and immediately began gloating, proudly declaring that nobody would dare challenge her position now. Principal Lee was just as delighted, cheering that No. 1 High School was about to completely dominate the entire city. The news of Su Hong's true power instantly sent the wealthy guests into a frenzy. Desperate to get close to him, they pulled out their phones, rushed to dig up his background, ordered expensive gifts, and even started calling their daughters to come to the estate, hoping to secure him as a future son-in-law. Seeing the perfect opportunity, the city lord acted faster than everyone else. He quietly ordered an attendant to bring over a premium bank card, along with a set of property deeds. Then he walked towards Su Hong with a bright smile and loudly praised him as a dragon among men. In front of everyone, he offered Su Hong a luxury villa and 3 million in cash, claiming it was the official reward for taking first place. The other fathers immediately cursed the city lord in silence, each one realizing exactly what he was doing. That so-called reward had clearly been made up on the spot to win Su Hong's favor before anyone else could. With a sincere-looking smile, the city lord extended his hand towards Su Hong. He promised that, from this moment on, he would fully support Su Hong's future growth. Su Hong's mind moved quickly as he weighed the offer. He understood that the city lord was trying to win him over in public. Refusing would embarrass and offend a powerful figure, but accepting meant he would owe him a favor and might find it harder to reject future requests. After a brief calculation, Su Hong decided that offending the city lord was not worth the risk. More importantly, if he accepted the city lord's protection, his aunt and uncle would be safer while he trained in dangerous places outside the city. Besides, Su Hong was not standing alone. With Grandmaster Qin, President Wu, and Principal Li backing him, he knew the city lord would not be able to push him into anything truly unfair later on. So Su Hong politely accepted the offer and reached out to shake Wang Ni's hand, thanking him in front of everyone. Pleased by his decision, the city lord smiled even wider and told Su Hong to speak up if he had any other requests. Su Hong did not ask for himself first. Instead, he looked toward his family and asked whether the city lord could help find a cure for his aunt's rare illness. His aunt and uncle were instantly moved, their eyes filling with tears. Even at a moment like this, Su Hong's first thought was still about them, and that care struck them deeply. Wang Ni immediately turned to the helper beside him and gave a firm order. He told the man to handle the matter personally and make sure the best medical resources were gathered to treat Su Hong's aunt. Still eager to please this young genius, the city lord encouraged Su Hong to ask for anything else he needed. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong admitted that what he lacked most right now was a better, higher quality weapon. Wang Ni laughed heartily and invited Su Hong to follow him to his personal armory, telling him he could choose any weapon he liked. Su Hong thanked him politely, while the city lord secretly felt satisfied, believing that every favor Su Hong accepted would pull him closer to the Wang family. Before leaving, Su Hong turned back and asked his aunt and uncle to wait for him for a little while. At the same time, the city lord instructed his son, Wang Tiantuo, to take care of the banquet while they headed to the armory. Wang Tiantuo respectfully guided Su Hong's aunt and uncle to a more comfortable area, treating them with clear politeness. Around them, the guests whispered in amazement, shocked by how quickly Su Hong's humble family had risen in status. Wang Ni led Su Hong into a massive armory lined with weapons from wall to wall. As they walked inside, he explained that the weapons were organized from C-grade to B-grade, while the best A-grade alloy weapons were stored deeper at the very back. With an open and generous tone, Wang Ni told Su Hong not to hold back. He could choose any A-grade weapon that matched his elemental attributes. Su Hong was genuinely amazed, knowing that a single A-grade weapon could be worth hundreds of millions. But instead of choosing an ordinary weapon, he asked whether the armory had any multi-attribute alloy weapons, which immediately caught Wang Ni off guard and made him ask if Su Hong was truly a multi-attribute martial artist. Su Hong explained that because he cultivated multiple elements, Grandmaster Qin valued him highly and had advised him to search for a weapon that could support multiple attributes. To prove it, Su Hong released his energy, and 7 different elemental orbs of light appeared around his body, instantly leaving Wang Ni shocked. Since Su Hong had already accepted the city lord's backing, there was no reason to keep hiding too much. Revealing more of his talent now would only make Wang Ni value him even more and protect his family with greater seriousness. Wang Ni could not help asking how Su Hong's cultivation speed was so fast. Normally, multi-attribute martial artists progressed slowly, and someone with 7 elements should have found it extremely difficult to even reach Tier 2. The more Wang Ni thought about it, the more excited he became. Standing in front of him was a Tier 2 7-element martial artist, a Tier 2 spirit master, and the owner of a unique physique, even stronger than the barbarian god body. In his heart, he felt as if a legendary star had truly descended into Star City. After a moment, Wang Ni sighed and said that as Su Hong's uncle Wang, he suddenly felt a little useless. Su Hong asked what was wrong, and Wang Ni explained that multi-attribute weapons were incredibly rare, and even his personal armory only contained a few dual-attribute pieces. In the end, Wang Ni brought out the only 3-attribute weapon in his entire collection. It was a B-grade dark gold meteorite iron spearhead, heavy, sharp, and clearly far from ordinary. The city lord offered to dismantle an A-grade alloy shaft so Su Hong could temporarily assemble a complete weapon around the spearhead. But Su Hong declined, explaining that he could simply attach the new spearhead to his existing Thunder Fire Spear. For his current strength, Su Hong felt that a 3-element spearhead was already more than enough. It would serve him well until he found something truly suitable later. As Wang Ni handed over the precious spearhead, he mentioned that strange phenomena had recently appeared near Star City, along with rumors of multi-attribute beasts. He promised to have his men keep watch for anything useful, which immediately made Su Hong ask what had happened. The city lord explained that while the trainees had been away at camp, strange phenomena had begun appearing all over the world. These changes were producing both multi-attribute beasts and rare treasures that had never been seen before. He then shared one report in particular. According to an eyewitness, a lightning beast had touched a mysterious fragment and suddenly gained the power to spit out both lightning and fire. Wang Ni warned that one of these strange beasts had already been spotted at Star Viewing Lake, a dangerous area located just outside Star City. However, he quickly cautioned Su Hong not to take the risk. Star Viewing Lake was far too dangerous, and in Wang Ni's opinion, Su Hong could find better weapons later at Marshall Dao University. Su Hong nodded and thanked the city lord for the advice. A few hours later, a sleek luxury car pulled up outside Su Hong's old apartment building. The expensive vehicle immediately attracted attention, and neighbors began gathering nearby to see what was happening. When they noticed the government license plate, the neighbors started murmuring in shock. None of them could understand why someone with such powerful connections would come to their old, ordinary neighborhood. Among the crowd stood their landlady, Sister Hong, staring at the car with a mix of envy and bitterness. She thought to herself that if her own son ever owned a luxury car like that, she could die completely satisfied. Then resentment surfaced in her mind as she remembered how she had once threatened to raise the Su family's rent and force them out. Back then, Su Hong had refused to give his training camp spot to her son, and she had firmly believed her own child deserved that opportunity more. The car door opened, and Su Hong stepped out together with his aunt and his uncle, Su Guoming. The neighbors immediately realized that Su Hong's performance at camp must have earned the city lord's favor, and they began whispering that the family had become rich, while Sister Hong stared in horror and disbelief. Su Guoming cheerfully walked over to Sister Hong as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened, and said he had some news to share. He announced that Su Hong had taken first place, and because the city lord had given them a luxury villa, they would be moving out tomorrow, leaving Sister Hong so shocked that she could only stammer. When Su Guoming then asked about getting a refund for the rent they still had left, his wife quickly stopped him. She said that since they were rich now, they should simply let Sister Hong keep the remaining rent as a parting gift. As they walked upstairs, Su Guoming wondered aloud whether they should pack up their old tables and chairs as well. His wife immediately scolded him for being stingy, warning him not to embarrass their nephew now that he had become an important figure, while Su Hong laughed and told them he did not care about appearances at all. He only wanted them to be happy. Later that night, Su Hong stood alone on the rooftop of his old apartment building, quietly looking out over the city beneath him. The streets below were calm, and the familiar skyline stretched into the darkness as he took in the silence. Su Hong quietly understood that this rooftop would probably be the last place he ever trained in this old apartment building. As he looked around at the familiar surroundings, a faint, wordless nostalgia settled over him. After a moment, he opened his status screen and carefully reviewed the gains from training camp. Even after raising his spiritual power, he still had exactly 1,944 points remaining, and his vitality had already reached 506. His spiritual power stood at 500, while the progress of his overlord body had only reached 1.1%. After looking over the numbers, Su Hong decided it was time to strengthen his core foundation, so he sat cross-legged and poured all his remaining points directly into his vitality. One notification after another flashed across his vision as his vitality began rising rapidly. In only a short time, the number surged all the way up to 701. The moment his vitality reached 701.3, a powerful wave of energy rushed through his entire body, causing his muscles to swell and expand as he broke through to the mid-stage of Tier 2. Once his body gradually returned to normal, Su Hong took out his phone and started searching for more information about the strange global events and Star Viewing Lake. But the instant he gripped the phone, a sharp crack spread across the screen under the pressure of his fingers. Su Hong paused, realizing his body still had not fully adapted to his new mid-stage Tier 2 strength, though he was at least relieved he had not crushed the entire device. Sitting alone on the rooftop, Su Hong scrolled through the latest global news. He found reports that a rare spiritual medicine discovered overseas had triggered a bloody battle between Grandmaster-level experts, and he also read about a flame beast that touched a strange fragment and gained thunder and earth attributes. What concerned him most was that every martial artist who had witnessed it had later died under mysterious circumstances. On the local side, the Tier 2 multi-attribute beast at Star Viewing Lake had already drawn in large numbers of Tier 3 and Tier 4 hunters. Su Hong knew he could not defeat a Tier 4 fighter head-on yet, but he felt confident that with his speed, escaping should not be difficult, so he decided to head to the lake right after moving the next day. The next day, Su Hong and his family officially moved into their enormous new villa in one of Star City's most prestigious areas. Their new home was already filled with luxury gifts sent by wealthy neighbors, making the place feel almost unreal compared to their old apartment. Overwhelmed by this sudden high society lifestyle, Su Goming and his wife repeatedly promised themselves that they would never embarrass their genius nephew. At the same time, groups of wealthy socialites crowded around Su Hong with eager smiles. They invited him to visit their homes and even offered rare treasures, all just to leave a good impression on him. Facing wave after wave of enthusiasm, Su Hong could only force out a strained, awkward smile. He politely tried to wave the crowd off, but the social climbers were so relentless that it was almost harder to handle than a real fight. After finally escaping, Su Hong collapsed onto the couch with a deep sigh, feeling that dealing with people was far more exhausting than fighting monsters. But even then, he could not truly relax, because he still needed to head to Star Viewing Lake that afternoon. When Su Hong arrived at the local martial artist base, he was surprised to find the courtyard packed with people. Seeing so many fighters lingering around instead of heading toward the lake's anomaly, he could not help wondering what was going on. Before long, he overheard some lower-tier fighters complaining in low voices. They said that Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts were swarming the area, and they were too terrified to leave the base because they feared being robbed before even reaching the lake. Upstairs on the second floor, Ye stared at a mysterious guest and demanded to know whether Su Hong had truly killed his cultist nephew. The guest answered with calm certainty, confirming the news without hesitation. Before Ye could even fully react, the mysterious guest stepped forward. A suffocating pressure erupted from him, instantly crushing down on Ye and forcing him to his knees. A terrifying red aura radiated from the red-eyed noble as he looked down coldly at Ye. He warned him to show absolute respect, and under that overwhelming suppression, Ye could do nothing but tremble and beg for forgiveness. Later that afternoon, Su Hong arrived at Star Viewing Lake, where crowds of martial artists had already gathered along the wide shoreline. Rather than walking out openly, Su Hong hid behind a tree and quietly observed the scene. From there, he watched the different groups of hunters spreading out along the water's edge. As his eyes swept across the crowd, Su Hong quickly noticed that there were no weak Tier 1 fighters here at all. Everyone present was at least Tier 2, and many had already reached Tier 3. What made the situation even more dangerous was the presence of several powerful Tier 4 experts. They rested near the water with calm, intimidating auras, clearly waiting for the right moment to make a move. Seeing this lineup, Su Hong realized how valuable multi-attribute beasts had become. If a single Tier 2 beast at Star Viewing Lake could attract so many experts, then the competition in other regions had to be unimaginably fierce. Suddenly, violent bubbles burst across the surface of the lake, disturbing the calm water. The nearby hunters instantly turned their attention toward the commotion. With a colossal splash, a massive dragon-like creature erupted from the depths of the lake. Panic spread through the crowd as the hunters recognized it as a Tier 3 star-spotted giant fish. The enormous beast let out a furious roar, opening its jaws wide. Inside its mouth, a huge ball of dual-attribute energy began gathering at terrifying speed. As panic broke out and hunters scrambled to escape, one arrogant Tier 4 fighter remained exactly where he stood. He mocked the others for running, asking why anyone would be afraid of a mere fish. Full of confidence in his own strength, the martial artist raised a massive earth barrier to block the incoming strike, but the beast's devastating beam tore straight through his defense, obliterating the barrier and blasting him backward through the air. Watching from the side, Su Hong was stunned by what he had just seen. The beast's dual-element attack had not only shattered a Tier 4 defense, but had also crippled that fighter in a single blow. But instead of retreating, another expert covered in a powerful aura charged straight at the monster with visible excitement. He had waited half a month for a dual-attribute beast to appear, and now that it was finally here, he had no intention of letting it escape. With one devastating punch, that expert slammed into the giant beast and forced its massive body out of the water, driving it directly onto the shore. The moment the monster was grounded, the greedy crowd lost all restraint. Hunters surged forward from every direction, swarming the beast in a chaotic free-for-all. In barely a minute, the once mighty Tier 3 beast had been sliced apart into pieces. Yet, when the hunters searched through its stomach and found no treasure inside, the entire crowd erupted in frustrated curses. After witnessing that brutal display, Su-hong decided it was better to slip away quietly. Staying near those savage Tier 4 experts would only put him in danger and probably leave him empty-handed. As Su-hong retreated into the woods, his heightened senses suddenly screamed with danger. In the next instant, a masked assassin dropped from the trees above, launching a lethal sneak attack straight toward him. But before the blade could reach him, Su-hong reacted instantly and activated his telekinesis. The shocked assassin was frozen completely in midair, suspended just short of landing the killing blow. The assassin quickly broke free from the invisible restraint and swung his sword again. Su-hong immediately pushed off the ground and leaped back, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. The masked assassin quickly realized that his target was not an ordinary martial artist, but a rare spirit master. At the same time, Su-hong gritted his teeth as he sensed the opponent's strength and recognized that the man was a formidable Tier 4 martial artist. Su-hong activated his flying swan movement technique and dashed away as fast as he could. He knew very clearly that if he had not used telekinesis just now, that Tier 4 sneak attack would have killed him on the spot. Just when Su-hong thought he had created enough distance, 6 more masked thugs emerged from the surrounding woods to support their leader. With one glance, Su-hong realized they were all highly trained Tier 3 fighters. The boss angrily ordered them to stop making noise, warning that their target was a dangerous spirit master. And as if the situation were not bad enough, 7 more Tier 3 fighters closed in from other directions, completely surrounding Su-hong. Only then did Su-hong fully understand how serious the situation was. His enemies had sent more than a dozen Tier 3 assassins, and even a Tier 4 expert, all just to kill a single Tier 2 fighter. That kind of force was not something ordinary people could gather, and even the Star City Lord would have struggled to arrange it on such short notice. Su-hong's mind raced as he wondered when he had offended a faction powerful enough to set up an ambush like this. The assassins chased after him, but they quickly struggled to keep pace and were shocked by his incredible speed. Once they recognized the signs of an A-rank movement technique, the boss ordered them to keep pursuing, confident that Su-hong's Tier 2 stamina would run out before theirs. But Su-hong only smirked to himself. He had no intention of playing their exhausting chase game the way they wanted, and his telekinetic power was already quietly gathering. Combining his movement technique with telekinetic flight, Su-hong suddenly launched himself upward. His body shot into the sky, soaring high above the forest canopy and leaving the assassins far below. On the ground, the masked assassins stared upward in complete disbelief. Humiliation filled their voices as they muttered that a mere Tier 2 target was somehow capable of actual flight. Dozens of kilometers away, a fatigued Su-hong finally landed back on the forest floor. His spiritual energy had been completely drained from the long-distance flight, leaving his breathing heavier than before. Since his spiritual power was nearly empty, Su-hong decided to rely on the raw physical stamina of his overlord body. He planned to keep moving and put even more distance between himself and the assassins. As he pieced everything together, Su-hong began to suspect that Yi Kei was behind the attack, the uncle of the cultist he had killed. Although Yi Kei himself was only Tier 3, his wealthy family clearly had enough resources to hire so many elite killers. Su-hong quickly weighed every path he could take in this fight. Cutting down the dozen or so Tier 3 small fries would not be impossible for him, and he had enough confidence to do it. But the one standing above them, that dangerous Tier 4 leader, was the real wall blocking his way. If Su-hong rushed to clean up the weaker assassins first, the Tier 4 boss would definitely seize the opening and strike him from a blind spot. But if he aimed straight for the boss instead, those surrounding grunts would swarm him from every side and drag him into a deadly mess. After turning the situation over in his mind, Su-hong saw that only one plan still had a chance of working. He needed to erase those Tier 3 assassins before they could properly react, crushing them with overwhelming speed. As long as those lesser threats were removed from the battlefield, Su-hong could finally free himself from the pressure of being surrounded. Then, and only then, could he pour all of his focus into bringing down that Tier 4 boss. At the same time, the assassin boss was so furious that his blade flashed out and split a massive boulder cleanly in two. He cursed through gritted teeth, raging over the useless intel that had completely failed to mention Su-hong's identity as a spirit master. His subordinates quickly reminded him that if the boy managed to flee back into Star City, their situation would become far worse than a simple failed chase. Once Su-hong reached the city, the trouble waiting for them would be impossible to ignore. They understood one thing very clearly. Even the powerful figure backing them would not casually make a move against Su-hong inside Star City itself, and if that lord learned they had failed such a straightforward mission, their own lives would already be hanging by a thread. The boss immediately snapped at them to shut their mouths, his voice turning icy with murderous intent. To him, even if Su-hong escaped into Star City, it would only make the boy's death arrive sooner, and with far more suffering. Before the argument could continue, a group of robed elites appeared and cut into the tense atmosphere. Their leader remained calm as he explained that Su-hong had only exposed his spirit master status yesterday, which meant the information they had received was not wrong on purpose. It was simply already outdated. The robed leader assured them that his organization had people stationed at every anomaly in the area. He promised to help seal off the surrounding region, but his warning to the assassin boss was just as cold. If they failed to kill Su-hong this time, they would not live long enough to regret it. With that support finally offered, the assassin boss swallowed down some of his anger and promised that he would owe them a favor. Then he demanded that the perimeter be locked down tightly, vowing with bloodshot eyes that he would personally rip Su-hong apart. The robed leader lowered his gaze to the divination plate, spinning in his hand. When the device gave no reaction at all, his expression barely changed, and he simply decided to move on, leading his people toward the next search sector. By the next day, the hunt still had not slowed down. Su-hong had only just found a moment to rest on top of a slain beast when another group of assassins spotted him from a distance and charged in, shouting for him to stop running. By the fourth day, the chase had turned into a brutal game of cat and mouse. Su-hong was forced to keep leaping away again and again, barely staying ahead of the deadly attacks that blasted apart the rocks and ground around him. By the seventh day of constant evasion, Su-hong's body was nearly running on empty. Yet his pursuers still clung to his trail, with scouts standing high on the cliffs and constantly yelling out his position to the killers below. When one of those scouts opened his mouth to call for reinforcements, Su-hong's patience finally ran out. In the next instant, he shot forward and shut the man up with a flying kick straight to the face. Standing over the unconscious scout, Su-hong bent slightly and dragged in heavy breaths. 7 straight days of running had exhausted him to the bone, pushing even his legendary overlord body close to its absolute breaking point. With no safe path left in the wilderness, Su-hong made a quick decision. If he wanted even the slightest chance to recover, he had to head for the official supply stronghold under Star City's protection. He knew that entering the stronghold might expose his location, but it was still better than being hunted endlessly outside. After all, those assassins should not dare launch an attack in a heavily guarded government-controlled area. But the moment Su-hong stepped through the entrance, the sharp stares from the guards landed on him like blades. Their intense gazes instantly told him that his worst suspicion might already be true. Su-hong clenched his teeth as the pieces finally clicked together. The person pulling the strings behind this relentless manhunt was not some random enemy at all. It really was Yi Kei. After surviving that exhausting escape, Su-hong checked into a hotel inside the temporary supply stronghold. For the first time in days, he finally had a place where he could sit down, breathe, and recover his strength. Once he settled in, Su-hong checked his current stats and quickly ran the numbers. His vitality was sitting at 705, still far away from the 900 points needed to break through into high stage tier 2, and the martial value he had earned over the past week was nowhere near enough to close that gap. Since a small vitality increase would not change his situation much right now, Su-hong immediately adjusted his plan. Instead of wasting points on a minor boost, he chose to pour them into his rare overlord body, aiming for an instant rise in raw combat power and endurance. The moment the upgrade began, a terrifying red aura erupted around him. Power flooded through his muscles like a raging current, and the system rapidly recorded his stats as they climbed higher and higher. Even though his overlord body progress only rose from 1.1% to 6.5%, the effect was far from small. That single upgrade still pushed his overall strength up by an enormous 20%. Feeling the clear difference in his body, Su-hong was genuinely thrilled by the power-up. While resting in the room, he began cultivating his guidance technique, though his eyes kept drifting toward the window, ready in case his pursuers finally appeared. A few hours later, the quiet of the night was suddenly broken. Down in the hotel lobby, shouting erupted from every direction as guests cried out for people to record some local commotion happening right in front of them. When Su-hong went downstairs, his appetite nearly vanished on the spot. A half-naked man casually walked right past his dinner table, turning what should have been a normal meal into something painfully awkward. Su-hong forced himself to keep eating, all while noting that the people stalking him still had not shown themselves. He guessed they probably did not dare make trouble inside the protected stronghold and were most likely waiting outside, hoping to ambush him once he left. Before he could think any deeper, the conversation from a nearby group of hunters caught his attention. They were grumbling bitterly about discovering a rare 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, only to have it snatched away by a group of Tier 4 martial artists. Su Hong immediately recognized what they were talking about. That legendary bamboo was a multi-attribute natural treasure, and each star pattern on it allowed the bamboo to hold one additional type of spiritual qi. A 3-star bamboo could contain 4 different attributes at once, which instantly made it incredibly valuable to Su Hong. If he could obtain it, it would be the perfect catalyst for mastering the 4-element fusion he was preparing for next. Su Hong casually started talking with the hunters and pointed out that natural treasures were never easy to seize because they often distorted the local magnetic field. Hearing that he actually understood such things, one hunter grew interested and explained that the bamboo was surrounded by a crushing gravity field, one that increased its pressure depending on the intruder's tier. The hunter then added, with a strange kind of satisfaction, that the greedy Tier 4 martial artists who had robbed them were crushed into meat paste the instant they stepped into that field. The surrounding patrons all shuddered when they heard it, their faces turning pale with terror. But Su Hong was not frightened by that news. Instead, his eyes sharpened as he realized the rule of the gravity field might actually work in his favor, and he began wondering whether his overlord body was tough enough to endure the pressure that Tier 4 experts could not survive. Before Su Hong could fully shape his next plan, a massive red energy slash suddenly tore through the night. With a deafening crash, it smashed straight through the stronghold's walls, catching everyone in the room completely off guard. The attack sliced Su Hong's dining table cleanly in half, sending debris scattering across the floor. Yet Su Hong simply leaned back with his food still in hand, calm as ever, already realizing that his stalkers had finally come for him. Through the smoke and broken rubble, the masked assassin boss stepped into the ruined building with his squad of killers behind him. His voice carried a mocking edge as he asked Su Hong why he had finally stopped running. Behind an overturned table, the surviving hunters broke out in cold sweat. They could not understand what kind of disaster a mere Tier 2 kid had caused to attract an entire squad of Tier 3 assassins, along with a Tier 4 leader personally leading the attack. The assassin boss glanced around coldly and ordered everyone unrelated to the matter to get lost. The remaining patrons immediately screamed and scrambled out of the shattered building, leaving Su Hong alone in the middle of the danger. As the killers slowly closed in, they sneered at their target from every side. They mocked Su Hong for thinking they would be too afraid to break the peace of the supply stronghold if it meant eliminating him. Even with enemies surrounding him, Su Hong remained completely relaxed in his chair. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he told them that they had misunderstood one thing. He had actually been waiting for them to show up. The assassin boss clearly thought the boy was putting on an act and burst into loud laughter. With obvious contempt, he asked whether Su Hong truly expected them to believe that one Tier 2 kid could wipe out their entire squad. Su Hong did not bother answering with words. He tightened his grip around his weapon, and in the next breath, fierce elemental fire and crackling lightning surged out, wrapping tightly around his spear with terrifying force. Raising the fully charged spear, Su Hong calmly aimed its glowing tip at the enemies in front of him. His voice stayed steady as he declared that whether he could defeat them or not was something they would only know after trying. The assassin boss suddenly sensed the horrifying power gathering on that weapon. When he realized 3 different elements were fusing together on a single spear, his expression froze in shock, and he immediately screamed for his men to retreat. But his warning came a step too late. In the blink of an eye, Su Hong teleported straight into the center of the surrounding squad and drove his glowing spear down into the ground beneath their feet. With rage and raw power pouring through him, Su Hong forced the unstable elemental energy to detonate. At that moment, the assassin boss could only stare in horror as the shadow of death flashed across his mind. The explosion that followed was monstrous. Fire, lightning, and blinding light erupted together, vaporizing the entire hotel in an instant and sending a massive shockwave ripping through the night sky. As the enormous explosion lit up the night, the nearby bystanders stared with pale faces and trembling eyes. None of them could understand why anyone would unleash such ridiculous destructive force just to kill one young Tier 2 fighter. But when the smoke finally began to thin, the crowd's confusion turned into pure horror. One after another, those elite assassins collapsed lifelessly into the ruins, and only then did everyone realize the impossible truth. The Tier 2 kid was the one who had caused that terrifying blast. When the aftermath came fully into view, the hotel was completely gone. In its place was a massive crater, still smoking from the explosion, with the bodies of the entire Tier 3 hit squad scattered across the shattered ground. From beneath the broken rubble, the assassin boss dragged his battered body out with great difficulty. Covered in wounds and dust, he cursed his employer's worthless information, furious that no one had warned him Su-hong could use a 3-attribute martial art. He looked over the ruins and saw his remaining subordinates groaning in pain, crippled, and barely alive. Still, he forced himself to calm down, thinking that if even a Tier 4 expert like him had been badly injured by the blast, then a mere Tier 2 target standing at the center of it had to be dead. To the assassin boss, the losses were painful, but the contract still counted as complete compared with the terrifying punishment waiting for them if they failed, especially under Lord Nebu's hand. Sacrificing a few men was still far better than certain execution. But before that thought could settle, his expression suddenly changed. Right in front of him, from the bottom of the crater, a towering pillar of energy erupted violently into the sky. Before the boss could even steady himself, a shirtless Su-hong descended from above, his body completely unharmed. In the same instant, he brought down his devastating heaven-breaking spear technique with overwhelming force. The assassin boss barely managed to raise his weapon in time, deflecting the fatal blow by the thinnest margin. He screamed in disbelief that Su-hong was still alive, but before his shock could fade, the boy vanished from his sight. The boss slashed through empty air, his attack cutting nothing but smoke and dust. A cold warning shot through his instincts, screaming at him to turn around before it was too late. He spun back just in time to see Su-hong appear behind his remaining dazed grunts, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Panic surged through the boss, and he shouted desperately for his men to wake up and hold the boy down. But the stunned grunt still had not processed what was happening. Half-conscious and confused, he blinked toward his boss and sluggishly asked what all the shouting was about. In the next flash, Su-hong's spear tore forward, the weapon punched straight through the grunt's chest, ending him before he even understood the danger. Su-hong lifted the lifeless bodies on his spear as if they weighed nothing, his tone carrying a sharp edge of mockery. Even if a Tier 4 expert was too tough to kill quickly, there were still plenty of points to harvest from every Tier 3 lackey standing in his way. At the same time, Su-hong understood just how dangerous that unstable 3-element fusion had been. If he had not condensed his earth armor and strengthened his overlord body at the last possible moment, the backlash from the explosion would have left him completely crippled. With a casual flick, Su-hong threw the skewered corpses aside and rushed past the assassin boss. Now that the Tier 3 grunts were being cleared away, all he needed was one successful 3-attribute fusion to finally bring down the Tier 4 expert. Watching his entire squad get slaughtered right in front of him, the assassin boss's eyes turned completely bloodshot. His aura burst out in rage as he roared that he would chop Su-hong's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, back at the Star City martial artist base, Lin Xinghe was getting ready to head out on a trip. He had originally wanted to invite Su-hong along to Stargazing Lake, but when he asked around, he learned that the young warrior had already left the base a full week earlier. Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Nan soon joined the conversation as well. They pointed out that while the three of them had rested for an entire week, Su-hong had only taken one short day off before throwing himself back into training, and after admitting there was no point comparing themselves to someone that relentless, the trio set off, hoping they might catch up with him near the lake. At that same time, Ye Kei was losing control inside his office, smashing teacups in a furious rage. The assassins he had hired had made a disastrous mistake. Not only had they locked down the area around the lake, they had even openly attacked Su-hong inside a protected government supply post. That reckless move threw the Yi family's leader into a panic. If Su-hong ended up dead, suspicion would immediately fall on their family, and the city lord would have every reason to wipe out their entire clan to avenge his prized genius. Far away from Star City, a crushing purple dome covered the dark purple bamboo forest. This terrifying barrier, known as the mysterious gravity field, protected the treasure within and instantly flattened anyone foolish enough to step inside. Several hunters who had tried to force their way toward the treasure were now groaning helplessly on the ground. One struggling fighter complained that after only 14 steps, the gravity had already multiplied 30 times, making even another step feel impossible. The nearby onlookers quickly calculated the pressure and felt chills run through them. Under 30 times gravity, an ordinary person would have to withstand more than 2 tons of force, enough to crush the organs inside their body. Just then, the celestial cult envoy arrived with his followers. Looking at the field ahead, he calmly explained that the gravity scaled according to the intruder's strength, meaning a Tier 4 expert like him would suffer a far heavier pull than a Tier 3 martial artist. Seeing that the bamboo could not be reached easily for the moment, the envoy shifted his attention back to searching for a specific divine object. Suddenly, the divination compass in his hand spun wildly, then locked onto one direction, signaling that it had finally found the target. But when the compass pointed straight toward the three-star patterned dark purple bamboo, his face darkened and he cursed his luck, realizing the divine object was trapped inside the deadly gravity field. While the envoy was still trying to think of a way through, his eyes suddenly caught movement in the trees. Su Hong was leaping across the branches, moving quickly through the forest. The envoy narrowed his eyes, genuinely puzzled. He could not understand how a mere Tier 2 brat had survived being hunted by a Tier 4 assassin and an entire squad of Tier 3 fighters. In his mind, that failed hit squad was nothing but trash. Since they had been useless enough to let Su Hong live, the envoy decided he would personally finish the job. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward Su Hong. The thought of the enormous reward for bringing back the boy's head made his killing intent surge even higher. Su Hong immediately sensed a powerful new threat closing in on him. His body tensed and he braced himself for the ambush before the attack fully arrived. He had barely enough time to react before the envoy rushed in with the spear, the weapon stabbing toward him with deadly speed. Knowing that a simple dodge would not be enough to escape cleanly, Su Hong instantly summoned his protective earth armor. At the same time, he answered the attack with a violent burst of explosive energy. Dust and broken leaves scattered through the air after the collision. When the haze began to clear, both fighters were still standing, neither one giving ground. As the armor around his body faded away, Su Hong drew in a steady breath and looked at the cultist across from him. With a faint edge in his voice, he praised the man for actually surviving his attack. The envoy's answer was filled with killing intent as he declared that Su Hong had to die. That single sentence was enough for Su Hong to understand exactly what kind of enemy stood before him: a demonic cultist. That realization confirmed the fear sitting at the back of Su Hong's mind. He was no longer just being hunted by Ye Kei's people. Now the demonic cult had joined the chase as well. Su Hong did not waste another second thinking about it. He gathered his elemental energy, gripped his weapon tightly, and charged straight forward, crashing into the envoy in a fierce weapon clash. The collision detonated with a thunderous blast that rolled through the forest. The force sent the envoy flying backward through the trees, branches snapping around him as he was thrown away. The Tier 4 fighter coughed up blood as he struggled to steady himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to understand how a Tier 2 opponent could possess such monstrous strength. When he saw Su Hong turning his attention toward the followers nearby, the envoy's expression tightened. He immediately ordered his squad to move in and block Su Hong's path. In an instant, Su Hong was caught between two dangers. The demonic cult grunts stood in front of him, while the recovering Tier 4 expert was behind him, closing off his escape. The grunts hesitated for a moment, debating whether they should transform in order to survive. But they foolishly convinced themselves that Su Hong could not possibly unleash another high-tier attack so soon after the last one. One grunt tried to rally the others and form a proper defense, but before he could even finish speaking, Su Hong's spear flashed past and his head was taken clean off mid-sentence. Before the rest of the cultists could react, Su Hong moved again. With a single explosive dash, he pierced straight through their defensive line, his spear skewering the entire group in one brutal charge. The remaining survivors froze in terror, their faces draining of color. In their hearts, they cursed their dead comrade for underestimating just how much energy Su Hong still had left. Even so, the cultists refused to back down. Gritting their teeth, they launched a coordinated charge, trying to use their numbers to surround and overwhelm Su Hong all at once. Su Hong answered them with a sweeping strike from his treading sea technique. His spear carved a massive arc through the air, and the attackers were swallowed in a wave of searing power, incinerated before they could break through. The celestial cult envoy seized the opening without hesitation. His body shot upward into the air, and with his weapon raised high, he brought down a crushing strike aimed directly at Su Hong. But Su Hong did not choose to meet that attack head-on. Instead, he activated his flying swan technique, using the burst of movement to leap straight into the deadly gravity field on purpose, narrowly avoiding the envoy's blow. The surrounding onlookers were stunned when they saw him move more than 10 paces inside the field with almost no struggle. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they realized Su Hong's overlord body was so powerful that the crushing gravity looked almost effortless to him. The envoy's face twisted with anger. Refusing to believe that the gravity field could keep Su Hong safe, he growled that the barrier would not protect him, then stepped into the field to continue the chase. But the instant his foot touched the ground inside, regret flashed across his face. Because the gravity increased according to power level, even his very first step forced him under nearly 30 times normal gravity, and he immediately understood that going any deeper might crush him alive. Now safe from direct close-range attacks, Su-hong did not waste the chance. He turned and sprinted farther into the field, pushing deeper, while the others could only watch from behind. The frustrated envoy gritted his teeth and hurled his spear with all his strength. But before the weapon could even come close to Su-hong, the scaling gravity dragged it sharply downward and buried its momentum. Trapped at the edge of the field, the envoy could do nothing but shout furious threats, daring Su-hong to come back out and face him. But Su-hong, standing safely beyond his reach, knew very well that he had finally bought himself a little breathing room. And there, right ahead of him, Su-hong finally saw his target. The three-star patterned dark purple bamboo stood before him, quietly waiting beneath the pressure of the gravity field. However, every step forward made the pressure grow heavier. Su-hong could feel the weight grinding down on his body, and with his injuries still lingering, he realized he was already being pushed close to his limit. Since the cultists had no way to reach him for the moment, Su-hong made a quick decision. He sat down inside the gravity field and began using his wood attribute healing technique to repair his wounds. That sight left the hunters around the field completely speechless. They could not understand how this same kid, who had just been unleashing thunder energy, also possessed wood attribute healing power, and even more unbelievable, he was calmly recovering right beside the treasure they could not reach. When the envoy saw Su-hong treating himself so openly, his expression turned grim. He immediately ordered his scouts to summon their elite comrades, warning that the divine object was probably sealed inside the bamboo, and if Su-hong managed to obtain it, none of them would be allowed to live. Meanwhile, near Stargazing Lake, Wang Tiantuo, Xiao Nan, and Lin Xinghe were moving through the area when they suddenly came across the corpse of a demonic cultist. Once they realized the demonic cult had sealed off the entire region, their expressions grew serious. Suspecting that Su-hong might be the cult's true target, they decided to return to the martial artist base and report the situation immediately. But on their way back, the strange silence around the base made them increasingly uneasy. The place felt far too quiet, and that unnatural stillness made them suspect the base itself might already be colluding with the cultists. Not willing to gamble with Su-hong's life, Wang Tiantuo quickly contacted his father, the Star City's city lord. He urged him to send forces right away and take control of both the martial artist base and Stargazing Lake. At the city lord's estate, Wang Ni soon received the alarming message, and the news immediately changed the atmosphere around him. After thinking through the situation, Wang Ni quickly concluded that the cultists were indeed hunting Su-hong. Without wasting any more time, he prepared to personally lead a rescue team towards Stargazing Lake. Back at the edge of the crushing gravity field, the celestial cult envoy and his followers could only wait outside. Then the battered masked assassin finally arrived, bruised and wounded, and the envoy immediately demanded to know what had happened to his forces. The assassin explained through clenched teeth that Su-hong's strange methods had wiped out almost all of his Tier 3 men, but the envoy refused to accept it. Unable to believe that a mere Tier 2 kid could so easily destroy more than a dozen stronger fighters. The furious assassin insisted that Su-hong had unleashed a terrifying three-element fusion technique that had never appeared in their intelligence. Even then, the envoy remained doubtful, arguing that fusing three elements together should be impossible in theory. Yet, as soon as he remembered that Su-hong truly possessed three separate attributes, the envoy's skepticism began to crack. If that was the case, then the so-called impossible technique might actually be real, and that possibility was terrifying. With their lives already hanging by a thread, the cultists all understood the same thing. They had to kill Su-hong no matter the cost, or their terrifying superior would make sure they died even worse deaths, while Su-hong continued meditating peacefully right in front of them. 2 hours passed before Su-hong finally opened his eyes. Thanks to his A-rank healing art, both his body and his spiritual energy had fully recovered, returning him to peak condition. When Su-hong noticed that the cultists were still stubbornly waiting outside for him to come out, he understood that they would not give up until he was dead. So he reached for his spear and slowly stood up. Su-hong then began moving toward the dark purple bamboo. With each step he took, the crushing gravity around him multiplied sharply, pressing down on his body with terrifying force. His teeth clenched under the immense weight, and every breath became heavier than the last. Still, Su-hong refused to stop, silently forcing himself to endure the pressure and keep walking forward. Outside the barrier, both the envoy and the assassin boss stared in disbelief as Su-hong drew closer and closer to the treasure. They cursed his absurdly overpowered physique, unable to accept that a Tier 2 kid could possess such monstrous durability. The envoy quickly calmed himself and formed a new plan. He realized that the moment Su-hong pulled the bamboo from the ground, the gravity field protecting it would disappear completely. With that in mind, he ordered his men to get ready. The second the barrier dropped, they were to rush in, ambush Su-hong, and slaughter him on the spot. Pushing past the very edge of what his body could endure, Su-hong finally reached the bamboo while panting heavily. Exhausted and under crushing pressure, he planted his spear into the ground to steady himself. But just as he was about to take the treasure, something strange caught Su-hong's eye, making him pause for a moment. All around him, the terrifying gravity had already ground the nearby stones into fine dust. Yet on the ground lay a strange black triangular fragment, sitting there completely undamaged. Su-hong's curiosity was immediately stirred. If such a tiny object could withstand this level of crushing pressure without even cracking, then it had to be an extraordinary treasure. So he decided to pick it up. He turned the mysterious fragment over in his hand and examined it carefully, but even after looking closely, he still could not tell what kind of material it was made from. To test how tough it really was, Su-hong used his full physical strength and tried to bend it, but the fragment did not move even a single millimeter, remaining perfectly solid in his grip. While testing it, Su-hong accidentally scraped his hand against the sharp edge. A cut opened on his palm before he could pull away. Before Su-hong could even understand what was happening, the black fragment suddenly melted like liquid. In the next instant, it flowed directly into his body through the fresh wound. A colossal wave of energy erupted inside him all at once, surging through his body and causing all 7 of his elemental attributes to skyrocket. Moments later, the system confirmed his unbelievable luck. He had obtained a legendary 7 gods cauldron fragment. Realizing that this divine fragment was an incredible shortcut, capable of supercharging his cultivation, Su-hong did not hesitate. He immediately sat down again and focused on absorbing the energy inside his body. Outside the field, both the envoy and the assassin boss were completely confused when they saw Su-hong suddenly begin cultivating. Then panic flashed across the envoy's face as he realized Su-hong must have picked up some hidden legendary treasure. Once the absorption was finished, Su-hong was stunned by the change inside him. His 7 elemental attributes had increased tenfold, meaning he was no longer limited to using only a few A-rank skills before running dry. Now, he could unleash them dozens of times in a row. Even more shocking was the change to his fusion power. The 3-attribute fusion that had previously failed and nearly backfired was now mastered instantly and stabilized inside him. When Su-hong checked his system stats, he saw that both his vitality and spiritual power had reached their peak. The system also displayed a new record, showing that he now possessed 1 out of 107 gods' cauldron fragments. Su-hong immediately understood the terrifying meaning behind that number. If 1 fragment alone could give him such an outrageous power boost, then collecting all 100 fragments would make him something close to godlike. With his 3-element fusion now stabilized and an enormous reservoir of spiritual energy filling his body, Su-hong no longer saw any reason to run. The situation had changed, and so had his confidence. Seeing Su-hong prepare to move, the envoy shouted for his men to get ready. Beside him, the bloodthirsty assassin boss stared with murderous eyes, vowing that the instant the barrier disappeared, he would tear the kid apart himself. Su-hong reached out, gripped the dark purple bamboo tightly, and pulled with violent force, ripping the treasure out from the ground. The moment the dark purple bamboo was harvested, the crushing gravity field lost its source of power. The terrifying pressure vanished completely, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. The instant the protective barrier vanished, the cultists moved as one, rushing in with murderous intent from every direction. But Su-hong only let out a cold scoff, tightening his grip around his spear as if he had been waiting for this bloodbath to begin. After gaining such a huge upgrade, Su-hong wanted to see exactly how far his new strength could go, and with all those cultists charging straight at him, he decided they were perfect targets to test his newly perfected 3-element fusion. The cultists who had been rushing forward suddenly froze in place, their faces twisting with terror. Above their heads, a blinding storm of fire, thunder, and metal energy erupted into existence, swirling together with terrifying pressure. Su-hong released that massive power without holding back. The fused elemental storm roared outward, turning into a colossal blast that swept across the forest like a raging wave of destruction. The cultists screamed in agony as the devastating force crashed into them. Their defenses shattered instantly, and the wave tore through their ranks as easily as if they were made of paper. The explosion's power was so absurd that it did more than wipe out enemies. It carved through the land itself, reshaping the surrounding terrain and leaving behind a massive scar of destruction across the forest. When the smoke and dust finally began to settle, the battlefield had turned into a nightmare. All that remained of the cultist squad were charred bones, broken limbs, and scattered remains lying across the ruined ground. The masked assassin boss, badly wounded and coughing blood, barely dragged himself out from beneath the rubble. He muttered in disbelief that this level of power was completely ridiculous, while the injured envoy stared at Su Hong and realized the boy must have absorbed that legendary fragment to gain such monstrous strength. But before either of them could even think about running away, Su Hong descended right in front of them. A terrifying aura rolled off his body, making the two wounded leaders feel as if death itself had blocked their path. Su Hong looked down at the two injured commanders with a faint smirk on his face. He mockingly asked whether they had enjoyed hunting him, then coldly declared that from this moment on, it was his turn to do the slaughtering. Su Hong did not waste time with useless threats. Standing over the defeated bosses, he demanded a direct answer and gave them only two choices: reveal the demonic cult's hidden stronghold in Star City, or die right where they were. The fact that they had managed to gather a small army so quickly with Ye Kei's help told Su Hong something important. The cult had not appeared overnight. They had clearly been hiding in Star City's shadows for a very long time. Even so, the assassin boss refused to open his mouth. His eyes were filled with hatred, and even in defeat, he seemed determined to drag Su Hong down with him if he got the chance. At that critical moment, the envoy made a move to save them both. He threw a flashbang high into the air and immediately urged the assassin boss to retreat while they still had the chance. The burst of blinding light worked exactly as intended. Using that sudden distraction, the two wounded leaders escaped from Su Hong's reach and disappeared before he could finish them off. Once their presence was gone and the immediate danger had passed, Su Hong's strength finally gave out, his body swayed, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground from exhaustion. He knew better than anyone how dangerous the situation had been. That massive three-element attack had drained his spiritual energy almost completely, and if those two Tier 4 fighters had chosen to keep fighting instead of fleeing, he would have been in serious trouble. With his energy nearly empty, Su Hong quickly activated his healing technique to patch up his battered body. He needed to recover as fast as possible, because once he returned to Star City, the traitor Ye Kei still had to be dealt with. Farther away from the battlefield, the two injured bosses were still fleeing through the woods, their bodies covered in wounds as they forced themselves to keep moving. Only then did the assassin boss realize that Su Hong's final threat had been partly a bluff to buy time. But the panicked envoy immediately warned him not to underestimate that monster, no matter what condition Su Hong had been in. The assassin boss tried to defend himself, arguing that they were still Tier 4 experts while the boy was only Tier 2. But the traumatized envoy snapped at him to shut up, reminding him that their elite squads had just been wiped out in mere seconds. The humiliating truth sank in for both of them. Two powerful Tier 4 commanders had been forced to run for their lives by a Tier 2 teenager, and if word of this spread, they would become a joke across the entire martial arts world. Meanwhile, back at the Star City martial artist base, Ye Kei was pacing anxiously inside his office, unable to calm himself for even a moment. What he feared most was the city lord discovering his illegal blockade before he could receive solid proof of Su Hong's death. If that happened, his position would collapse instantly. Then, without warning, a message flashed across his communication crystal. The moment Ye Kei saw it, the worst possible news struck him like a bolt of lightning. The costly assassination plan against Su Hong had completely failed. Ye Kei's face changed in an instant. With Su Hong still alive, it was only a matter of time before his secret connection to the demonic cult was exposed in front of everyone. Knowing that staying in Star City meant certain death, Ye Kei moved fast. He hurriedly packed what he could, preparing to flee before the city lord's forces came after him. He rushed toward his SUV in a panic, cursing Su Hong under his breath the entire way. In his mind, that young genius had ruined his comfortable life and forced him into this desperate escape. But before Ye Kei could even climb into the vehicle, flames suddenly erupted around him. A massive cage of fire rose from the ground, trapping him inside with nowhere left to run. From the shadows, Su Hong slowly stepped into view. His voice carried a mocking chill as he asked Ye Kei where he thought he was going in such a hurry. Cornered and desperate, Ye Kei released the full force of his peak Tier 3 energy. His aura surged violently as he prepared to fight his way out. With a furious roar, Ye Kei charged forward and struck with a powerful palm attack. He screamed that a mere Tier 2 brat had no right to look down on him. Su Hong slipped past the attack with frightening speed, dodging so cleanly that Ye Kei could barely follow him. Calmly, Su Hong told him that ranks no longer meant anything in this fight. In the next instant, Su Hong's spear thrust forward with brutal precision. The strike pierced straight through Ye Kei's chest before he had any chance to defend himself. As the dying official staggered backward and crashed against his vehicle, realization finally filled his eyes. The opponent standing before him was not just a talented student, he was a true monster. A moment later, the vehicle erupted into a blazing fireball. Flames swallowed the wreck behind him as Su Hong turned away and walked off without looking back. Nearby, a crowd of martial artists stood frozen in stunned silence. None of them could believe that a Tier 2 teenager had just defeated a peak Tier 3 official in broad daylight. Not long after, a line of official luxury cars arrived at the scene. The doors opened, and the city lord, Wang Ni, stepped out onto the street with a serious expression. The onlookers immediately began whispering among themselves, nervous after seeing such an important figure arrive. Since Su Hong had just killed an official, they quickly decided they would testify for him and call the whole thing self-defense against the corrupt Ye Kei. But what happened next stunned the crowd even more. Wang Ni completely ignored the burning car and rushed straight toward Su Hong like an overprotective parent, anxiously checking whether his favorite prodigy had been hurt. After confirming Su Hong was safe, Wang Ni finally let out a relieved sigh. Then his eyes landed on the rare 3-star purple bamboo in Su Hong's hand, and he could not help being amazed by the boy's incredible luck, while Su Hong stood there feeling painfully awkward under all that sudden affection. Only then did Wang Ni glance toward the burning wreck nearby. His face quickly turned serious, and he demanded to know exactly what had happened here. Soon after, Su Hong sat inside Wang Ni's private limousine and finished explaining everything that had happened during his chaotic week of being hunted. The city lord fell into shocked silence as he listened. He struggled to process the idea that a Tier 2 kid had survived 8 straight days of pursuit from elite Tier 3 assassins and Tier 4 enemies. Wang Ni counted through each impossible feat in disbelief. Su Hong had defeated the Tier 3 fighters, injured both Tier 4 bosses, and even seized a rare treasure along the way. Su Hong, however, merely shrugged and calmly confirmed that it was all true. Overcome with excitement at having such a terrifying genius on his side, Wang Ni suddenly grabbed Su Hong by the shoulders. With a completely serious face, he asked whether Su Hong wanted to marry his 40 daughters and help raise a new generation of powerful warriors. Su Hong instantly flushed with embarrassment and begged the old man to stop joking around. Trying to escape that awkward topic, he quickly shifted the conversation back to the real danger, the demonic mastermind who might still be hiding somewhere inside the city. Wang Ni's expression grew heavy as he agreed. He warned Su Hong that the cult would not repeat the same mistake again, and next time they might send Tier 6 or even Tier 7 Grandmasters after him, meaning Star City was no longer big enough to keep him safe. According to Wang Ni, Su Hong's best path forward was the upcoming college entrance exam. If he could enter a top academy like Imperial Capital University, then even Grandmasters would not dare touch him easily. And hearing that, Su Hong firmly vowed that he would succeed. To keep Su Hong safe until the day of the exam, the city lord made a firm promise on the spot. He would dispatch 2 elite martial artist squads to guard Su Hong's villa, making sure the young genius could shut out every outside threat and focus completely on training. When Su Hong finally arrived at his new home, his aunt and uncle immediately panicked at the sight of his blood-stained clothes. Seeing their faces go pale with worry, Su Hong quickly laughed it off and reassured them that it was only beast blood, and that he himself was perfectly fine. Later that night, once he was finally alone in his room, Su Hong sat down in the quiet and opened his system stats to check everything carefully. After that brutal struggle to survive in the forest, his efforts had not been wasted at all. The non-stop fighting and killing had left him with a massive stockpile of more than 3,100 martial value points. As Su Hong considered how to spend those points, he quickly saw the problem. If he dumped everything into vitality, he could indeed break through to Tier 3, but his newly awakened spiritual power would remain stuck at a weaker Tier 2 level. And because he had to remain inside the city for safety, avoiding another assassination attempt, he would not have many chances to hunt powerful enemies and earn high value points for quite some time. After weighing the risks, Su Hong decided that a balanced build would be the smartest path for survival. Instead of chasing one extreme, he split his points between strengthening his physical body and raising his spiritual power. To test the upgrade, Su Hong focused on his telekinesis and lifted a glass of water with ease. Under his control, the liquid floated smoothly through the room, moving with perfect precision as if it were weightless. By the next morning, rumors about Su Hong's incredible battle had already spread like wildfire through Star City No. 1 High School. Inside the classrooms, excited students whispered and shouted over one another, gossiping about how Su Hong had supposedly wiped out 100 cultists with a single swing of his spear. At the same time, Chen Shan and Li Tu had practically turned into Su Hong's personal hype men. They went from classroom to classroom bragging about his legendary deeds, only to get called out when someone realized they had barged into a class that was not even scheduled for them. One annoyed student finally confronted them, complaining that his class had been waiting an entire week to hear the story. Only then did everyone realize that the duo had mixed up the schedule and confidently walked into the wrong classroom. That noisy classroom drama ended almost instantly when one sharp-eyed student spotted Su-hong entering through the school gates and shouted out in excitement. Hearing the sudden commotion, Su-hong stopped and looked around in confusion, completely unsure why the school had erupted the moment he arrived. Before he could even take another step forward, a huge crowd of excited students charged straight toward him, rushing across the campus like a wild mob. A cold sweat formed on Su-hong's forehead as he stared at the approaching crowd. He honestly could not figure out what he had done to make the entire school chase after him like this. In no time, the students surrounded him from every side, their eyes shining with curiosity. One after another, they begged Su-hong to tell them about the legendary exploits everyone had been talking about. Nearby, Li Tu and Chen Shan laughed loudly as they bragged about how even Teacher Li had been shocked by the news. Su-hong immediately coughed hard, desperately trying to signal them to shut up before things got worse. But the two boys completely missed the warning. They kept laughing and even teased Su-hong, asking if he had caught a cold, without realizing that Teacher Li was already standing right behind them. In the next moment, Teacher Li suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Shan by the head. With a dangerous smile, he mockingly asked why Chen Shan was not calling him Old Li anymore. After catching the two trash talkers red-handed, Teacher Li turned to Su-hong and told him that the principal wanted to see him. Behind him, Chen Shan was already begging Su-hong for help with pure desperation on his face. When Su-hong arrived and knocked on the office door, Principal Li practically burst out from inside. With his arms wide open and his face full of enthusiasm, he welcomed Star City's favorite prodigy like a precious treasure. Once they sat down, Principal Li immediately tried to slip Su-hong several valuable Tier 2 cultivation pills under the table. He lowered his voice and insisted that Su-hong accept them as a private gift. Su-hong politely turned the offer down. Then, with a casual expression, he revealed that those pills would not help him anymore because he had already reached the high stage of Tier 2. That simple statement nearly shattered Principal Li's understanding of common sense. He stared at Su-hong in disbelief, unable to understand how the boy could have leveled up so fast. Su-hong then explained that the recent assassination attempt by elite cultists had actually given him a strange kind of opportunity. The constant danger had let him grind battles non-stop and harvest a huge amount of martial points. Hearing how much Su-hong had grown, Principal Li became so excited that he immediately took off his jacket. He demanded that they head to the gymnasium at once so he could personally test the kid's strength. Su-hong awkwardly reminded him that the principal's rank was much higher than his own. But Principal Li was completely confident, waving off the concern and promising that he would hold back during the spar. As the two of them walked into the gymnasium, the nearby students spotted Su-hong almost immediately. Whispers spread through the crowd as they talked about how he had supposedly defeated an entire army of cultists by himself. Principal Li seized the moment with obvious pride. He announced that he was about to spar with the school's star prodigy, then ordered the staff to gather every available student in the building to come watch. Su-hong immediately felt the awkwardness rising, and suggested they find a more private place to fight. But the principal misunderstood his concern, laughing as he repeated that he would hold back so Su-hong would not lose too badly in front of everyone. In truth, Su-hong was not worried about his own embarrassment at all. He was trying to protect Principal Li's dignity, afraid that if he defeated his own principal in public, the man's reputation would be ruined forever. Since there was no way to back out now, Principal Li stepped onto the court and powered up in front of the huge crowd. A fiery aura flared around him as he confidently told Su-hong to make the first move. The watching students immediately went wild. They were thrilled to see the raw strength of a Tier 3 martial artist up close, and their cheers echoed through the gym as they urged Su-hong to give it everything he had. To avoid injuring the principal too badly, Su-hong chose a weaker but flashy technique to hide the fact that he was holding back. He decided to test the waters with his B-rank cloud-hiding Gale Fist. Su-hong shot across the court with swirling blue energy wrapped around him. His opening attack came so fast and bright that it startled Principal Li, who had not expected him to begin with a B-rank technique right away. Principal Li instantly realized that this so-called weaker opener already carried power close to a Tier 3 expert. His casual attitude disappeared at once, and he quickly summoned a massive stone glove to counter with his giant rock fist. The two elemental attacks smashed together in the center of the court. A violent shockwave burst outward from the collision, nearly knocking the watching students off their feet. The spar turned fierce in an instant as the two traded punches at high speed. Blow after blow cracked through the air until the force of their collision sent both fighters sliding back to opposite ends of the court. Principal Li looked down in shock as the protective stone armor around his arm crumbled apart piece by piece. he suddenly understood that Su Hong had shattered a Tier 3 defense without even using his full strength. The students gasped in disbelief, unable to accept that a Tier 2 fighter had actually pushed back a Tier 3 expert. To protect the school's pride, some of them quickly convinced themselves that the principal must be holding back, because there was no way he could lose to a student. But behind Principal Lee's calm expression, he was secretly panicking. He had already used 80% of his power, and he knew very well that if he lost this match in front of everyone, his reputation would be finished. Sensing his mentor's silent panic, Su Hong suddenly dropped to one knee and let out a dramatic gasp. He loudly admitted defeat, while giving Principal Lee a subtle wink to show that he was throwing the match on purpose. The crowd completely bought the performance. Cheers erupted around the gym as the students shouted that there was no shame in losing to a powerful principal. Once the confusion passed, Principal Lee finally realized what Su Hong had just done for him. The boy had saved his dignity in front of the entire school, and deep gratitude rose in his heart. Principal Lee played along perfectly, stepping forward and slapping Su Hong proudly on the back. In front of the crowd, he praised the boy as a rare genius, and even admitted that he had needed to go all out to avoid losing. The entire gymnasium erupted into excited cheers. The students celebrated Su Hong's terrifying strength, convinced that Star City had finally produced a genius with a real chance of entering the legendary Magic Martial University. While helping Su Hong back to his feet, Principal Lee quietly thanked him for saving his face. Su Hong took the chance to bring up the upcoming college entrance exam, saying that he needed a strong sparring partner if he wanted to break through to Tier 3. With a grin, Su Hong asked whether the principal would help him train. Principal Lee immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing that becoming this monster's personal punching bag was probably the worst idea imaginable. After their agreement was settled, Su Hong began a brutal daily routine. From then on, he spent his days training hard and sparring with Principal Lee, constantly pushing his body and strength closer to the next limit. Even after night fell, Su Hong still gave himself no chance to relax. He simply returned to his room, sat down again, and continued cultivating with relentless focus, steadily refining his techniques while drawing elemental energy into his body without stopping. It did not take long before Su Hong's terrifying stamina pushed the principal past his limit. The old man was so exhausted that his body was practically trembling, and in the end, he had no choice but to call in his old friend Chen Tian, asking him to take over for just one day so he could finally catch his breath. But after only a few short weeks, even that plan collapsed. Both the principal and Chen Tian had been drained until they could barely stay on their feet. And with no other choice left, they practically handed Su Hong over to President Wu of the Martial Dao Association, begging her to deal with him instead. President Wu was a true Tier 5 martial artist, and once Su Hong entered her hands, there was no softness left at all. She trained him with ruthless intensity, pressing him again and again, never giving him even a single spare second to rest or recover. By the time only 5 days remained before the major exam, Su Hong was already covered in bruises, his body battered from the brutal training. Still, while catching his breath in the training room, he looked toward President Wu and told her that he was finally ready to break through. At first, President Wu clearly suspected that he was only using this as an excuse to slack off. She reached out and grabbed him by the head, ready to drag him back into training. But the blazing aura rising from Su Hong's body immediately proved that his words were not a lie. For a moment, even President Wu was stunned. In less than a month under her extreme training, Su Hong's vitality had actually surged from 900 all the way to the peak threshold of 1,000, reaching the very edge of his next breakthrough. Once she understood just how fast he had grown, President Wu reacted without hesitation. She immediately arranged for an urgent delivery of Tier 3 advancement pills, then left Su Hong alone inside the training room so he could focus completely on breaking through. Su Hong sat cross-legged in the quiet training room, his wounded body slowly recovering beneath the glow of his own aura. Then he activated the energy within him, gathering everything he had, fully prepared to shatter his current limits and step into Tier 3.